Welcome in, y'all. Howdy, howdy. My name is Jordan. I am the Midwest Game Guy, or MGG for short. Welcome into another edition of Mystery Monday, as we continue with our visual novel murder mystery that is Rose Academy, or case number 1, Rose Academy, by KK Studio. So, if you saw what happened last week, we're a slick, cool detective, a specialist guy who was invited to an all-girls academy by the principal, who was our former camp crush as a child, and we're looking for who may have or may not have done an unaliving of a top-tier student at this all-girls prestigious rich academy. So, will we find out who did it tonight? I don't know, but we're gonna try. Hope you guys are having a great Monday. It was an interesting Monday for me. It was we got off work 2 hours early because there were storms in the area, and there was like tornado watches and stuff. Luckily, we're all safe. Nothing happened. Our car didn't get any damage from hail or anything. But yeah, we got out at 3 o'clock instead of 5 o'clock tonight from the bank. All the banks in the area closed early just for safety and precaution. So I got only had to work 6 hours today and got paid for 8. So that's pretty damn cool, I'd say. But yeah, got to come home early, take a nap, eat dinner earlier with the wife and the doggo, and it was very nice change of pace. So my wife's last day off, she had the last week and today off to get lots of different stuff done. So she heads back to work on a full-time schedule again tomorrow. So she's done with PTO for a little while. Meanwhile, I'll just continue keeping on. But yeah, let's see what we got this week. Oh, that's right. I forgot we were searching the area of... I think this is the Sophie and Avi's room, if I'm not mistaken. That's right, Evelyn that's the person who got dead. Then we have Mickey. We have her bra as a clue. That's silly. We have a report card, which does have my name on it, which is really cool. My online persona. Got this picture of Sophie and Avi, who are best friends, apparently. And then we have an old picture of Sam, and the schedule of the Sunday that Evelyn was found not alive anymore. So now we're searching a dead girl in her roommate's room. So let's look around for clues. We got a chemistry test, a literature test, personal training at 4 p.m., additional lesson in pool. Above Evelyn's bed hung a small corkboard. On it was a planner, calendar, covered in blue ink entries. There aren't many notes, mostly marked dates of tests and various subjects in personal swimming training sessions. I scanned the entries: chemistry test, personal training at 4 p.m., literature test, extra pool session. Evelyn was planning her week, not suspecting she wouldn't live to see its end. Damn, that's rough, bro. Approaching the bed on the right, I looked underneath and immediately noticed a dark blue suitcase. Was she planning to go somewhere, or was she just storing things in there? Pulling up the suitcase and opening it, I found it was half empty. Several t-shirts lay in this neat stack, and in the corner a couple of blank notebooks and a small jewelry box. Most of the space in the suitcase was taken up by a large sheet of drawing paper, rolled into a tube and tied with a delicate pink satin ribbon. A school project or something personal? I untied the ribbon and unrolled the paper on the bed. Happy birthday, Evelyn! Oh, look at all the pictures of her and Sophie. They seem pretty inseparable. She's very stoic. Our victim here was very stoic, and Sophie was the happy-go-lucky one, it looks like. Good luck. That's cute. Dear Evelyn, you become more than just a roommate to me, but a real sister. Can't believe you're already 18. Seems like just yesterday we met. Now I can't imagine life without you. Without our evening conversations and your wise advice. Thank you for being in my life. I wish all your dreams come true and that this year will be the best ever for us. With love, yours, Sophie. She was covered in photos, colorful drawings, and stickers and glitter. Damn, glitter? Treacherous stuff. You spill it once and you're cleaning it up for years. Hope it hasn't shed too much. A few tiny sparkling specks has indeed fallen from the poster and were shimming on Evelyn's dark bread spread. I gathered them with my palm and tossed them back into the suitcase. Looking more closely at the photos, I noticed an interesting pattern. In most of the pictures, Evelyn looked the same, calm and somewhat detached, as if posing out of politeness. Sophie, on the other hand, was the embodiment of joy and energy in every single photo. One photo in particular caught my interest and tension in it. Sophie had her arm around Evelyn's shoulder and pressing her cheek against hers. Sophie was beaming with happiness, but Evelyn looked straight at the camera with a barely noticeable but genuine smile. This one. Probably the only time I've seen Evelyn smiling. Having finished looking at the photos, I turned my attention to the rest of the composition in the middle of the sheet written in blue marker with the words, "Happy birthday, Avie." In the photos, I noticed handwritten text. I read that already. Snooze the ad there. I rolled the paper back into a tube, tied it in a ribbon, and returned it to its place in the suitcase. I need to look for something more concrete. Notes, documents, any traces of what would happen in the last days of Evelyn's life. I looked at that. I looked at the cork board. On the desk stood an open box of stationery. Among the pens and markers, and there were several notes on sticky pads. Buy shampoo, call Mama on Wednesday, don't forget the chemistry essay. Ordinary girl notes, nothing interesting. Gaze fell on a photograph in a silver frame standing on the corner of the desk. In the photo, there was a little girl about 7 or 8, in whom I easily recognized Sophie. She's sitting in a wooden swing holding a huge, colorful lollipop. The girl was wearing a yellow summer dress, her hair braided in pigtails. But she wasn't looking at the camera. She was gazing off to the side with lively curiosity in her eyes. A cute photo, but something's off. Looking more closely, I noticed something strange. The photograph was square, but the edge of the picture looked uneven, as if someone had cut it. Began taking apart the frame to track the photo. Is it folded in half? Hello, Sophie. Take out the photograph, I ran my finger along the trimmed edge and fell a straight line, definitely cut on purpose. Why would you crop a family photo? And is it exactly the part Sophie's looking at that's been cut off? Turning the photo over, I saw an inscription inked, "The Miltons, Lucin." After the name, there was a squiggle in the beginning of another word, but that was beyond that was the cut line. But the photo is of Sophie Williams. Why does it say Lucin? Could Sophie be hiding her real name? But why? Why didn't Nika warn me about this then? Maybe she doesn't know herself? Maybe my imagination is running wild and the name of the photo belongs to whoever took the picture, for instance. Maybe. I moved the desk, opening each drawer one by one, but found nothing new. That's a bummer. Sophie's bed. Looked under the bed, there were house slippers and a couple of textbooks that apparently had fallen and stayed there. Uh-oh. No longer expecting to find much, I decided to check the bed itself and lifted the pillow and a small diary with a soft cover featuring a unicorn. But built into the thick cover of the diary was a flat metal clasp with a keyhole. This is Sophie's personal diary. The lock, though built into the cover, looks flimsy. The mechanism is mostly likely made of a soft metal like aluminum. If I press too hard, it'll simply crack or tear out along the part of the cover. If I could try to pick it, if I use too much force and break it, Sophie will immediately realize someone was going through her personal things. Oof. On the other hand, there could be entries about Evelyn's last days, about what was happening at school and before the murder. Well, let's try it. Take the risk. The information could be critically important to the investigation. Back to the desk and found an ordinary metal paperclip in the paper stationery cup. Straightening it out, I fashioned a crude but functional lockpick. The lock was indeed more decorative than anything, a children's toy, creating an illusion of secrecy, not really protection for prying eyes. When I carefully inserted the improvised lockpick into the tiny opening, the mechanism creaked and wobbled alarmingly. Damn, a little more force and it'll simply fall apart in my hands. I spent an agonizing minute, delicately turning the paperclip one way and then the other. My fingers trembled slightly from the tension. There was a quiet, almost inaudible click. Got it. Carefully opened the diary to the first page. In several places the ink had slightly bled to the paper. Apparently, Sophie had been crying while writing. Today I had a call with my psychologist. Mrs. Clark said that keeping a diary would help me cope with my emotions. Honestly, I don't believe it will help, but I'll try. I'm in so much pain. It feels like I'm stuck in some terrible dream that I can't wake up from. Everything feels unreal. People, sounds, even my own hands. Can't believe Avi is gone. There's some teardrops there. There's some over there too. Although there is something, or rather someone. It's probably terribly silly and wrong, and completely out of place. But when I try to think of something pleasant for some reason, I think of Detective James. He found me yesterday by the pool when I was sobbing. He's kind and understanding. For some reason, I feel calmer around him, even despite his profession. He's also very handsome. Oh. There. Oh, no. Go back. Oh, my bad. I didn't go all the way down. Oh, can't believe Avi's gone. That she'll never come... Box floating down the river, Grandpa. Hey, Jester, what's up, buddy? Welcome to Mystery Monday. How you doing, my friend? She'll never come back to our room, never sit in the bed with a book and listen to me ramble. Why her? Why do the people I care about always suffer? I thought the worst of my life was already behind me. First my sister, now Avi. God, what am I even thinking? My best friend is dead and I'm horny. Oh no. Heyo! Hey, ayo! Hey, buddy. How you doing, my friend? Can't believe I never realized how dark that line is growing up. Right? It is very, very dark. Oh, hello. Hey there, Wolfgang. Ayo! Hey, buddy, how's it going? Sinful Gestures. I'm okay. Hey, okay is better than bad. Hope you have an okay Monday and your weekend was decent. I hope everybody had a good work day today. Or like the real cringy people do that stuff. Thank you for the redeem there, monkeys. Appreciate it. Doing better than when I woke up. This weekend sucked though. Oh no. Bad weather, just feeling bad. Bad plans. If it's personal, that's okay too. Her sister died, too. Both. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I was gonna say we had an interesting day today because I went to work. Just a happy guy. Just a look at just a happy guy. Just a look at happy guy. There were storms in the area, and then we had tornado warnings. I'll get to that. Thank you, monkeys, for the redeem. I'll get Maddie in just a second here. But yeah, we actually all the banks got out 2 hours early, so we all left work at 3 p.m. today to avoid the incoming storms and stuff. I was very surprised they let us out early for it, but I'll take it. So I got to work 6 hours today and get paid for 8, so it was quite a nice end to my day. Dog. Yep, I'm gonna grab my doggy here in just a second. I'm gonna try not to kill myself this week while making something with a crock pot for the first time this weekend. Don't kill yourself like the guy in This Is Us. That's how the guy in This Is Us died, with the crock pot. He was really old and killed him. I missed my music. That's right, and you missed your musical. That's right. You said it was Music Man, correct? Well, that made me feel bad and miss my dog. Dog? I'm sorry, buddy. What are you making in the crock pot this weekend there? What up, Valen? Do 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 do. Maddie. You're not Maddie. You're just as lovely, but I mean Maddie. Oh, is she? Oh, she's sneaky. That's a hot dog. It's treat time. You gotta redeem thanks to Dat Monkeys. Hey, Valen. Good to see you, buddy.
Oh, oops. Oh, he's dropping things.
Buh.
Throwing and dropping.
Good to see you, Valen. Sorry about the tough weekend there, Jester. Sorry, buddy. Like you said, hopefully, if you had to miss any of the musicals for this season, I'm glad you just missed Music Man. Hopefully you can see the rest coming up here. Wolfgang says, I mean, I feel like I could give myself food poisoning. I don't know. Just be careful, Wolfgang. Make sure you cook your meats all the way, too. Use a meat thermometer. All right, Dat Monkeys, thank you so much. This is Maddie's treat for hashtag Get Dog Fat. Nom 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 nom. After I get all fat.
That's a good girl.
I love you. She did. She never does that. You got her attention. She looked that way.
Show me.
Thanks, monkeys. Tap monkeys.
Get dog back.
All right, let me plug in my headphones. Got detached. All right. We're in the middle of a murder mystery still. My cat also broke my favorite mug. All this. That's right. You remember you told me the mug got broken and the weather was bad and you couldn't go to the musical. That's just a tough weekend, buddy. I'm very sorry. Hopefully, you'll have better ones going forward. And welcome in, Valen. Hope you're doing well. Wolfgang, just make sure you cook things evenly. Take their time. Cook it on high for 3 to 4 hours, or slow and low for 6 to 8. Just take your time with that crock pot, okay? Oh no, I learned that the hard way eating rice a few days late. You ate days old rice and it gave you food poisoning? That's a bad time. Did you ever eat something that gave you really bad food poisoning that was just too old, Mom? Or just not cooked correctly? Think of the what? Which ones?
The ones you ate.
Well, that was not me. I said you.
But that's just what
I said, oh, this is fine. This is fine.
yeah, that's fine. They don't smell bad, even though the whole apartment stinks.
All right, you're gonna have to go pick up Thai food, babe, because I'm gonna go home and puke in the apartment.
Then you didn't even eat any of it.
I
You
did.
got too nauseous, didn't you?
I ate it later. I had to make myself wait a couple hours before I ate it. Fat Fart by Valen. Today. Oh, you got food poisoning today from old rice? I'm sorry, buddy. That's no good. Made me feel bloated all day today instead of 2 other things that can happen when food poisoning. Oh, so you got bloated versus puking and dookie doo-doo. So good thing I work in the back alone at work. In Jesus' name, what the hell is that smell? What the fuck? Oh, I'm glad you didn't kill anybody with your toxic warfare there, chemical warfare. Usually have a pretty strong stomach. I don't get food poisoning very often. Usually only when I eat out. Yep. You know, because you're the one cooking it. You're taking a risk. I was thinking of getting like 2 pounds of chicken and making like shredded chicken enchiladas with rice. Ooh! I'm thinking about, we don't have a kid this weekend. I'm thinking about doing my Velveeta Italian sausage dip with some Rotel. And going fucking ham on that this weekend. What do you think, wife? She's like, I'll have 1 chip's worth. Otherwise, my tummy will hurt. With all the cheese product. Yeah, rice is only good 2 days in the fridge. It was day 4. Oh, you took that risk. I mean, I've taken risk on pasta that was too old. So, as we just mentioned, I had... my wife never lets me forget early on in a relationship. I'm trying not to waste leftovers, and I just take a risk, and it did not pay off. Oh, I definitely eat things that I made that I probably shouldn't. That sounds good. What's in it? Oh, it's basically it's just Velveeta and like I'm gonna get probably 2 blocks of Velveeta, and then 2 packs of Italian sausage and just 4 cans of Rotel. Let it simmer, probably on high for like 4 hours, and then basically just go to it all weekend with some of those Tostito scoops and just fucking have a good time with it. I can eat on that for like 2 or 3 days. It's very filling. You just need like a bowl for it and like you're full, man. Very good though. Oh, it's very much junk food, but it makes me happy. And it fills me up. It's very easy to do and it fills me up. Her sister died too? What terrible thing happened that could be described as the worst in her life? Could it be somehow connected to the move she mentioned in the garden? Oh, damn. I stopped at the last line and reread it, frowning. What does she mean by despite the profession? Maybe she simply means that people in my line of work usually seem cold and detached. Toodles. Anyway, thank you for the big fat fart, Sinful. Jester? Anyway, I can't find where I put my glasses, so I gotta rest my eyes. Toodles. Rest well, buddy. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi, and wishing you good things going forward, and I will talk to you again soon. Thank you for the big fat farts. So she finds me attractive. That's interesting. Carefully closed the diary, snapping the clasp shut, and slid it back under the pillow. We're investigating Sophie's room and the deceased girl's room, Avi's room, and looking for clues while everybody's in classes and such. I opened the wardrobe of the girl's closet, checked the pockets of jackets and blazers, but found only loose change and old movie theater tickets. I surveyed the room one more time, making sure I hadn't missed anything important. To pay, the students don't have laptops. Browser history and messages would tell far more than all these belongings. Suddenly it hit me, and I froze in the middle of the room. Wait, phones aren't banned here. Where did Evelyn's phone go? Quickly checked the nightstand again, went through the pockets of clothes in the wardrobe, no phone. I'm sure Evelyn had one too, but where is it? Did the police take it? Did someone hide it? I took out my phone and quickly typed a message to Nika. Urgent question, where did Evelyn's phone go? Timer interrupted my thoughts with an insistent vibration. Time was up. Alright, I'll deal with this later. For now, I need to get out of here. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Nika says they took the phone. There was a message from Nika appeared on the screen. The phone was taken along with the body. I'll try to get it back. And don't forget to eat. I brought lunch to your room. Oh, thanks, Nika. Thanks, Nika. I've really never been too caught up in this. I really have been too caught up in this. I need to eat and think everything over. Peeking into the hallway, making sure no one was there, I left the room and locked the door behind me. In my room, I immediately noticed a tray on the nightstand. The aroma of soup made me realize just how hungry I was. And if you do have ads, we do have our next ad break. Our first ad break. In about 10 seconds there. You doing okay, sweetie? I need to eat and get my thoughts in order. I was already reaching for the spoon when my phone rang. The ringtone echoed throughout the room. Who is it? I hope it's not an emergency from headquarters. I'm supposed to be on vacation. I reluctantly put down my spoon and answered the call. Hello? Hey, buddy. Hope you're not too busy saving innocent students from a mysterious killer. Andy's voice carried its usual irony, but I caught a hint of excitement. He clearly couldn't wait to share the information he'd found. Hey, Andy. Hope you got something worthwhile. Trust me, I do. I've been digging through databases and found some interesting stuff. So ready to learn the truth in your swimming coach? And if you're standing now, you better sit down, because what I've dug up on Sam Rivers is an absolute bombshell. Spill it. Finding information on this Sam Rivers turned out to be way harder than I expected. I had to dig really deep. Even reach out to some guys in the States for help. Hey, peace out, friendo. Gotta be up early. No worries, Woking. Thank you for stopping by. And say hi. Wish you a good night's rest. I'll see you when I see you, my friend. Have good luck at work this week. Peace, bud. Her entire biography has been carefully scrubbed and edited. What do you mean by scrub? I mean your sexy coach is ex-military. Not just any soldier. She was a special forces operative. Sam Rivers is originally from the U.S., served in the Army, and repeatedly took part in combat operations as a member of an assault team. Felt a chill run down my spine. The image of a smiling, flirtatious coach in a tracksuit didn't match at all what Andy was telling me. So she was right in the thick of combat? Exactly, and judging by the documents, she saw things there that most people would prefer to forget forever. During one of the operations to eliminate high-ranking terrorists, Sam was forced to leave her partner behind in order to carry out command orders. Her partner was captured and executed, and the command tried to cover it up, pinning all the blame on operational necessity and following orders. Andy paused. This woman is around the students every day. Does Nika even realize who she hired? What happened next? How did she end up discharged? After that operation, she developed post-traumatic stress disorder. That's probably why she drinks so much. She failed the psychological fitness assessment. They discharged her, and she moved to the UK. But how did she manage to get into the academy with a background like that? Did someone help her? I have no doubt about it. I'm sure someone from up high helped her fix her reputation. Documents rewritten, inconvenient facts erased, references forged. Someone very influential is helping her. I stood up and began pacing around the room, processing the information. You feeling okay? Did you get your outfit together for tomorrow? You're going to just do it in the morning? Nice. I figured that might help with your nerves a little bit if you have that at least ready to go for a month. Is that everything you managed to find out? Yeah, you offend me. I've got a couple more stories saved for dessert. After leaving the army, Sam developed alcoholism, hey, I called it, and started having episodes of uncontrollable aggression. She's even arrested for assault. Mama. She was arrested for assault.
A pepper.
There you go. Alien. There's an alien in my wife.
It doesn't count. I didn't hear it.
That's okay. Yeah, whenever me and my wife have a thing, whenever one of us says a salt, one of us says a pepper, that's how we check that we're actually not been replaced with like a Reploid or an android or an alien or something.
That's gonna sound so weird to other people.
That's okay. Just a quirky thing we do. According to the police report, 3 years ago, Sam went to a bar with a friend. Some guy started aggressively hitting her on her companion. Sam Rivers didn't hold back and beat the poor bastard half to death. He ended up with multiple fractures, knocked out teeth, and a concussion. Quickly pulled out my notebook and pen, hastily jotting down the key details. What about the trial? Was she convicted? No charges never made it to court. The man withdrew his testimony himself, most likely under pressure. I bet they paid him a decent sum to keep quiet, but the incident stayed in the police records. They couldn't erase it completely. Disturbing pieces of the puzzle began falling into place in my mind. A woman with military training, prone to violence, working at an academy where a murder took place. Anyway, I wouldn't recommend getting on her bad side, or your investigation might end in the emergency room. And one more thing, whoever's helping her hide her past has serious connections. Don't underestimate that. And if she truly has a motive and says she's your prime suspect, you need to dig up truly irrefutable evidence to put her behind bars. Thanks for your concern. I'll keep that in mind. I'm sure Nika has no idea about these details of her coach's past, otherwise she never would have hired her. As much as I like to tell her the truth, I can't. If I share this information now, Nika would be obligated to immediately fire Sam and report it to the police. And how would she explain where she got information about Sam's past that was so carefully hidden? It would create even more problems. So who's next in line? Who else do you need me to dig up info on? About Lucine Milton. Deal, better call tomorrow. And by the way, having relations with minors is a criminal offense in case you forgot. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Get lost already. Bit of the cold soup, but my appetite was gone. Without much desire, I finished it, and placing the spoon in the empty bowl, lay down and closed my eyes. Without realizing it, I dozed off. I had awakened by a gentle vibration of my smartwatch on my wrist. A reminder had come in that the last class of the day had begun at Rose Academy. Pulled out the schedule from my pocket and checked the class times. According to the schedule, Sam has a training session right now, which means her room should be empty. So up at the hallway, there wasn't a soul in sight. If I recall correctly, Sam herself mentioned that she lives in room 91. Stopping at the door, I knocked just in case and froze, listening for sounds from inside. Several seconds of silence. Looks like the coast is clear. Took the right key from the keychain and turned it to the lock. The mechanism gave way and there was a barely audible click. Stepping over the threshold and quietly closing the door behind me, I found myself in a room that looked similar to the one where I was staying. I put on medical gloves and looked around, forming a plan of action. Where might a swimming coach hide her secrets? Better start with the most obvious places. Her bed, of course. I approached a sloppily made bed. The blanket lay in a heap and the pillows were bunched up against the headboard. The edge of the sheet peeked out from under the mattress. First I looked under the bed itself. Several pairs of sneakers and a sports water bottle were lying there. Carefully lifting the corner of the mattress, I peered into the gap. I immediately noticed a glossy corner, apparently some kind of magazine. Oh. We found a nudie mag. I lifted the mattress higher to get a better look at my find. I saw maybe freeze and surprise for several seconds. I'll get that spammer out of here. Hold on, sorry. Ban the spam. There we go. Neatly stacked in a pile lay several magazines that were clearly not sports related. Even without pulling them all the way out, I could see the distinctive covers. These were adult publications. Carefully pulled out the top magazine and flipped through several pages. The cover and every spread featured erotic photographs of young women. That's a twist. So Sam isn't only interested in men, and possibly she isn't interested in men at all. But she was flirting with me, and quite openly at that. Maybe that's part of her training to, like, throw him off his guard, maybe. Well, maybe that's just a way of interacting, a way to divert attention from her true preferences. That's fair enough. Continuing examining the contents, there were 5 magazines in total, and all of them featured the same type, slender young women. Oh dear. Alright, Sam's preferences shouldn't concern me. But the question arises, how appropriate is it for such a person to work at a school for all girls, if this is her preference? I put the magazines back, making sure they were exactly in the same order. At that moment, my phone vibrated in my pocket. The sharp sound and silence of the room made me flinch. Oh, Nika's calling. So answer the call, trying to speak as quietly as possible. James, are you in Sam's room right now? Yes, something happened? I just saw Sam going up the stairs. It looks like she's heading toward the residential wing. I'll try to stall her, but you better hurry. The call cut off abruptly. The last bar of charge flashed in the display and immediately went dark. The battery died at the worst possible moment. Oh, shit. Why is Sam coming back so early? The training session was supposed to last at least another hour. Looked around the room, mentally assessing the work I had done. On my planned search only managed to examine a third. The remaining potential hiding spots remained untouched. Time was critical, and the investigation demanded much more information. Shit. Take one more spot. Temptation to search one more spot was too strong. The information I already gathered was valuable, but incomplete. To my next target for inspection. Massive wooden wardrobe that stood up in a good quarter of the wall. Doors gave way with a telltale creak, and the mechanism clearly needed oiling. I froze listening, but the hallway was still quiet. Inside the wardrobe was a relative mess which matched Sam's character. Clothes hung haphazardly, some even halfway up their hangers. Training suits simply lay in a pile, and t-shirts with the various team logos were folded without any system. The upper shelves were different. Here, neatly arranged boxes and containers were placed. Some of the clothes were labeled medals, documents, and winter clothes. The order here is rather relative. I rarely gather from the coach's office that tidiness isn't her strong suit. Apparently Sam only keeps track of what truly matters to her. One shoebox stood apart from the rest without any markings, cooked down from the shelf. Something inside quickly rolled around as it moved. Opening the lid, I saw a bottle of whiskey wrapped in cloth. Interesting. Turning the box to its place, making sure it stood in exactly the same position. I finished the search. I hurriedly restored everything to its original state. Every item had to be in exactly the same place where I found it. Taking off the gloves and shoving them in my pocket, I headed for the exit. Sam could already be very close. Carefully cracking the door, I listened. The hallway was still quiet, but there's no time left to think. I had barely stepped away from the door when Sam appeared around the corner, a sports bag in hand. As luck would have it, the room was at a dead end. She definitely realized I was standing near her door. I'd need to come up with a convincing explanation right away. Say I was just wanting to hang out for a bit. When Sam's eyes met mine, clear surprise appeared on her face. She walked up to me, and in her gaze, curiosity mixed with a hint of suspicion. Looking to pay me a visit? She's staring right through me. I think she suspects something. I need to talk my way out of this fast. Actually, I was looking for you. I wanted to invite you for a walk in the garden and maybe some tea on the terrace. She raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked me straight in the eyes as if trying to determine whether I was telling the truth. Tense pause lasted several seconds. I could see Sam weighing my words, analyzing the situation. Oh, I see. I have some tea. Sam pronounced the word tea with a special emphasis and a meaningful intonation. Something entirely different was hidden beneath that innocent word. You know what? That's a great idea. I love to join you. Happen to have some wonderful Scottish tea lying around, very high quality. Would you like to come to my place and try it? I understood that accepting her offer would lead to a rather ambiguous situation. At the same time, it gave me opportunity to gather information in an informal setting. Sounds tempting, I won't say no. Let's head into my den. Okay. Door opened, Sam gestured to me to come in. I stepped over the threshold and she followed behind me. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Sam headed straight to the wardrobe without any ceremony. Doors creaked in the open. Sam reached for the upper shelf of the shoebox I'm already familiar with. The important thing now is not to show that I already know that what's in the box. This is the tea Sam was talking about. Carefully took the box down from the shelf and placed it on the bed next to me. The lid came off, revealing a bottle. I'm a bit short on glassware. Only got one tumbler, so I'll drink from this glass. I feel like if she's gonna show us what this is, we probably should go back and look at the other drawer then, since we know that what's gonna be found in there. Approach the bedside table. Inside were everyday items: a phone charger, several pens, and a box of headache pills. Among other things, at the bottom of the drawer lay a planner. A work notebook. This could be useful. Annie Harper, individual, Friday. Evelyn Frost, individual, canceled. Saturday, and then Annie Harper, Sunday. Page contained only training schedules organized by day of the week. Each day was broken down by the hour with the names of the students type of session. No personal notes, only work. The plan until last week. We caught the name Evelyn Frost, and the Friday schedule is clearly neatly crossed out with a red pin. 4 to 4:45 p.m. Evelyn Frost individual session with the note reading canceled. Very last session that never happened. Sam says she canceled it because some errands in town. Just above it read 3 to 3:45 p.m. Annie Harper individual session. Annie's training ended at 3:45 p.m. Evelyn was supposed to come at 4 p.m. In those 15 minutes in the locker room, Annie managed to get into an argument with Evelyn, according to Mickey. What happened there? Turning to Sunday, the day of the murder, I saw a single entry, 4 to 4:45 p.m. Annie Harper individual session. Sam's logic isn't entirely clear to me, judging by Nika's words and my own observations. She's not a workaholic and looks for reasons to do less. She cancels Friday's training with Evelyn for personal errands, but is willing to come in on a Sunday morning for a session. Sunday afternoon, for a session with Annie Harper. Interesting selectivity. Didn't find anything else useful in Miss Rivers' workbook. Turned the planner to its place, covering with other items exactly as it returned. Quietly closed the drawer. If I finished the search, I hurriedly restored everything to its place in original state. Every item had to be exactly the same place as I found it. Okay, so we're gonna have some tea. Went through this already. Because I just realized she's gonna show us what's in that wardrobe anyway, so we wasted time not looking at the other thing. Okay, so she would go back to she's head back into her den. Mr. Guess that's not where she keeps her tea bags. Sam carefully took the box down from the shelf placed on the bed next to me. The lid came off, revealing the contents. Inside, neatly wrapped in a soft blue cloth, lay a bottle of Scotch whiskey. Next to the bottle sat a small glass tumbler and a battered military-style flask. I'm a bit short on glassware, only got one tumbler, so I'll drink from the flask. Actually, I hadn't had alcohol in over a year, and absolutely no intention of starting again. Today is worth making an exception if it gets Sam talking and earning her trust. Of course, no problem at all. What matters is good company. The glassware is secondary. Sam smiled approvingly at my answer and began pouring the drinks. The whiskey gurgled as it filled the glass with amber liquid. She splashed some into her flask, measuring the amount by eye with the ease of someone who had done this many times before. The aroma immediately filled the room, rich with notes of smoke and oak. After that, Sam pulled up a wooden chair right across from me. The distance between us became minimal, and we both sat down, our knees practically touched. Proposed a good toast of good company and new acquaintances. To good company, to making this evening and we'll both remember. We clinked, the glass tapping softly against the metal flask, bringing the drink to my lips to the first sip. Whiskey was indeed high quality, but deliciously strong. Liquid smelled like fire down my throat, making my insides burn pleasantly. Excellent tea, Miss Rivers. Sam laughed loudly and took a big, confident swig from her flask, clearly feeling no discomfort from the strong drink. Listen, how about we drop the formalities? It feels kind of stiff otherwise. I don't mind, just James is fine. Tell me, James, why did you choose this profession? You know, it's a pretty standard story. I followed my parents' footsteps, got my first experience at 14. Of course, there were moments, especially during my student years, where I doubted my choice. I wanted to drop everything, take off, and run wherever my eyes would take me. Never come back to this work, to this life, find something of my own, not imposed by family. And what stopped you, cowardice or common sense? Probably a bit of both, but mostly, with each passing year, it became harder to make any drastic changes. Well, I think it's really your thing. You're tough as nails. That's nice to hear. Although being cold and suspicious isn't always a plus. That's probably why I don't have a serious relationship or family. You're constantly thinking about the case, analyzing, building theories. Sam gave me a pointed look. Are you analyzing right now, too? Right now, I'm simply enjoying pleasant company and a quality drink, although it's truly hard to completely switch off work mode. Sam smiled contentedly and poured me more whiskey without asking permission. I deliberately created the impression that I was keeping up with her, frequently bringing the glass to my lips but only taking token sips. Meanwhile, Sam was emptying her flask quite actively. Excellent, she's drinking faster than me, which means she'll soon become more talkative. Time to see this conversation toward her. Enough about me. It's your turn now. Tell me, how'd you get into coaching? Most coaches have the same story, a promising sports career cut short by an injury. At 16, in a competition in Tokyo, I was considered a rising star of the junior national swimming team. Those were my best years. I competed, traveled across countries, and was even noticed by a coach who trained Olympic champions. Then everything went to hell at one stupid competition. Nothing special, just a regular regional meet. But I went out there with a fever, was already an already injured shoulder. I'm not the type to back down. Too proud, too stupid. On the final push, my shoulder just tore apart. The pain was savage, but I swam to the finish. On pure stubbornness, even took the gold. image of the photograph from the coach's office that Annie accidentally broke this morning came to mind. A young Sam on the podium with her shoulder carefully bandaged. Complete ligament tear plus complications. For months, doctors couldn't say for sure whether I'd be able to return to the sport or not. But I was stubborn as hell, kept training through the pain, put against all the doctor's orders. The body wasn't the same anymore. Technique was off, the speed was off. The shoulder could give out again at any moment. Can you imagine what it's like when your own body betrays you? She sharply tipped the flask back, finishing the last of her whiskey. In the end, I had to give up. My sports career was over before I really started, and what to do next? Well, hell if I knew. Swimming was all I could really do. I could tell that the alcohol was starting to take effect on Sam. Her speech had become more emotional and candid. And so you decided to pass on your experience to the younger generation? Not right away. First there were a few years of, how should I put it, finding myself. Not the easiest times. I was offered a chance to try coaching. First at a regular club, then I ended up here. Didn't interrupt Sam. Listening attentively, but out of habit, I glanced at my wrist. 5 minutes to 8. And I was planning to meet Nika at 8. On the other hand, Sam is just starting to open up. It's like this is to have a heart-to-heart with Sam may not come again. Tomorrow she'll sober up and become guarded once more. On the other hand, Nika and I agreed to meet this evening. It would be very rude to let her down at the last moment, without even letting her know. Let's stay here for now. Get some information. We'll say sorry to Nika tomorrow. Hope Nika won't be too upset. When choosing between the chance to learn new facts about the case and a romantic dinner, I choose the former. Sam looked at me curiously, swaying slightly in her chair. What, duty calls? Did you just want to bail? Nothing that can't wait. Sam nodded approvingly, reached for the bottle to pour herself more whiskey. Her movements had become less precise. She slightly missed the flask before guiding the bottle's neck to its target. Good boy. I was starting to think you were one of those bores who put work above everything else. How's your investigation coming along? Honestly, not without difficulties. Every new fact raises even more questions. That's the perfect time to ask questions about the investigation. She's unlikely to be as cautious as usual right now. Sophie said Evelyn was looking for you on Sunday. Did you see each other? Who could have wished Evelyn harm? Why aren't you upset about her death? I spoke with Sophie and she said the day before her death, Evelyn wanted to find you to talk about something. Sam froze for a moment and the flask paused at her lips. That's strange. I didn't see her on Sunday. What did she want to talk about? There's a slight change in her tone. A certain tension appeared that hadn't been there seconds ago. I don't know. That's why I was asking you. Do you have any guesses what could have been bothering her? Who knows? Maybe she wanted to clarify something about next week's schedule. Do you happen to remember where you were on Sunday evening? Maybe Evelyn came by, but you weren't around? Think of a training session with Harper during the day, but nobody came by. Again with the I think. Why does everyone at this academy forget what they were doing literally a day ago? Why do you all forget what you're doing? Do you think anyone could have driven Evelyn to the state, or maybe someone wished her harm? Sam leaned toward me as if someone else in the room might overhear the conversation. Her voice became conspiratorial. You know, I was just thinking about that this morning, and there is something, or rather someone. Elderwood clearly had it in for Frost. Can you elaborate? Mickey Elderwood is one of those who look like innocence itself. Glasses, books, all quiet and modest, damn her. But I've seen the way she glared at Frost. She thought nobody noticed, but I've got a keen eye. Why would Mickey hate Evelyn? Funny that you don't know, and you call yourself a detective. It's no secret that Elderwood was chasing the damn Grant like a donkey after a carrot. Only that carrot was ready in Evelyn Frost's teeth. Took another sip and continued. Elderwood's a smart girl, I'll give her that. Her brain works like clockwork. She's not exactly a standout swimmer. She always loses at the best. But Frost had both the brains and swam like a fish. Perfect combination. See where I'm going with this? What are you hinting at? I'm telling you this because I can see that you're a decent guy. I love my students, but you need to know the truth about these little bitches. Oh. Little bitches, Mom.
Little bitches.
These little bitches.
Oh, yeah.
Mickey Elderwood only looks like a little lamb, but that girl actually understands psychology no worse than a professor. I think she could have brainwashed Frost, you know, NLP and all that crap. Elderwood could have said enough to make her go and hang herself. In general, such a scenario is possible, driving someone to suicide through psychological manipulation. I've seen similar cases in practice. The problem is that traces of physical force were found. In any case, it's quite an interesting opinion worth considering. Was she upset by her death? It sounded like to me that you're not particularly grieving over the death of your student. Sam straightened up sharply, her face darkened, her eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. Oh boy, that's scary music. The flask landed on the edge of the nightstand with a thud. And who are you better off if I were bawling and tearing my hair out? Tell me. She jumped from the chair and began pacing the room, waving her arms. Her movement was sharp, almost threatening. Other students are watching me. Who do you think they need by their side this time like this? A coach sitting there in tears? Uh-oh, did we make her mad, I'm guessing. Oh, we have no relationship with Sam. Damn. Or one that leads by example. Yes, shit happens, but you have to keep living. You're probably right. Sam no longer listening to me. Hurt and anger poured out in an unstoppable torrent. You words hurt me, James. Seriously hurt me. That idiot Frost. I love her practically like a daughter. I poured my heart, my time, my energy into her. Why'd that fool go and do it? She had everything. Talent, prospects. Thought I could make a champion out of her. I thought that finally I managed to see someone through to the end, to a result. Sam returned to the chair and sank into it heavily. You know how long I've been in sports, how many talented girls have passed through my hands, and all of them, either injuries or family problems, are just given up. This one means everything it takes to reach the top. Her loss means more to me than you think. You know, you've really got that, what do they call it, professional deformation. You were having a perfectly fine time and you had to go and ruin it with all your suspicions. I'm sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to offend you. You're right, it was inappropriate. Taking a silent sip, I noticed Sam wearily covering her face with her palm. You know, detective, this job is no picnic, especially when you're working with girls from wealthy families. I think the world owes you something. Owes them everything. That if daddy paid for their tuition, they can do whatever they want. Train if you feel like, slack off if you don't. You try your best, pour your heart into it, and they won't even say thank you. Because of them, you're just a help. Picked up the whiskey bottle and taking the half-empty flask from Sam's hands, carefully topped it with the amber liquid. She silently watched my movements, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Damn, I can't remember the last time someone took care of me like this. It's an unforgivable oversight on the part of the male gender. Such a striking woman shouldn't be left without attention. Hardly anyone sees me as a woman. Because the alcohol was beginning to bring out the most personal confessions. Why are you tired of sitting on that chair? Maybe sit on the bed. It'll be more comfortable to talk. Sam looked at me with a hazy gaze, then nodded and unsteadily rose from the chair. Swaying slightly, she made her way to the bed and unceremoniously sat down next to me, resting her head on my shoulder. Oh, he's having a bad time. Prepared for her to take the invitation as flirting and respond accordingly, but instead I got completely unexpected candor. You know, I grew up with 3 older brothers. Our father raised us all alone. A rough kind of man, a real alpha male. He knew how to raise sons, but he had made men out of them. But with me, he had absolutely no idea what to do with me. And your mom? My mother found herself another man, and one day packed her bags and walked off into the sunset. I was 5. I think from that moment on, my father began to hate women. To him, all of us became traitors. I was invisible to my own family. My brothers played football, got into fights. My father spent time with them, but nobody paid attention to me. Only way to make myself notice was through sports. My father swam in his youth, and when I turned 7, I decided to try it too. And how did he react to that? At first he brushed it off, said that girls got no business in the pool, go play with dolls. When I started bringing medals home, my old man's eyes lit right up. First time in my life he ever looked at me like that. He must have realized I had a chance at redemption. He never made it to the top himself, so he started molding me into a champion. I trained like a maniac, 6 hours a day, even when I was sick. Anything so my father would look at me with pride, not as a nuisance. I see she was killing herself in the pool, not out of love for the sport, but to earn her father's attention and love. A textbook case, a child willing to do anything for parental approval. When the injury happened, when it became clear that big league sports were over for me, Sam took a long pull from his flask as if trying to wash down the bitter memories. My father got drunk then, said he never believed a woman could amount to anything anyway, and that he just wasted all that time on me. That's where the obsession with Evelyn's success comes from. Sam was trying to fix her own failure through someone else. The flood of memories was unstoppable now. Sam had truly opened up. Words poured out after one another, interspersed with swigs from the flask. She jumped from one story to another, championships where she swam to exhaustion, conflicts with coaches. She told me how she had to prove her right for her father's love, while her brothers received praise for the smallest things. Minutes flew by unnoticed. I lost track of time listening to her rambling monologues. At some point, Sam's voice grew quieter. Her words began to slur together. The alcohol and the emotional strain were taking their toll. Sam, what happened to you? Your father probably wanted the best for you, but you didn't know how to express yourself properly. Men of that generation didn't know how to show their feelings any other way. They raised children as best they could, often repeating their own father's mistakes. I kept talking, trying to find words of comfort, telling her that her achievements had value in their own right. She was a strong woman who made it through every trial. After a few minutes, I noticed that Sam's breathing had become even and deep. She began quietly snoring on my shoulder. She fell asleep, not surprising after that much whiskey. I carefully took the flask from her loosened fingers and quietly placed it on the nightstand. Then I gently freed myself from under her head and helped her lie down on the bed. Covered her with a blanket, making sure she was lying comfortably. Already at the door, I took one last look at the sleeping Sam. In her relaxed state, she looks younger and more vulnerable, somehow. Behind the mask of a steely woman, hey, I got an achievement, drinking buddies, hides the past of an unloved, unhappy girl who had never managed to earn her father's acceptance. I turned the handle, trying to prevent even the slightest creak. I opened the door just enough to squeeze through the gap. I slipped out into the hallway. I hope Nika won't be too upset that I didn't warn her about the delay, although technically I had a valid reason. Approaching the familiar door, I had already raised my hand to knock when the door unexpectedly opened. Nika stood in the doorway with folders in her hands. James, I was just about to go to bed. Her voice sounded even, but I caught cold undertones. Nika, I'm so sorry it's so late. I had to stay with Sam, I needed to get her talking, and my phone died at the worst possible moment, so I couldn't even let you know. Judging by the smell of alcohol, the conversation must have been quite interesting. Boobs. Boobs. You okay over there, sweetie pie?
What are you talking about boobs for?
She was leaning, the swim coach was like leaning on his shoulder and like had her sports jacket open. You could see her. They put the shiny little circles on top of her anime boobs.
Oh, fancy.
She still had clothes on, obviously, but
Wow.
Valen said boobs. BEWBS. Boobs. Boobs. Judging by the sound of alcohol, the conversation must have been quite interesting. It was done strictly in the interest of the investigation. Everybody's getting mad at me for stuff I'm doing. I'm just trying to find out who killed this girl. God damn it. Sam turned out to be more talkative under the influence of alcohol. Since we run into each other, let's go to the office, quickly discuss the news. I won't be able to sleep now anyway until I find out what you learned. Turned around and headed back to the office. I followed her, sensing that the atmosphere between us had grown noticeably cooler than it had been that morning. That's because I blew her off for dinner. That's why. To get an achievement. Nika switched on the desk lamp and sat down at her desk. Took the keychain out of my pocket and held it out to Nika. Thank you for entrusting them to me. They were very helpful in the investigation. She accepted the keys and put them away in the desk drawer. So how's your day? Did you manage to find out anything new? I learned a lot of interesting things about your students and the teacher. Care to share? Don't take it personally, Nika, but I can't. I think for now it would be better to keep all the facts and evidence I've gathered for myself. First and foremost, I don't want to put you at risk. If during the trial it comes out that you knew in the advance about certain things, questions will inevitably be raised about you. Why didn't you report to the police immediately? Why didn't you take appropriate measures? She was silent for a few seconds, clearly considering my words. You know, you're probably right. Sometimes ignorance really can be a form of protection, though I must admit I'm dying to know the truth about what's going on at the academy. Believe me, as soon as this is all over, I'll tell you everything. Nika nodded and leaned back in her chair. And what about your news? I hope your day was calmer than mine. Welcome in, Harles. Ah, we're playing the hot teacher game again. Have you found any vibrating toys? I didn't find any vibrating toys, but I did find that the swim coach had nudie mags of like barely legal teens in her. Why is there that? Yes, the swim coach had barely legal teens adult nudie mags under her bed. So either she's into girls, even though she flirted with us, maybe she's bi, maybe she just uses that as like a form of like diversion to throw us off by flirting with us. So yes, we did find nudie mags. If you didn't hear that, if you're in the ad, I will tell you again. You got here right at a bad time with the ad break. I hope your day was calmer than mine. Speaking of news, are you even aware that you almost became a local celebrity? What do you mean? You can reach for the top drawer of the desk and pull out several sheets of paper, look at the distinctive design of the school newspaper. Our academy publishes a weekly newspaper. The girls write articles themselves, conduct interviews, and cover school life. Usually it's completely harmless stuff, sports achievements, competitions, cultural events. She had the newspaper in the air with a look of mild irritation. But this morning, while reviewing materials before publication, I found this. Good thing I have a habit of checking the content before printing. Hey Harl, sorry about that. Ad break started just when you came in. Did you hear about what I found in the swim coach's room? if you didn't hear me before, I said I was investigating the... Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, so we didn't find any, like, vibrating toys, but we investigated the swim coach's room when she was gone, and we found that she had a stack of nudie mags under her mattress, and they were all for, like, barely legal teens, so basically the kind of girls that she's around every single day at school. So we were wondering if she likes girls, if she's bi, if she was just flirting with us to like throw us off the case and stuff. So we did find and they were like no nudity, obviously. They were like girls in like lingerie, but yeah, she definitely has some nudie mags of the same kind of age people as she's coaching and around every day. Phelan says, "Well, I'm gonna head to bed. Kind of tired. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks, Phelan. Look forward to seeing you later this week. And don't forget, everybody, we're gonna be playing Valen's demo of The Legend of Scalaris on Friday, and we'll be playing SG Harlequin's demo of Dungeon Rummage Origins again on Thursday. Dang indeed." She's mad at me because I told those girls I was a detective. Nika handed me the front page of the newspaper. In large letters, the headline read, "Mysterious Stranger in the Spotlight." Oh, Mr. Stream. Oh, you're good, buddy. I don't expect anybody to be here every stream, but thank you for stopping by, Nemillion. How you doing? Oh, shit. That's what we needed on top of everything else. Nika unfolded the newspaper and began reading aloud with growing displeasure in her voice. Oh, she's pissed at me. Yesterday afternoon, a man was introduced himself as a detective was spotted in the academy corridors. In a brief conversation, he mentioned that he arrived at the private invitation of the principal. Good. Oh, good to hear, bud. Some sources suggest that his visit may be connected to the locker room incident that had been talk of the school in recent days. The guest himself declined to comment, only knowing that there is no cause for concern. Oh, you gotta press Pokestart there, Nemillion, to start your journey. She snapped the newspaper shut and looked at me with undisguised irritation. Ah, you got a mudkip, nice. Her gaze held both reproach and concern. James, can you imagine what would have happened if I hadn't intercepted this in time? There would have been a real panic by tomorrow. The rumors of Evelyn's death, which I've been struggling so hard to keep under control, would have been spread across the entire academy with renewed force. She stopped in front of me, arms crossed over her chest. Extremely curious of you to reveal the real reason for your presence here to such chatterboxes as Linda and Kat. Those girls can't keep their mouths shut, and now they... Man, I feel like everybody's just yelling at me this playthrough in this game. Everybody's mad at me. Pissing everybody off. Trying to find clues. Trying to get achievements. Everybody's just getting mad at me. I'm losing my relationship points with everybody. I know. I got a 0 with Nika. Got a 0 with Sam. Only people who like me are barely legal teens. God damn it.
Oh, God.
The adult women don't like me right now. I love you, sweet. Those girls can't keep their mouths shut, and now they've even decided to publish it in the school newspaper. Hey, good job catching that Wooloo there, Nemillion. Good job. Damn it, she's right. I let my guard down too much for talking to the students. Welcome in, Super Dave world. Well, if you weren't on a list, you're definitely on one now, right? My investigation skills... I am not making the women my age happy. I shouldn't have blown her off for dinner, and I shouldn't have said anything about me being a detective to those two girls, but I'll try to make them go away because I needed more time to investigate those rooms. But they just kept talking and talking, so I had to say something. Next time I play, I'll say I'm an architect. That way they'll be bored with me and just go away. Welcome in, Super Dave. How you doing? Thank you for the first time chat. Hope you're doing well. I let my guard down too much while talking to the students. A professional mistake that could have cost us the entire investigation. Completely agree, and I apologize. Didn't think about the doing well, buddy. Oh, good. Staying out of trouble, playing some fun games. How was your weekend? I didn't think about the possible consequences. Nika sighed heavily and returned to her desk. What's done is done. The important thing is that we managed to stop it, but be more careful next time. Nika put the newspaper away in the desk drawer and turned to her computer. And now for the really important news. Remember yesterday we requested the restoration of footage from one of the cameras? There are results. Dave says, weekend was meh, getting over some stomach flu, but on the up and up. How was yours? Well, sorry to hear that, buddy. I'm glad you are feeling better. Not bad. I had our third straight weekend with the kiddo. So he was playing lots of Minecraft. this weekend, and we had just a good time kind of just hanging out with the kiddo. He had a little bit of a cough, which I feel like I got some congestion now because of either the kiddo or just the changing weather. I don't know if my wife has anything in her throat that feels like she has phlegm or anything, but do you have any phlegm or anything from all that coughing from the kiddo this weekend? I have a little bit of my throat. I can feel it. But it was good overall. We just hang out, had his usual spaghetti dinner. He loves having spaghetti at our house, so we had normal spaghetti dinner, watched some Jurassic World, played some Minecraft, same old same. He was not ready to go back to his dad's house. Well, I thought you were asking me if I had some phlegm. I was like, no, not really. Mostly just vomit. Oh, I'm sorry you were vomiting for the stomach flu, but that's no fun. Was it both ends of the tube, or just the top end of the tube, or was it just a bad weekend all around? Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you got some of your appetite back. Mostly the top two. Okay, good to hear. Mostly that top two. But fortunately, Alyssa didn't get. Okay, I'm very happy to hear Alyssa didn't get sick. But I'm sorry that you had to deal with that this weekend. That was pretty chill overall. And then today, I think it was a bad. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people got sick this weekend. I had a couple people tell me they got food poisoning or today or the last couple of days. I had Valen earlier, so they ate some couple like 4-day-old rice that just didn't keep, and so a lot of people were taking risks or got unbeknownly bad food. So it's not like it's going around, but yeah, today was chill for me. Went back to work after the weekend. We got to actually go home early 2 hours because there were storms in the area. So I got to work 6 hours and get paid for 8. So it wasn't too bad of a day for me. In the storms, the area made it for a very slow banking day for me. So nice, easy way to ease into the work week Monday. And then we went home and it didn't storm hardly at all. Like it was very chill. We didn't see any of the tornado force winds we were supposed to see. No hail. I checked the car. The car is fine. There's nothing wrong with the car. Yeah, it was. We could have worked probably till 5, but luckily they let us out. I imagine because all the schools were getting out in the area, and they were getting out at different times, like 1, 2, 3. So and all the parents are probably freaking out. So that probably helped their decision to close a couple hours early. So that was a good thing at least. Oh, nice. Dave says, yeah, I had some friends in the St. Louis area, and they had tornado warnings and stuff. Tornado warnings, but like nothing bad happened in my area, thankfully. It just got really dark, rained pretty hard for a while, got dark, had some thunder and lightning. But other than that, no tornadoes. Temperature just went down a bit. Just some hard rains for the most part. But yeah, we're safe, and that's the most important thing. Fingers quickly typed the password on the keyboard, and a moment later, the email window was already up on the screen. I heard tomato warnings. I didn't have any tomatoes today. My wife had some spaghetti. I had some leftover Panda Express my wife had in the fridge. I helped her out to finish that. But there's always a tomato. I feel like I have tomatoes almost every day. Whether we're having saucy nudes or spaghetti or drinking V8, something. I love me some tomatoes. Got to get them inside one way or the other. Fingers quickly typed the password on the keyboard, and a moment later the email window is ready to open on the screen. He sent me a file a couple hours ago. I've already watched it. You could turn the monitor so that the image was clearly visible to both of us. Saucy nudes. Okay, so it wasn't just me. Oh, like saucy what? No, it's saucy as in like... Here, I'll spell it out for you like this.
It does sound that way.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. It's all it is like elbow macaroni or some kind of noodle with just like a can of tomato sauce. It's tomato sauce.
Yeah.
It's really. it's just a fun thing we call. I see the connotations to it, but it's just a really easy dinner my wife makes. We have like once a week usually. It's just really easy because it's really cheap to get those like little cans of tomato sauce, like cents. And then a box of pasta in it, and we can make it last a meal or two. It's pretty good. Sometimes we add a little ground beef to it. Switch it up a little bit. Our mind's been sinned by the internet. Dave, not gonna lie, brother, not much better. Hey, it's good though. It's a fun joke with me and my wife. Ruined by the internet. Yes, the internet makes everybody more perverted for sure. Not sure I managed to make that typo. Suined. You've been suined. Sorry, I'm choking up a little bit. Screens show a long corridor on the 3rd floor where the classrooms and the server room were located. I watched the entire recording from morning to evening, and look what I found. Nika quickly scrolled through the recording, stopping playback at the 22:28 mark. So that would have been, what, 10:28 at night? For several seconds, the corridor remained empty. Then, from the right side of the screen, a figure in a dark hoodie entered the frame. The unknown person moved cautiously, occasionally glancing back as if checking under whether anyone was following them. Ah, a person in a hoodie and pants. This is very not helpful. You can tell it's a woman at least. But everybody we have is a woman, so there's no male suspects. Next. Figure approached one of the doors at the end of the corridor, the one behind which the server room was located. The unknown person grabbed the handle and began turning it, clearly hoping the door would be unlocked, but the handle wouldn't budge. After a couple more unsuccessful attempts, the hooded figure abruptly stepped back and quickly disappeared from view. Starting the fire in the server room was no accident. Someone wanted to destroy the surveillance footage as early as Sunday evening, but couldn't get into the room. I leaned closer to the monitor, straining my eyes, trying to make out any identifying features of the person under the hood. Can't see the face at all. The hood covers everything. Nika shook her head in frustration. I also spent a great deal of time trying to make something out, but to no avail. Only thing we can say for certain is that it was someone who was on the academy grounds on Sunday evening, meaning either one of the students or someone from the teaching staff. Also, they sent me an updated list of cameras that the specialists can cover. Unfortunately, the files can't be fully recovered, only separate fragments, a few hours each. There are 3 available recordings from Sunday, the day of Evelyn's murder. Which one should we request to be recovered? Sunday daytime pool? Sunday evening garden? Or Sunday evening library? I think the garden, because Sophie tried to leave the campus without being, like, recorded leaving and going, so... I mean, library, we might see if Mickey's there. And then daytime, Annie should be there. Let's just see the garden. I'll send the request now. The results will be ready tomorrow. For now, all we can do is wait and hope there's something useful on it. I think it's enough for today. We'll both get some rest. There's still a lot of work to do ahead of us for tomorrow. It's time to call it a night. Sort through a couple of papers and then go to bed too. Thank you, James. Your help is invaluable. You can thank me when we find out who's behind all this. Nika nodded in response. Good night, James. See you tomorrow. Good night, Nika. Head for the door, feeling her gaze on me. At the threshold, I turned around. Nika was already bent over her documents again, completely absorbed in her work. We ruined our romance with her. Gosh dang it. Upon entering the room, turning on the light, my attention was drawn to a white envelope lying on the floor by the entrance. It appeared to have been slipped under the door while I was away. I picked up the envelope and examined it closely. In the upper left corner was an embossed coat of arms, a lion with a crown. I've already seen this coat of arms on Vivian Devereaux's door. Carefully opened the envelope. Inside was an elegant card on thick cardstock with gold embossing along the edges. Text was written in the same graceful handwriting. Mr. Crofton, I have the honor of inviting you to the celebration of my 18th birthday. It will take place tomorrow, Wednesday at 6 p.m. in the Academy Garden. Dress code cocktail attire. I will be delighted to see you among my guests. Respectfully yours, Vivian Devereaux. Well, that's a twist. Vivian's inviting me to her birthday party. Wonder what's behind this gesture. Any case, I only have 2 days left to find out who killed Evelyn Frost. Hope tomorrow will bring me closer to the answer, or at least help me understand who is definitely not involved. With these thoughts, I drift off to sleep. My sleep was torn apart by unfamiliar shouts and screech of metal. I winced, feeling that the morning had clearly started too early. What's going on? Got out of bed and walked over to the window. Several trucks were parked at the academy entrance, and workers in blue uniforms were unloading crates of bulky equipment from them. When I saw the chaos, I spotted a familiar figure. Nika was standing next to one of the workers, arguing about something with him and gesturing vigorously. Like something like that, probably. Even from a distance, it was clear she was extremely unhappy with what's happening. Judging by the number of trucks and workers, some kind of renovation is planned by the school, but Nika didn't mention anything like this yesterday. Quickly tidied myself up and headed for the main entrance to find out what was going on. Guy turned into a fucking sim. Zabada, zabada, zabada baba, ba ba da. Yeah. Speaking Simlish. Oh my goodness, look at all this stuff. He's talking like he's in a sim game. Yeah. As soon as I stepped outside, I found myself in an epicenter of organized chaos. Workers were scurrying about everywhere with tools and materials. Two of them, carrying a long aluminum ladder, nearly knocked me off my feet as I tried to make my way to the gates. Nika was bustling around the truck, waving her arms and trying to organize the chaotic crowd of men. She's going like, in, that way, that way. Like the people at the oil change place, like, bring it in. Bring it to the right, to the right. Bring it in, bring it. Stop. Good. Can't you see that the flowers are growing here? What, you're stopping you from using this pathway? One of the workers dismissed her with a wave of his hand, intending to drag a crate right through the flower bed. Nika turned to a man in a hard hat who appeared to be a foreman. Telling you again, I need the documents of all the workers, not just yours. Names, positions, pass numbers, I need to have everything on hand. It's a security requirement. Foreman said something about the order and the client, brushing off her demands. I approached Nika, who looked exhausted and irritated. Nika, what's going on here? When she saw me, her expression softened a little. She stepped aside with me, giving the foreman one last cold look. Woken up by a call from Vivian's parents at 5:30 in the morning. Can you imagine? 5:30. Oh, so this is all for her birthday party. So something funny like this actually happened to me in real life. There was a really rich person when I went to university who was having a birthday party. It was like 50th or 60th birthday party or whatever. And they were really influential in that area, that town, and the university and everything. So basically, they had all these big trucks come to the main theater. There was a weekend where there was no other shows, really. And they booked it from, like, us setting up stuff from Thursday to Sunday, and the party was on Saturday. So we worked overtime. Like, we got paid time and a half, this entire thing. So, like, they brought all these trucks in. And Thursday, Friday, and early Saturday, we set things up. We had to, like, make a makeshift bar. We had to, like, build plywood stages over all of the seating areas. And it was like this they spent like $500,000 on this party just to set it up in the main theater at this university. So I got paid, like, I think in like 4 days, I made like almost like $1,500. It was so much because I got paid so little that time because I was a part-time worker. They had to pay me over two different paychecks because it was such a big paycheck compared to what I usually make when I was doing stage crew. So we were putting up like decorations, we were building a bar and all this kind of stuff. So it's just like this, where rich people kind of like take over a place, have all these trucks come in, then the next day they just tear it all out. It's gone as fast as it came in. So I understand where this is coming from, but it is a pain in the butt. But hopefully people are getting paid well for it. I was woken up by a call from Vivian's parents, 5:30. Can you imagine 5:30? Devereaux family's apparently used to this whole world adjusting to their schedule. And what do they want so early? It's Vivian's birthday today, and her family decided at the last moment the Academy grounds would be perfect venue for the celebration. Nika pointed at the workers who had begun unloading some decorations. As you can see, they were gotten to work, without any prior approval from me, no less. Speaking of the birthday, last night when I returned to my room, I found an invitation from Vivian under my door. So everyone knew about the party being planned on the Academy grounds except me? Wonderful. Of course, I'm holding a large-scale event. I'm against holding a large-scale event, especially at such an appropriate time. A feast in the time of plague. Exactly, but when I tried to object to Vivian's parents and explain how inappropriate such a celebration was, they didn't let me finish. They were not so subtly hinted that the Academy's most important sponsors, the school simply wouldn't survive without their financial support. They also added that thanks to their connections, the Evelyn case didn't receive widespread publicity. After all, it was they who arranged with the police to slow down the official investigation to allow time for a private one. That's how things stand. The Devereaux family has not only Nika by the throat, but the police as well. I will support Nika. You were put in an impossible situation. The Devereaux family is essentially blackmailing you. Any reasonable person would have done the same. You couldn't risk the entire Academy's future over principles. Thank you, I need to hear that. I still have doubts about whether I did the right thing. Nika glanced at the watch at her wrist and frowned. Speaking of the police, whatever connections the Devereaux may have, law enforcement can't just sit on their hands forever. Police are supposed to come today to begin official interviews with the girls regarding Evelyn case. We certainly had enough problems dumped on you today. Exactly, everything in chaos, and I had no idea how to sort it all out. At that moment, a caustic male voice sounded behind us. If you don't want a long cleanup, it's best not to make a mess in the first place. Who's this dude? Turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a worn trench coat and tie. His piercing gray eyes swept brazenly over the chaotic scene in front of the academy gates. Inspector Hardman, Scotland Yard. Oh, Scotland Yard. He placed his badge from his pocket and showed it to Nika, not deigning to even glance at me. If I didn't know where I was headed, I think a traveling circus had set up here, not a school for the elite. Welcome to the academy, Inspector. I'm Principal Veronica Preston. Apologies for the mess. It's temporary inconvenience. Temporary inconvenience, right. And who's this? His gaze finally settled on me, and I felt undisguised contempt in it. James Crofton. I'm conducting a private investigation at the principal's request. A private detective. How quaint. He added the words private detective with an annotation as though he was referring to something indecent. Well, sorry. Well then, let me see how effective your amateur investigation has been. Turned to Nika, ignoring me. I want to speak with the student who found the body, but away from the circus. It's too noisy here. Of course, let's go inside first. In the main hall, Nika intercepted a passing teacher and asked her to bring Annie Harper. While we waited, Inspector Hardman slowly walked around the hall. Impressive. Looks like a minister's reception room. Just missing the red carpet. I wonder, do marble floors and golden chandeliers actually help students learn better? Nika and I exchanged glances. The inspector was clearly not in a friendly mood. How long is this girl going to take? I have tons of things to do today. I'm not one to indulge the whims of local princesses who need an hour to powder their noses before leaving their rooms. With his temperament and Annie's hot-headedness, their conversation was unlikely to go smoothly. At that moment, a familiar petite figure appeared in the hall. Let me go get a drink. My water bottle is empty and my throat is dry, so let me go get some more water. BRB. Are you gonna get me? Oh, thank you. Thank you, sweetie. Mama? Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate you. Annie, meet Inspector Hardman. He's from the police. He needs to talk to you. Talk about what? About what happened on Sunday evening. You found the body, didn't you? Annie's a minor, so the interview with the police will take place in the presence of an adult. Who do you want to go with, Annie? With me or Mr. Crofton? Annie froze for a moment. Her gaze shifted from Nika to me and back again. The girl's fingers tightened slightly on the hem of her skirt, and a flash of uncertainty crossed her eyes. With Mr. Crofton. An unexpected choice in such a short time managed to earn Annie's trust after all. I don't mind. Excellent, you can head to the library. It'll be quieter there. I'll deal with the workers in the meantime. Dr. Hardman nodded, clearly not particularly interested in the organizational details. This guy's kind of a dick. Several students were sitting at the tables, quietly going about their business. Thanks, Mom. I appreciate it. 8:45. Alright, what time are you? Okay, I'll just walk. What? What's wrong? You have to set the alarm for like 6:30. I'm sorry, Mama. You could show everybody the fixed windshield in the car, though, at least.
Is that what time I usually get out?
Depends how long you need to get. It's about a 15-minute drive if you're going at the exact last minute. So that's 7:45 or 7:40. So it's up to you. I could do a little early if you want, but I would hope that 6:30 will give you time to kind of start moving around and wake up, and then you have about 45 minutes to get going. But it's up to you. I can set an earlier one if you want. What would you like? What would you prefer? Would you want even earlier than 6:30 or? Okay, so 6:30 just to start moving.
Yeah.
Well, I figured you can get your morning meds in and kind of just wake up, you know.
Yeah.
You gotta roll it like a hot dog or a rotisserie chicken. You need me to go over there and roll it like a rotisserie chicken for you? Treat her like a roller dog.
Man. What do you my thought about all these feelings?
She just wants to be close to you.
You want your paw on my neck?
She gets your attention. Everyone out now. The girls exchange frightened glances, hurriedly gather their things, and rush out the door. The inspector chose a table in the far corner, away from the entrance, and pointed Annie to the chair across from him. I'll take a seat next to her. Hardman pulled a folder of documents from his briefcase and turned on a voice recorder, placing it on the table between himself and Annie. I've only had to do that one time. I've only had to ever be recorded for something that happened one time. As far as I can remember, I was at a camp when I was a kid for Boy Scouts. And two kids were climbing somewhere they definitely should not have been, on the side of a cliff, and one guy fell off the cliff and went flying and broke his arm and his leg. And I had to be there saying, because I was just watching and telling them, like, you guys come back up, don't be down there. And I had to be there to basically saying, yes, they were both down there. No, the guy next to him did not push him off that cliff. So I basically had to say, no, that guy did not try to murder the other guy at Boy Scout camp. No, well, sad thing is, he is dead. Not from that.
I was like, what?
No, he didn't die from that. Luckily, his arm and leg did heal. But a couple years after, like shortly after high school, he did die from a drunk driving accident. He was the one drinking, and he did end up dying. So, didn't die from that. He got lucky from. It was a big fall too. He had to be like lifted out with a helicopter and everything. And they had to go down there and like board him up and stuff. But yeah, I think he might have had ongoing pains after that injury for the rest of his days, and ended up dying in a drunk driving accident. Not a good time. Lucky he didn't die. He did, but not from that. Yeah, sorry about that. I know it sucks, but try to find humor in sad things sometimes. Sorry, not funny, but the delivery of that was funny. It's okay. No, you're fine, buddy. I am unintentionally funny sometimes. During serious topics. I think levity is always the best key, even when it's not. Love you, sweetie. You okay? Do you need anything before you pass out? Okay. I love you. Strack says, hey, how's it going? Hey, Strack, good to see you, buddy. Are you stopping by tomorrow, Strack, for some more Bloodstained Hands playthrough as we go around getting those ancient weapons and stuff to get ready for the final encounter? 100%. Oh, good. I'm glad you agreed, Dave. You know it. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to it, Strack. Once I'm done with that, Strack, would you rather me play the Thrall demo next or the 1 hour game? Harmon pulled a folder from the documents of his briefcase and turned on a voice recorder, placing it on the table between himself and Annie. Name and surname for the record. Annie Harper. Good. For the record, you found the body on Sunday evening around 11 p.m., correct? Yes. Tell me what happened from the moment you arrived there. I've already told the story 1,000 times. Then, if you need be, you'll tell it for 1,001st time. We're investigating a murder here, not playing games. Oops, Adho. Murder? But I was told it was a suicide. Annie looked at me with an expression of utter bewilderment, as if seeking confirmation of what she just heard. What you had told and what the autopsy revealed are two different things. Damn, who asked him to blurt that out? There's no point in hiding the truth from her any longer. Sorry, Annie, but the forensic examiner's report came in recently. There's enough evidence to suggest that Evelyn didn't do this to herself. Annie stared silently at the table. She sat completely motionless, unblinking, her gaze fixed on a single point on the wooden surface. Are you really surprised? Or are you just a good actress? He leaned forward, studying the girl's reaction intently. See, the Academy is very protective of its students' privacy, but I still managed to find out a few things. The inspector pulled several documents from his briefcase and waved them meaningfully in front of Annie. Do you know what I'm holding? Annie finally looked up from the table. She glanced briefly at the documents and shrugged with deliberate indifference. No idea. A guide on how to properly interrogate minors? Oh, shit! She told him. Oh, snap. Annie's being sassy with the investigator. You know what? Up to you. 1 hour is really just a short tech demo project. Oops, ad hell. Well, thank you for spending some time in ad hell. I'm sorry I used up all my snoozes, but I appreciate you going through ads. Even if you don't go through ads, I still appreciate you. Maybe we'll do Thrall next, and then we can do 1 hour after there, kind of as like a one-off thing. But yeah, I'd be happy to do Thrall after Bloodstained Hands, like we talked about. If so, you should give it a read at least once. Don't get smart with me, girl. There are things I can't say due to privacy policy, but I was sent an extract from the place where you studied before. To put it mildly, your record isn't exactly enviable. He opened one of the folders. There are teachers' reviews from you where you studied a couple years ago, and some rather curious notes. I looked at Annie like a man holding a trump card. Annie pressed her lips into a thin line, but stubbornly remained silent. Socially isolated, suspicious, psychologically unstable, prone to outbursts of anger. Sound familiar? And that's the tip of the iceberg. Constant conflicts with teachers and classmates. Judging by teachers' comments, your peers weren't exactly fond of you, to put it mildly. Children can be very cruel, but it's not easy when every morning starts with the thought of how to avoid another humiliation. You're not exactly the type to turn the other cheek, are you? Apparently, Hardman decided that pressure would work faster than lengthy conversations. An experience like that changes a person forever. You're the odd one out among your classmates here too, aren't you? While these girls are from wealthy families, get everything handed to them on a silver platter, you have to fight just to breathe the same air as them. And Evelyn had everything you could only dream of. Talent, recognition, a loving family. Must have been painful to watch, wasn't it? Then opportunity presents itself. Sunday evening, an empty pool, no one around. The inspector has clearly crossed the boundaries of professional ethics. There is no longer an interrogation. It's psychological pressure. But that's maybe that's the only way he'll get the truth? Stand up for Annie. No, this is unethical even for a police investigation. Hardman went from interrogation to outright physical abuse. Psychological abuse. Especially since Annie asked me to be a representative and my job is to protect her interests. It's enough. Annie is not obligated to listen to your speculation accusations. From now on, we will only communicate on the merits. Only specific questions and answers. I'm conducting an official murder investigation, and I will use whatever methods I see fit. Nevertheless, Inspector, if you have specific questions for Miss Harper, ask them. If not, I believe our meeting is over. Harper was clearly displeased that I had intervened, but legally there was nothing he could do about it. Fine, Miss Harper. What exactly were you doing at the pool on Sunday evening? Forgot my towel there. I went to get it. Did you see anyone on your way there? Didn't see anyone on my way. Sorry about that. Victor asked a few more formal questions, but it was clear that his early aggression had faded due to my intervention. Finally, he closed the folder and turned off the recorder. That's all for today. I expect we'll return to this conversation. Stood up, gathered his things, and headed for the exit. Goodbye. Victor ignored the farewell and silently left the library. A tense silence hung in the air. Are you alright? The girl nodded silently without raising her eyes. It seemed Annie isn't in the mood for conversation, but I'll give her some time to recover. Well, I'll be going then. If you need anything, you know where to find me. I stood up and headed for the exit, but then I had barely taken a step when I heard the sound of a chair being pushed back. A small hand gently touched my wrist. Turning around, I saw Annie. Thank you. In that simple gesture, and that gentle touch, there was more gratitude than any words could express. Yeah, I had the highest, looks like I had the highest relationship with Annie, who is the tsundere girl. The angry little Totorodorus girl. Apparently we have the best connection right now.
Then he sure least least happy with it.
What was that?
That's like that stereotype you don't like the most, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to be nice. But I think this playthrough, though, I don't think she's the suspect. I want to get all the achievements. I got one so far, but all the adults are mad at me, and all the girls love me. So that's whoopee. I'm guessing the end, the good ending. I imagine, I don't know for certain, but I imagine is finding out who did the murder and then falling in love with the principal. That's what I think was probably going to be the true ending. But I don't think I'm going to get this time around. But maybe next time. It's a lot of trial and error.
Yeah.
Don't mention it. Everything will be alright, Annie. She quickly pulled her hand away and hurried toward the exit, practically running out of the library. Toradora appreciates you. Nika said, I received the recording from the cameras and sent it to you by email. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out and glanced at the screen where a notification was already displayed. The sender, Nika. Hello, how's it going? Hey, Nasakumi. How are you doing? Are you off work on your way home? Getting some late night food? How you doing? Hey, Ronald. / Puppet Cat. / President Chainsaw. How's it going, my friend? Good to see you. Always pleasant and kind to hear from you. Always appreciate you. I'm doing good, buddy. We're having a fun with our Mystery Monday. We're trying to get Mystery Monday back into the fold here, so it's our second week of playing the full version of Rose Academy. We played the demo a while back, so we're playing the full version of Rose Academy, trying to figure out the supposed murder of a student at an all-girls elite academy in the UK. Just came back from Japan. Oh, awesome. That's right, Ronald. I forgot. How was Japan? Tell me all about it. Being ready to get to the main road to go home. Hawaiian was the idea of getting food on the way home, but also I'm not trying to not eat out as much to be healthy. I already have some candy today, more than I needed. Hey, but you still gotta eat, though. I understand trying to be healthy, but you still gotta eat. This is an indie game? Yeah. And I'll show you something really cool about this indie game that the dev did to include yours truly in it. So I'm excited to show you this in just a second. I can probably show you right now, actually. Open the message I read. The camera footage has arrived. I sent it to your email. It was nice. Went a lot of places. Maid cafe with friends was very fun. Oh, it's awesome, Ronald. I'm so happy you made it back safe. I'm glad you had a good time. That's me and my wife's dream trip. Hopefully someday when we get to have our honeymoon one day, we're hoping to go to Japan. Nasakumi said, I got food at home. Still got food in my lunchbox, and the food that's in my lunchbox is carrots and hummus and apple chips. That's fair. I'm on audio mode only. I'll listen to you guys. Yeah. Well, imagine this, but I'll try to paint a picture for you. So if you go to the honeymoon, Japan is good. That's the goal. We're gonna save up for it, and hopefully get some interest and do some good investments, and hopefully make the money one day for it. But since you're on audio only, I'll explain what I'm doing. So I have a detective notebook for this, and this all-girls academy, trying to find clues for who could have ended the life of Evelyn. But if you go to one of the clues I found in one of the girls' rooms, it was a report card. And as you'll see in a second, for those of you who can see, there is yours truly listed on the report card as kind of like a cameo, as a thank you for playing the demo for the dev way back whenever they reached out to me via email a while back. So it's a very, very cute and nice thing to see that my online persona and name, Midwest Game Guy, and a little comment about me is on this report card you can find in the game as a clue. So if anybody does play this game, they will find me in the game as one of the clues on a report card. And it has different scores on it. It says Midwest Game Guy, 10 in art, 7 in sport, 9 exact sciences, 6 humanities, and it just says as a comment, Jordan's trying to follow his biggest dream. So yeah, so that was my first time being. I've been in credits once or twice for, like, you know, Kickstarter stuff as supporting, but I've never actually been in a game, either my first name or my persona. So it was quite a very surprising and nice thing to see. So I was very, very humbled, and it was it meant a lot to me. I had a Southwest salad, some cottage cheese with blueberries, sourberries, strawberries, and broccoli with hummus for lunch. That sounds delicious, Nasakumi. Plenty healthy, and it sounds. I love cottage cheese. That sounds, and the fruit and veggies sound great. So nice, right? So I was very humbled by that. I'm very excited. It makes me feel like I'm doing something right in my streaming journey. And well, I don't have to have that to feel justified, but it definitely is a good feeling. I sent you an email. Thumbs up, emoji, and reply, and without delay, head to my room. I'm so glad you had a good time. Did you have any good foods? Was there any special food that you really wanted to get out there that you really enjoyed? Did you get some katsu? Did you get some onigiri? Did you get some takoyaki? Anything crazy that you really enjoyed out there? Did the maid cafe have some good food? Back in my room, I grabbed my notebook and settled at the desk in front of my laptop. In my email, I found a message from Nika with an attached video file and accompanying note from the technical specialists. Recovered footage from the camera at the garden entrance for Sunday. Time range be 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. I went to Saga of, I'm probably going to butcher this, Kyushu. The beef was super good. Nice. That's awesome, bud. I'm so glad you had a good time. I'm very glad you made it back safely. I heard the airports have not been great in the States, so hopefully you're not facing any bad airports anywhere else. The camera only covers the entrance of the garden area. The interior of the garden is not visible. I started the video and leaned back in my chair. 5 hours of footage, even sped up. It'll take a couple of hours. Should stock it up on my coffee. First 3 hours of the recording showed fairly active movement. Students entered and exited the garden in groups and alone. As can be said, I don't know how I feel. There's someone at that with me in the game. I would be happy, but I would also feel kind of weird about it because that just feels like too much attention is put on me. I think it's nice. I could see where you're coming from. For me, I think it's cool for my brand and stuff. So like the people who play this visual novel, they might look up some of those streamers who did the demo early on after being reached out to by the dev. So maybe that might give me a couple more eyes. You know, this is a Russian-based dev, so maybe that'll give me some eyes across the world. But I think it's cool, and I can see not wanting to get too much attention. But I think as a person who works hand in hand with a lot of indie devs, I think it's good for my brand and good for shows that I'm willing to put in the work to help others. Oh, you know, I didn't know it's on the news. They were upgraded to the flight control system, and all flights delayed by 2 hours. Oh no! Was it actually a 2-hour delay for you, or was it worse? Sorry, driving voice. Oh, you're good. Just stay safe. That's all I can say. Please stay safe on your way home. The first 3 hours of the recording showed fairly active movement. Students entered and exited the garden in groups and alone. I peered closely at the faces, hoping to spot one of the suspects, but there wasn't a single familiar face among the visitors. Like 2 to 3 hours for me. Hey, I know that emote. It's, I believe that's Luna. We've been stoned. We made big decisions today. What's the big decision? Does it have to do with your garden or your pets or something else? What kind of awesome stuff did you make decisions on today, my friend? You got another popper? Oh, nice. Your house is getting more and more lovely people and little critters in it. You're really filling up that lovely space you got there. Hoping to spot one another. By 8 o'clock, the students began appearing noticeably left often. He's a 5-month-old boxer mix named Goober. Oh, Goober. That's adorable. I love that. I expected to see more people. The students are essentially locked inside the academy. The garden is one of the few places where you can properly relax on weekends. But apparently most students prefer to spend the evening on their phones rather than strolling through the garden. There's Sophie, as I suspected. Exactly 8:30, a girl with a high ponytail appeared on the screen. I paused the video and zoomed in, and there's Sophie Williams. The girl in the video is hurrying towards the garden entrance, but stopped before going in. Sophie looked around as if checking whether anyone was watching her. Apparently satisfied no one was nearby, Sophie walked routinely through the archway, disappeared behind the thick rose bushes. Why was she looking around? Who or what was Sophie hiding from? Continued watching, carefully following every movement in the frame. For the next 10 minutes, nothing changed on the screen. 11 minutes later, movement appeared on the screen. What I saw made me lean sharply forward. Who's that? Wait, that's Sophie again? We just went to the garden. I paused the video again and carefully studied the figure on the screen. Long hair pulled into a ponytail, the same height and build. Him and Dusty get along really well too. Oh, nice! They both currently sleep together in bed with a girlfriend. That's wonderful. I'm glad Dusty and Goober are getting along well. That's amazing. Good news. Thanks for sharing, Stone. That's awesome. My wife is slowly falling asleep next to my doggo, Maddie, too. Something was definitely off. The clothes. She's wearing completely different clothes. Back to the moment at Sophie's first appearance, carefully examined her outfit. She's wearing a school uniform. Then I skipped to the second Sophie. She was wearing a knitted sweater. That's impossible. Even if Sophie had left the garden from the other side, in 10 minutes she would have come back in time to... She wouldn't have had time to go back up to her room, change, and come back. I rewound and fast-forwarded the recording several times, carefully studying both girls. The more I watched, the more differences I noticed. The second girl's walk was slightly different, quicker and sharper. I zoomed in as much as possible, trying to make out the facial features, but the recording quality wouldn't let me see the details. Nevertheless, even this resolution was enough to be 90% certain. In both cases, I was looking at Sophie's face. I don't understand any of this. Could Sophie know a shortcut from the garden to the dormitory? Realized it was chilly outside and decided to change? Decided after Dusty ate part of the couch while I was at work and the girlfriend was taking a nap that Dusty needed a playmate. Hopefully that helps. We tried that early on. We fostered a doggo, a little puppy, for a couple months at our old place, and we thought it'd be a good companion for Maddie. But Maddie, I guess maybe the age difference was too much. But Maddie would she played with her more begrudgingly and didn't want to hang out with the little puppy. And the puppy was just a menace. Puppy was eating the walls, was eating everything, carpet, everything was just getting shown up in sight. So it wasn't a long-lasting stay at our house, maybe 6 months at most. But yeah, it really didn't help with Maddie started to regress with her potty training and stuff with the new dog and everything. So it was hard, and we couldn't really spend the right amount of time to train the new dog or help Maddie because we were working full time when this happened. So luckily, the other dog is at a nice big, like an actual big farm, not like went to the farm, but actual big farm with a bunch of other dogs and stuff. So we were able to rehome the foster dog to a nice home, and Maddie has started to feel better overall, I think, and she stopped going potty in the house. So it's interesting how some dogs really work well with others, and some dogs prefer just the accompaniment of their humans to kind of be happy. It's very interesting. I've had my first childhood dog like that too. My other dog, when I grew up, didn't like any other dogs. Didn't want them sniffing her butt or behind. She would growl at them. She just didn't want to deal with. She was not friendly to other dogs, but she loved people. It was so weird. These two chase each other through the house. Oh, he's ready to figure out the doggy door too. Oh, that's a good step. Sorry, I gotta get some more water. All this reading's making my throat dry. Well, he's actually two different people. Look at the notebook and made a page on the note on the page with Sophie Williams' information. Is this her dead sister, maybe? It's not really dead. Continue watching the recording, but no one else entered the garden. At 21:58, so 11:58, or no. That's not right, 9:58. The footage cut off, leaving me without any answers. Closed the laptop and rubbed my tired eyes. Several hours of intense viewing had yielded important notes for the investigation. I've got enough material on some of the suspects. I have something to confront them with. All left is to choose a strategy, a tough interrogation or attempt to gain their trust. The phone ringing abruptly cut off my train of thought. Picked up the phone without even glancing at the screen. The number was hidden. Guess who? Voice on the other end was hoarse and deliberately mysterious. A clown who escaped from the circus? A familiar laugh came through the phone. I was porting over a minigame from the first version of Origins into the new one, and once I was done, I was pretty sure it would have been faster just to remake the minigame from scratch than copying it over and adjusting all the switches and variables. Oh no! So you think you gave yourself a little bit more work than you maybe could have? That's the dev quandary. I feel like it's finding out the best way to do something and then making your convictions one way or the other and seeing if it actually was shorter or longer, but happy to hear you're making progress nonetheless, buddy. As porting over a migraine, I've been trying to make sure that my greenhouse isn't going to be blown away in these storms coming through. Yeah, luckily, we had some hard, like, thunder lightning storms, but no tornadoes, at least in our vicinity, at least, so I was very grateful for that. I read that as migraine. Familiar laugh came through the phone. Wrong, the greatest informant of all time. The most charming man according to your mom. I still think you're a clown. Alright, Spilt, what do you got? The Rose Academy of yours is a real breeding ground for shady characters. The more I dig, the more it seems like getting into this academy requires not money, but a skeleton in the closet, preferably a couple of them. I mean, workload-wise, it's probably faster to copy it over. Making sure all the switches and variables are correctly adjusted seemed to be more brain-wrecking than just making the stuff from scratch, I felt like. It was quite a migraine indeed. Hey, I applaud you for your hard work, buddy. No matter how migraine-inducing it could be. I'd love to hear that you're making more progress on Origins. Honestly, I have the same feeling. Per your request, I dug up some interesting stuff. I'm going to take a deep breath. You'll definitely be shocked. I think I already know whose hands are responsible for the murder of your academy. This case will be all in your newspapers in the country. I interrupted Andy, who, in excitement, had started talking so fast that his words blurred into a continuous stream. Hold on, let's take it step by step. What did you find? You asked me to find out more about a certain Lucine Milton. Well, I did. It's going to blow your mind. I got a newspaper from 2 years ago in my hands. The headline of the main article reads, School Quarrel Nearly Turns to Tragedy. On October 12th at Waterbridge High School, a shocking incident occurred. During the lunch break, one of the students stabbed a fellow classmate. According to sources, a student named Lucine Milton took a kitchen knife from the cafeteria and attacked another student right in the corridor during lunch break. Can you picture it? An ordinary school day, teenagers running through the halls, and this girl calmly walks in the cafeteria, grabs a knife, and comes back to stab her classmate. Damn. The northwestern part of Ohio is getting hit with wind pretty hard right now. I tell a guy in an RV that he would have to wait until the morning to be towed because there was no one that was able to come out because I didn't want to risk so with something with a high wind. Yeah, that's... We closed work early today. Like I left work at 3 p.m. Like all of our banks closed at 3 p.m. today to let us go home and get our kids and be safe from the weather and stuff. So I only had to work 6 hours today. I got 2 hours of closure pay. It was nice. But everybody was safe as far as I know in our area. I haven't really heard anything bad about the surrounding areas. Yeah, I always wanted to have mini games in the game, but so far they didn't really fit anywhere. But I thought, F it. Fuck it. What am I do is that you'll get items to trade for other items, kind of like in Ocarina of Time, where you trade items with NPCs throughout the game, but I'll attach mini games to them. Oh, that's fun. Just gotta figure out what to actually give the player at the end of all of it. A super big prize. We've had some wind all day. I already had to pile a bunch of stuff on the side of the greenhouse to hold it down. Starting to hear thunder in the distance now, but hopefully it's going to miss us for the most part. I'm hoping it'll go around you. I really hope it's stoned. Did the girl she attacked died? Fortunately, no. The victim sustained injuries to her arm and shoulder. Her life is no longer in danger. I just got some by me where I'm at, and way up high in the clouds, but thinking it's from the heat. But it says it's going to rain early tomorrow morning. Sucks because I plan on doing some more mowing. Oh no, can't be mowing when it's all sopping wet. The rain just started. Super big prize, yeah, but like what? The game's got no gear or anything, and money would be boring. Items aren't really a thing either. Fan service. The crazy, just really great fan service. I know. that's my 2 cents. Alania nudies. I didn't say nudies. I just said some very fun and appropriate fan service. Saucy nudes. Saucy noodles. Saucy nudies. Or as Midwest puts it, saucy nudies. The victim sustained injuries to her arm and shoulder. You wild, Harles. You wild. Her life is no longer in danger. It could be another one of your passwords for that. Remember you said you're having the passwords for the Isekai game? So it could be a very pivotal password or passcode for the upcoming game if you want to do something like that. Well, I am an orc after all. Orc. We like to orc. Orc. We like to orc. I wouldn't be opposed to that, I guess. I do like me some wholesome monster girls. School staff immediately intervened and called the police and an ambulance. Lucine was detained and sent to an urgent psychiatric evaluation. Attack at school in broad daylight? But why? They don't really understand why she put herself at risk like that either, but here's what they wrote. According to teachers and classmates, Lucine always seemed withdrawn and unsociable. She avoided her classmates, didn't participate in school life, and only talked to her sister. The school has increased security measures and declined to comment. The academic process is on hold. Is there anything else? I was thinking about adding a goblin chick to the party for the next character. Midwest special. Yay! Short stacks. Just like my wife. Give me them short stacks. With my flapjacks. I would be honored and blessed with that. Is there anything else? There's a photo too. I'm sending you the link to this article. Sophie? Oh, it's Sophie's sister, or is it Sophie herself? She lost her mind. Quickly opened the link he sent, scrolled down through the article, and found a photo that made me freeze for several seconds. Picture showed Sophie Williams, but not the one I knew. This is her old alias? Her face was twisted with rage, bloodstain visible in her hands and clothes. 2 police officers were leading her out of the school building. It's really her, the same girl who told me touching stories about Evelyn, who cried on my shoulder. Annie's voice brought me back to reality. I dug around some more and found out that Lucine was declared mentally unfit and placed in a psychiatric hospital. Sounds like our roommate of our murder victim has quite violent tendencies. Officer position weirdly. That is weird. Hey, what's going on? I got you. Hey. Makes it look like the left hand is backwards. I do see that, you're right. Oh yeah, right there. Oh yeah. I guess I try to grab from behind. I guess they're grabbing from both sides, but that is weird. Yeah, it definitely looks like they're grabbing like normally and then like Interesting choice for sure. It is probably this person, but it's funny to think about him trying to grab this person trying to grab her like that. Ossifer behind her looks weird though. And there is an ad break. Ad hell is coming back in about a minute, y'all. I appreciate your kindness with ad break. If you want to leave and come back, you're more than welcome to, but I appreciate you helping out me and the fam. She spent 6 months there, and then her parents took her out. After that, Lucine's trail goes cold. No, not the ads. Oh. If you have ads, that is. So nothing known about her family either? Where did they go after her discharge? Milton's practically vanished into thin air. No records of a move, change of residence, new documents, nothing. And he paused, all the previous excitement gone from his voice. His tone turned serious. Chance, if I were you, I'd be already calling the police and getting as far away from that academy as possible. That girl is clearly out of her mind. Say I used my prime elsewhere. That's okay, buddy. I completely understand you're supporting multiple people. I'm not the only dude on the internet who deserves praise and some prime love. I still appreciate you no matter what, buddy. No! No! Oh, damn. I shall not view ads. Thank you, Arles. Thank you so much for the resub there. I got the turbo. Thanks, Stoned. Thank you so much, Harles. I really, really appreciate that. That helps the family a lot. I shall not view ads. Let me go get Maddie. We'll give her a celebratory treat. And thank you for the 2-month subscription. Appreciate it a lot. 2 months total, I mean. But thank you so much, buddy. Go grab Maddie real quick. Turbo probably gives a streamer barely anything. It's similar to like ad money. It's a little bit more than ad money, but yeah, the real money there is in the subs. But I still appreciate Turbo plenty. Let me go grab Madeline here. Let her know there's a treat ready for her. I'm like, hurry, reposition, hurry, Maddie. I'm gonna get in a good spot. And this is a thank you for Harl's subscription. They've had 2 months subscription total. Maddie says, nom 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 nom. Mama Harl says I gotta support my short stack wife. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you very much. I love you. You go lay with mama some more, okay? I'm sorry you're tired, but I appreciate you coming by. I love Maddie. I love mama. What's that? Y'all are awesome. Thanks for supporting the family. Let's see. It's more value for the customer for sure. I watch a lot of different people, so Turbo is by far the better option for me. I just don't really watch enough streams to make it worth a monthly purchase. I only make it do with just my Prime sub, and don't mind throwing a couple bucks every now and then. Gotta support that short stack wife, which we're doing our best. The only annoying thing is that they always make it an auto renew thing. You have to go and manually cancel it. Super still. Yeah, that's true. With the Prime sub, it's just you have to remember just to re-up it every month. But yeah, with Turbo, I think yeah, you're right. It's auto renew. But thank you so much again, buddy. Appreciate you being awesome and helping the family out, and one step closer to a good old Twitch redeem there. Y'all are amazing, and thank you for spending your hard-earned Prime subs on this goofy ass dude. She's capable of stabbing a classmate. What's to stop her from doing the same to you? Hold on, Andy. Clearly, something is not clear. The girl who introduced herself to me as Sophie Williams is nothing like the description in the article. She's not withdrawn or unsociable. Quite the opposite. She's very outgoing, emotional, doesn't even seem insane. And Sophie was the first one to say she didn't even believe the suicide theory. Why should we put herself at risk like that? James, buddy, you trying to defend her? Don't tell me you've fallen for the psycho. She's just playing the role of an innocent victim of circumstances, and you're falling for this act like a schoolboy. Subs too. Whenever I sub, I gotta go into my subs and cancel it right away because I ain't doing no auto renew shit. I'm not rich enough for that. I don't blame you there. If I had the money and it wouldn't impact me and my family, I would be subbed to a lot of different people. Probably an insane amount, but I have to be smart about my financial decisions. Don't stick your dick in crazy, as they say. I have not heard that idiom in quite some time, but you are probably on the right track there, my friend. People with disorders like that don't get better. 6 months in a facility changed nothing. She just learned to pretend to be normal better. If this is true, then everything I thought I knew about Sophie goes out the window. Could I have been so wrong about someone? I need time to sort this all out calmly. There might be circumstances we don't know about. Circumstances? What kind of circumstances could justify a knife attack on an innocent person? I understand it's hard for you to believe. She probably seemed like a sweet, vulnerable girl to you, but it's all a mask. Be extremely careful, pal. Very careful. A little more on this, and I'll start thinking you actually care about me. Of course I care. Not about you, but about the several cases of beer that nobody's going to pay me back if you kick the bucket over there. Nasakumi says, I only have one sub on Auto Renew. It's been on Automotive for like 3 years because I'm in his streams like every single time, and I'm a VIP, been one of his longest standing community members. And that's important. I totally support that. It's great, Nasakumi. It's awesome that you had that relationship with that streamer, show the love to each other, and I think that's amazing. Despite the gravity situation, Andy's words drew an involuntary smile from me. I take it tomorrow's last day of your investigation. That's right. We should have time to find info on one more person. Who else do you want me to dig dirt up on? We got Mickey, Sophie, Vivian, and... If I could afford, I would too, but I even cancel my Netflix and stuff because it just... Yeah, I don't have near as many streaming stuff as I used. I used to have all the streaming stuff. And we cut that down. So, no Disney Plus anymore, no Hulu. I think currently we just have Netflix, Peacock, and my wife has Amazon Prime. So, we used to have a lot... And Crunchyroll. But we used to have a lot more. We used to have these plus... HBO Max, Hulu, Disney Plus, YouTube TV. We used to have all that stuff, and we cut a large portion of that just to make more sense in our budget and make it more reasonable. Ain't got no Netflix, no Spotify, no Disney Plus. I don't do any of the Spotify or the YouTube music. That's not for me. I'll listen to Pandora or just look stuff up on actual YouTube if I need to. Whatever else there is. Also, well, good job getting home, Nastakumi. Appreciate you making it home safe. Only got Prime because that shit is just good. Get that free shipping, free games, subs for Twitch, and we get a discount on that because we're on an unemployment benefit. Hey, there you go. All right, y'all. I need your help on this. I pay for YouTube. I used to pay for YouTube Premium, but now the prices are getting outrageous. But maybe in the future, if it makes sense to afford it, and add $20 or something close to $20 back to a month to my budget, maybe. But we'll see. Oh no. All right, y'all. We have a big choice to make. So, I'm torn between two people. We knew about the real identity of Sophie. Do we still look up Sophie, or do we look up Mickey, who Sam says is the real like gun inferno? So, what do you guys think? We had Sophie's alias looked up. So we still look more into Sophie herself, or nah? Or do you think Mickey is the one we should check on this time? I don't use my phone. I just have ad block. I ain't paying no YouTube. Yeah, it works. It's $15 for me. Yeah, it's probably about that. I know it's increasing still, maybe. So my cat, he screams through the door. My cat. I have no idea who any of these characters are. I'm gonna go just because we learned something about Sophie's background. I'm gonna go with Mickey just to kind of like switch things up. Mickey and Elderwood. Got it. Finishing my conversation with Andy, I didn't put the phone back in my pocket. Instead, I opened the contacts and dialed Nikki's number. James, did something happen? Everything's fine. I need to find Mickey Elderwood. Can you tell me where she is right now? Heard rustling in the area and if Nikki was flipping through some documents. One moment. She's in her last session at the pool right now. It'll be over in 5 minutes. Do you know if she's crossed paths with Annie since the conversation with the inspector? Unlikely. Mickey has classes in a different building all morning. Got it. Thanks. I hung up and quickly got up from my chair. I better intercept Mickey before she talks to her roommate. Thanks to that talkative inspector, the information about this being a murder is no longer a secret. Given how impressionable Mickey is, it would be better if I break the news to her gently. Otherwise, Annie might scare her, and she'll run off telling the other girls. So I got a couple of topics to discuss with her. Straightened my jacket and left the room. Splashing sounds came from the pool. Someone... I appreciate your honesty there. I appreciate your radical candor. Someone was swimming, cutting through the water with confident strokes. Approaching the pool side, I recognized Mickey as a swimmer. The session should have ended already, but she's still training, probably trying to catch up on her results. So I had to wait for Mickey to finish her training. While the girl was swimming, I headed toward the coach's office. I needed to check if Sam was there. The door was locked. Sam isn't here again. How can you leave a student alone in a pool unsupervised, especially after recent events? After a couple minutes, Mickey finally slowed down, swam to the edge, and climbed out of the pool. Water droplets trickled down her face, and her wet hair clung to her cheeks. The girl's chest rose and fell rapidly from her heavy breathing. I cleared my throat softly to get her attention. Good afternoon, Mickey. Daddy, yes! There you go, buddy. They really did the whole like big anime. Like, look at this. They really animate her up by making her quite the hourglass there. The girl spun around sharply towards me. You timed that chef's kiss perfectly. Good job, Harles. She spun around sharply toward me, tossing the wet strands from her face. Her pupils widened in surprise, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. And without her glasses, Mickey has very expressive eyes. Oh, Mr. Crofton, good afternoon. Looking for the coach. She literally left 5 minutes ago. Actually, I was looking for you. Me? Did something happen? I wanted to talk to you. Is now a good time? That hair ain't looking wet at all. No, that hair is looking nice and dry at this point. we did not animate no wet hair on this face. It's now a good time. I can wait if you need to change, dry your hair and all that. Mickey hurriedly shook her head, spraying water droplets around. No, you don't have to wait. We can talk now. I'm sure you have plenty of other important things to do. I left my glasses somewhere around here. Without them, I can barely see... My glasses! I can't see anything without my glasses! Scan the pool edges and nearby benches. The familiar black frames were visible on a wooden bench by the wall, next to a neatly folded towel. There they are. Right, I knew they were somewhere nearby. Want me to hand them to you? No, thank you. I'll get them myself. Mickey took a step, but the moment her bare foot touched the wet tile near the pool, she slipped and lost her balance, crashing right into me. Holy anime fall! Oh, sorry, mister. I fell on you with my anime body. Hope it didn't bother you none. Hope we're not all embarrassed laying on the ground here. Oh, goodness. Do you want to play the sound again, Harles? Is that... There's some water in the hair at least this time. Oh goodness gracious! And he's got her hands on his hands on her hips.
Hello there.
Hello there. Are you looking for me? Good job, Harles. I stiffly wrapped my arms around her, and for a moment we froze in that position. Mickey ended up pressed against my chest. The girl's face was so close, I could see every drop of water in her eyelashes. I'm sorry. Her voice sounded quieter than usual, almost a whisper. Mickey seemed to have forgotten her usual shyness, staring at me with wide-open eyes. Miss Elderwood. Sometimes I think gravity has a personal grudge against you. That's right, she has fallen into us at least twice now. I helped her straighten up, but she didn't remove my hands right away. I needed to make sure she was standing firmly. Of course, I couldn't let go. For some reason, I don't know why. My palms and her waist could feel a slight trembling. Oh no, your shirt. Well, I'll just run and get a dry towel. Don't worry about it, it's just water. It'll dry soon. Running on the wet floor isn't exactly the best idea. Otherwise, we might end up continuing a conversation in the emergency room. I feel much better if we just sat down on the bench. Nikki Mott nodded silently in response. Before sitting down, she leaned over and put on her glasses with trembling hands, carefully adjusting the temples behind her ears. Said you want to talk to me about something? Actually, I need to have a serious conversation with you. The girl's expression changed immediately. She tensed up and looked at me intently, waiting for me to continue. I won't beat around the bush. The forensic results in the Evelyn case came in. The medical examiners found new facts. I paused, choosing the right words. I need to deliver the news as carefully as possible. There are strong reasons to believe that Evelyn did take her own life. So what does that mean? I don't understand. It means someone helped her. The words didn't reach the girl right away. You mean murder? No, that can't be. Who could... Why would anyone do that? I understand this is hard to accept, but right now the most important thing is to prevent panic among the students. For now, only you and Annie know about this. It's very important that this information doesn't spread among the other students. But if that's true, does that mean the killer is still here at the academy? Quite possibly. What if they find out you're investigating the case? What if you're in danger yourself? Interesting. She's more worried about my safety than her own. Don't worry about that. I can take care of myself. Alright, I won't tell anyone, I promise, but who could have done this? That's what I'm here to find out. I carefully studied her reaction. She looks genuinely shocked and frightened. If she's hiding something, she's doing a very good job of it. Mickey, I wanted to ask you something about something else. Recently, a grade report from our senior students went missing from the teacher's room. Do you know anything about that? The girl flinched, drawing in a breath, and her eyes darted around in confusion. The grade report? I think one of the teachers has it, probably. I don't know exactly. In the teacher's room? Maybe. Or with the supervisor? Or... No, I'm not sure. The girl was mumbling something incoherent. Her reaction spoke louder than any words. Definitely knows where the grade report is, but couldn't bring herself to confess to the theft right away. Let's see. Mickey, I know you have the grade report, but I'm not going to tell the principal or the police about it. Sharply raised her head, her eyes full of bewilderment, water from her wet strands dripped on her knees. Why? I believe you had your reasons for stealing it. Uh-oh, did we have a bad... Oh no, it went up. She's very happy with us, just like Annie is too. At least Nico went up a little bit. I'm a bad person. Lately I've done a lot of things I'm ashamed of. I feel sick of myself. I lied to you. Looked up, I saw tears in her eyes mixing with water droplets on her face. Remember the first day you asked where I was on Sunday evening? I said I was studying for exams, but that was a lie. I wasn't in the library that evening. I waited until the teacher's room was empty and stole the grade report. It was important for me to find out which subjects I needed to improve so I'd have a better chance of getting the university scholarship grant. This grant was my only chance. If I don't get it, I wanted to return the report the next day, but then you arrived, the commotion started, the investigation. There's no way to return it quietly anymore. Mickey, what time exactly did you go to the teacher's room? Around 10 in the evening, maybe a little later. Specifically waited until everyone went to their rooms. How'd you get inside? Wasn't the teacher's room locked? Mickey looked away again, her cheeks flushing with shame. It was, but as class president, I have a key, and I abused that trust. No matter how convincing she sounds, I should verify this information to confirm her alibi. How long were you in the teacher's room? Not long, about 10 minutes, maybe a bit more. Had to find the report among the documents. It took time. What time did you get back to your room? When you were going to the teacher's room or coming back, did you see anyone? After I took the report, I went straight to my room. I didn't see anyone, or on the way, the room was empty too. Just managed to hide the report when a frightened Annie burst in, and you already know the rest. That a heavy sigh, her shoulders slumping. I believe her. Oh, hello there. Sound of the door opened and interrupted our conversation. Goodness gracious. Whoa, whoa. Sam walked into the pool area and could barely contain any surprise. Daddy, yes. Is everything alright? Yes, everything's fine. Then why are you still standing here all wet? Vivian's party's in an hour. Hurry up, let's go take a shower and get changed. Lewd indeed. Well, actually, I picked the streamer version, so it actually does. I think it steps up a tiny bit with the one version, but I picked the streamer friendly version. I think there's more like descriptive, like sexual descriptions in the text. We choose that option for this game, but I did do the streamer friendly option for sure. Lewd. Thank you, Harles. Yes, of course. She's wearing that to a party. Mickey immediately jumped to her feet. She hurried toward the changing room, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the door. I stood up from the bench as well. Changing room door closed behind her with a soft thud, and silence settled over the pool. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Yesterday's drunken and candid conversation still hung in the air between us. Neither of us had dared to bring it up first. Stunning dress. You going to the party too? Gotta stream on Kick or something for that non-streamer version, right? Or you can check it out. You can check it out on Steam yourself and tell me what happens on the non-streamer version. Or maybe I can do it in my free time, maybe let you know. But yeah, that is something you can definitely do though. Well, I didn't come dressed like this for a training session. I'm the supervisor and coach after all. I need to keep an eye on the girls. Who knows? They might try to spike the punch again. I ain't no pay for no vision novel. Fair enough, Harles. Fair enough. I'm not gonna. I just being silly. But yes, I understand. Well then, I'll see you at the party. I need to grab some food and take a shower too. You need to grab some. If you need someone to scrub your back, feel free to call on me. Ooh. I appreciate your willingness to lend a hand at any moment. I winked and Sam gave a satisfied smirk. Our game of double meanings has become quite familiar. See you at the party. Absolutely. At least I'm neutral with her, I guess. Once back in my room, I headed straight to the wardrobe standing against the wall. Opening the doors, I surveyed my modest wardrobe. A couple of spare shirts hung neatly on hangers, and extra trousers were folded on the shelf. Guess I prefer the classics. Dress shirts and trousers work practically anywhere, from business meetings to surprise parties at elite schools. Grabbed a clean white shirt. The one I'd been wearing all day had soaked up the smell of chlorine from the pool and gotten slightly wrinkled. On top of that, there were barely noticeable wet spots on the chest from Mickey's fall. Spending enough time in the shower to wash away the day's fatigue and freshen up, I returned to my room. Party time. Already grown dark outside the window. This case turned out to be harder than I thought. Buttoning up my shirt, I paused and looked at my reflection in the wardrobe mirror. If I screw up, it won't be just my pride that suffers. Nika could get fired because of me. An innocent person could go to prison for someone else's crime. Great odds. The realization of a scale of responsibility made me freeze for a moment. The mirror reflected a man who held several people's fates in his hands. I think it's Sophie. That's what I'm currently in towards. If I've taken this on, I need to see this through. I sure wish showers would wash away fatigue. The way they describe in anime and visual novels. If only it was that easy. Taking a nice big bath would just make all your problems just go away. It's a temporary band-aid for sure. Tonight could change everything. At the events like these, people relax and let their guard down. Someone's bound to let something slip or act differently than usual. The key is not to miss a moment. From my travel toiletry bag, took out a small bottle of cologne and applied a couple of drops to my wrists and behind my ears. While last look in the mirror, everything looked impeccable. Without wasting any more time, I grabbed my keys and left the room. Hallway was unusually lively. The festive spirit was everywhere. Excited girls' voices drifted through half-open doors. Coming down the hall, I unexpectedly ran into Nika. She stood holding an impressive stack of documents, folders, reports, various official papers. Not going to the party? Looked at the documents, her eyes revealing fatigue. Oh, James, it's you. You know, I can't cancel this party. Vivian's parents made that position quite clear, but at least I can choose not to attend it personally. She slightly lifted the folders, demonstrating the volume of work. Besides, I have plenty of urgent matters. Insurance paperwork, reports for the board of trustees. Inspector Hardman's visit added even more bureaucracy. But you should go to the party. All the swimmers will be there and Coach Rivers too. The party is by the lake in the far end of the garden area. You need to go through the main alley, then turn right at the big fountain with the cherubs. Then just follow the garden path to the end. It'll lead you straight to the lake. You can't miss it. It's quite loud there right now. Got it, I think. Thanks. Don't mention it. Have fun at your party, James. And good luck with your paperwork. We said a brief goodbye. Nika headed toward the office, her heels clicking steadily on the marble floor, gradually fading into the depths of the corridor. I turned toward the exit and headed for the garden. Happy birthday! Like I'm running down like a forest path music. The path led me to a spacious clearing by the lake. In just a few hours, it had been transformed to an elegant party venue. Students in bright cocktail dresses strolled everywhere, chatting carelessly in small groups. Every now and then, one of them still glanced in my direction. The appearance of the only man in the celebration clearly hadn't gone unnoticed. After quickly scanning the crowd, I couldn't spot any familiar faces among the guests. Deciding to look around more carefully, I headed towards the buffet tables. I should probably I haven't saved the whole time, so let me save. Approaching the drinks table, I noticed a clear division. One side, lemonades and juices. On the other, a bucket of expensive champagne. Next to the alcohol sign stood a sign, adults only. Sure, many of the students are already 18, but we're still on school grounds. Why am I surprised? The Devereaux family have already shown their attitude toward the Academy's rules more than once. Oh, look at little Annie there. Taking a glass of lemonade, I turned around and spotted Annie Harper. She stood at the very edge of the lit area, nearly hidden in the shadows. The white dress looked cute on her, but it was clearly not her size. Too big, probably borrowed. Adjusted a slipping strap on her dress, then nervously tugged on her gloves. She was shifting from foot to foot, clearly feeling uncomfortable. Seemed to establish some kind of rapport. I think she won't mind talking to me. You look great. White really suits you. You making fun of me? No, I'm completely serious. She squinted slightly, studying my face closely, as if trying to check whether I was genuinely sincere or just teasing her. Actually, I prefer black and don't usually wear outfits like this. She adjusted the slipping strap again. Vivian let me her dress. She said you can't show up at an event like this in regular clothes. Well, I had a choice between two shirts, wrinkled and very wrinkled. The corners of her lips turned up, and something resembling amusement flickered in her eyes. Now, that's progress, so she does have a sense of humor after all. Taking advantage of the moment, when she had relaxed a little, I decided to bring up a more serious topic. How are you doing after the inspector's visit? Fine. Annie opened her mouth as if she wanted to add something more. Her expression changed a little bit there. She's liking me. At that moment, a distinct ringing came from behind us. Someone was methodically tapping a knife against a crystal glass, drawing the guest's attention. Hey, Vivian. Here's a small makeshift stage, glass in hand. Today's not just my birthday, it's a symbolic date. 18 years old. The age of new possibilities. While the birthday girl continued her speech, I secretly observed the audience reactions. Facing the crowd expressed a wide range of emotions. Some girls looked at Vivian with genuine admiration, others with poorly concealed irritation. I'm grateful to everyone who is sharing this special moment with me. It's nice to see that people appreciate such important events. Behind me, I caught a barely audible whisper. Two girls standing a bit further away clearly assumed they wouldn't be heard over the general noise. You see that? She put a crown on herself. Does she think she's the queen or something? Yeah, queen of the circus. She's one of the swimmers. They're all weird over there. By the way, did you see that their coach today? Her dress? So tacky. They probably picked them on purpose. Midgets. Oh, damn. Midgets, four-eyed nerds, and show-offs. You know, I'm not surprised one of them put a noose around her neck. Oh my gosh, with company like that. Second girl burst out laughing, but the amusement didn't last long. A deliberate, sharp cough came from behind them. Girls' jokes should have limits. Gossips were standing literally a couple meters from Sam Rivers, who obviously heard their conversation. We didn't mean to, sorry. We're sorry. The shamed students hurriedly stepped aside, blending in with the other party guests. Sam, meanwhile, remained standing in the same spot, her face absolutely stone cold. On stage, Vivian was approaching the final part of her speech. May this evening be remembered as the beginning of something truly great. The crowd burst into applause. Vivian gracefully bowed, accepting the ovation, and elegantly stepped off the stage. Waiting for the clapping to die down and the music to start again, I approached Sam. Did you hear those two were gossiping about? Every word. Doesn't it bother you? She gave a slight shrug. They're young and stupid. They don't even understand what they're saying. I don't care whether they like my dress or whether they think my girls are pretty or talented. Looked away in the direction where the two gossips had disappeared, and a steely edge crept into her voice. Some things are sacred. Evelyn's death is not something to laugh about. It's a terrible tragedy. Sam suddenly perked up, and is remembering something important. Damn, I need to run. The cake was going missing somewhere. A huge pink monstrosity was supposed to show up half an hour ago. Sam was already about to leave, but paused for a second. Hey, where will you be in an hour? Hard to say exactly. Did you want to discuss something? You could say that. Took out my business card out of my pocket and handed it to her. Here's my number. Text me when you're free. I'll give me a call. Deal. Coach walked briskly towards a group of people who were clearly in charge of the event. Interesting woman. Far more interesting than she appears at first glance. Most of the guests had gathered around for the birthday girl, forming a tight circle of enthusiastic congratulations. But by the drinks table, away from the main crowd, stood a solitary figure. The girl had her back to me, but it was easy to recognize her by her distinctive lilac ponytail. I headed toward her, watching her actions. Picked a glass up from champagne from the table and then practically downed it in one gulp. She set the tray back down with such force that it clinked softly against the tray. I see you're celebrating to the fullest. Sophie turned around. For a second, she started a look of a caught child flashed in her eyes, but then she composed herself. I don't actually drink, but today was the only way to endure all this. She waved her hand meaningfully towards the festivities. Oh, our next ad break's in about a minute, y'all. If you have ads, it'll be in about a minute. Probably at a time like this, it's just absurd. Evelyn died less than a week ago. Less than a week, and this. Throwing a party just days after a classmate's death, so only someone devoid of empathy could do that, and someone who isn't mourning the deceased? Sophie nodded, and anger flared in her eyes. Vivian's two-faced. I realized that as soon as I transferred to the academy. A pretty picture on the outside, but nothing but rot on the inside. Sophie exhaled loudly and ran her hand over her face, trying to pull herself together. Sorry for the emotions, just all this is too much. Don't apologize, you have every right to be angry. Her eyes glistened for a moment, but she blinked quickly, fighting back the tears. Turned toward the crowd that had surrounded Vivian in a tight ring. Suppose I should go congratulate Vivian now. While I still can force myself to say something that at least remotely resembles a congratulations. I'm afraid one more glass and I'll tell her everything I really think. Hey! Calvin Ray. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey! Thank you for the raid. Hell yeah! Thank you so much. I know we do have an ad break coming up in just a second here, but thank you so much for the raid there, Calvin. Holy shit, thanks. Do a little dancey do for you. Way Whopper, my way Whopper, Whopper. Thank you so much for the suggestion, Star Cynical. I appreciate you, buddy. How you doing, Star? Appreciate you, buddy. Calvin Ray, welcome in, Gooby Wooby. Welcome in, Calvin. Welcome in, Star. I know we're about to have an ad break here, but if you don't know me, my name is Jordan. I'm the Midwest Game Guy. Thank you for the follow, Calvin. Holy shit. Thank you. I play lots of indie games and RPGs on the channel, so if you like that kind of stuff, that's me. I'm a very goofy dude. I stream about 5 to 7 times a week, really try to focus on indie devs and everything. But let me go get my doggo real quick, because every time we get a doggo, I'll be right back. Yes, Adjay, I'll be right. Give me 1 second, I'll grab the doggy for us. Woohoo! A raid and a follow and everything. Yahoo! Do. Maddie, come here. Treat. Come here, baby. All right, welcome back from the ad break. As I was saying, thank you for holding on to the ads. I know they're poopy, but I do appreciate you watching. So my name is if you're new with the raid there, thank you so much again to Calvin for the raid, and thank you to Star for the suggestion, and thank you to Gooby Wooby also for hanging on and with the fun emotes and everything. We back. My name is Jordan. I am the Midwest Game Guy, or MGG for short. Like I said, I play lots of indie games. I specialize in lots of RPGs. I love helping people out who are like smaller indie devs, but I'll play big games too. You'll see bigger games on the channel as well. And I have different theme days of the week typically, if I'm not doing normal indie spotlights. As you can see, I'm currently playing a visual novel, but Mondays are usually our mystery Mondays. We play lots of point and clicks, our visual novel, normally detective games, but sometimes just point and click games for fun. Tuesdays are Throwback Tuesdays, so games we started, we gotta finish. Indie Wednesday could be any game we've started that's indie or brand new. Thursday is Turn-Based Thursday, so turn-based games. Friday's Fun Friday, more of kind of just what I kind of want to do or what's we've been playing and stuff. Saturday, Super Saturday, typically games reserved for that remind me of like the SNES era or Sega Genesis era, but it could be games of any kind. And then Sunday's just my pick day, MGG picks day. So I have different days of the week typically, but some things are always changing. You like learning about new games, new devs. I'm the guy for you. I do have 5,100 games on my Steam wish list right now, and I'm learning more about itch games and stuff. So if you like something new, you'll always find something new here. Tonight we're playing Rose Academy. But I did want to say before we get too far off, thank you very much again for the raid and the follow, Calvin. I know, but it shows good. I always say it shows good resolve that I'm not buying all the game. They're just sitting there waiting for me. Bro has half the Steam store in his wish list. I know, I'm waiting for them all to go on sale. What's up, Dave? What's up? Let's see how long, i.e. how short it takes me to zonk out. Well, hopefully I can put you to bed nice. But what I was going to say was, we have a thing on the channel called hashtag Get Dog Fat. Not really getting dog fat, but whenever we have a raid or a follow or a sub of any kind or some bits or a donation, anything like that, or the redeem for the doggy treat, we give our family dog Maddie, our Black Lab Rescue, a doggy treat. Now, like I said, I'm not really making her fat as these treats are the size of my fingertip, as you can see there. So it's just fun to say Get Dog Fat. Did I not? Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. You liar! Holy shit! Thank you for the bits there, buddy. Harlequin, I did too. I got the doggy up. I got the doggy up for you for your sub. Don't say that. How dare you? I remember specifically getting the dog off the bed for Harles because I told. Oh, you didn't see. Well, you might have been an ad break, but I will definitely give another one for you, buddy. Thank you for the bits, Calvin. Holy shit. Well, here, we'll give Maddie 4 of them, because Harles didn't see their treat for their sub, so I will have 1 for the raid, 1 for the follow, 1 for the sub, and 1 for the bits. Alright, let's do this. Thank you, guys. And I did not see, well, you're going to see in just a second. You're going to see 4 treats, at least. Alright, Maddie. You're in for a good treat, Maddie. Hop up. Come on. This is Maddie. It's our Black Lab mix. So that's treat number 1. This is for Harles to see their sub, their prime sub. This is for Calvin's raid. This is for Calvin's follow. And the last one is for the 150 bits with the heart. Thank you so much, Calvin. Thank you to Harles and Calvin and Star and Gooby Wooby. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, that was Maddie. She's you'll see her on the channel a lot. We have a 5,000 point redeem for her on the channel too. If you ever want to give her a treat and you're here long enough, you can just choose to give it to her outright without having to spend any money or do anything extra. But yeah, that's Maddie. She's our Black Lab mix rescue dog. She's about 5 years old. She loves to cuddle and snap, and she's a very chill doggy. So thank you, Maddie. Love you. You can go back to mama now, okay? I'll let you know if anything else happens, okay? But yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you being here. As for what we're playing tonight, we're playing a visual novel called Rose Academy. And it's about a guy who is called by the principal of the school who we had like a childhood relationship with. And a girl was found unalived at this school. We're trying to figure out which one of our classmates and or teachers might have done this. So we're reaching the ender point of our first playthrough of this, but there's plenty of replay value as there's lots of different achievements and such. But yeah, what were you playing, Calvin, tonight? And let me know about you. Feel free to let me know about you, and I will try to let me get you a follow back real quick and a shouty as well. I'll get you a follow as well, my friend. And I'll give our new friend. I am following. I'm already following Gooby Wooby. Good. I know I'm following Star. Calvin says we play a few indie games here and there. A lot of roguelites. Been playing through Sonic Adventure 2 recently, and Klonoa 2 as well. Nice, good choices. Yeah, my week. This is my only non-RPG of the week. We have RPGs and JRPGs all the rest of the week. So we have, after today, we have Bloodstained Hands, Our Dying World demo, Dungeon Rummage Origins demo, which if you see the name SG Harlequin, that's their game. We have more Raveheart Plus. We have the demo for The Legend of Scalaris, who is Valen Alvern's demo, and then we have more of Leyline Chronicles by DK Tainment. So we have lots of indie RPGs to get back into this week, demos and the like. I'm afraid of one more glass and I'll tell you everything I really think. But thank you again so much, Calvin. You have been super kind with the raid and the follow and the bits. And Harls, of course, for the sub. And thank you, Star, for the recommendation. It means a lot to me that people remember me or want me to hang out with you. So thank you so, so much. I do stream about 5 to 7 days a week. So you will see me starting around between 8 and 9 typically on Central Standard Time. But yeah, about usually 5 to 7 days a week is my normal. This week's a 7-dayer because we don't have the kiddo this week. He's with his bio dad all week. But yeah, how are you enjoying, oops, sorry. How are you enjoying your indies and roguelites, and how are you enjoying Sonic Adventure 2 and Klonoa 2? Yeah, making a scene right now wouldn't be the best idea, but if you need to vent, I'm always ready to listen. So we thought for a moment, then nodded. Squaring her shoulders and taking a deep breath, she headed towards the birthday girl. An expression of grim determination was frozen on her face. In terms of genre, we're all over the place. We actually have played through a visual novel, and it was amazing. It was a couple years ago. I might play the sequel soon. Nice! What visual novel did you play? But yeah, I'm also in Midwest Central Time Zone too. Nice! Well, good to meet another wonderful Midwesterner. Welcome in. That might be there's a visual novel that might be familiar to you. I don't know if Star told you about it, but I will put it in the chat here. But I'm pretty sure I showed Star this. Was a very pivotal and like different kind of visual novel is this one. If you're interested, I put the name of it in there. But we played it last year as part of my wife's Halloween gift games to us for my birthday. So yeah, it was a very darker kind of visual novel for sure. But I had a great time with it. Highly recommend it. It's one of my most rewatched YouTube playlists too. So yeah, I recommend it. Squaring her shoulders and taking a deep breath, she headed towards the birthday girl. An expression of grim determination was frozen on her face. Should keep an eye on her. Alcohol plus a girl who isn't used to drinking plus a ton of unspoken anger. An explosive mix. Yeah. Feel free to let me know what you think about it sometime, or let me know what and then what visual novel were you playing through before, so I can add to my wish list if I haven't already. Find love or die trying. I have that. Okay, lots of twists and turns. Cool. I might have that. I'm not totally sure, but I'll check my wish list after the stream. Thanks for the suggestion, though, bud. Appreciate it. I watched Sophie go, observing her make her way through the crowd towards Vivian. At the same time, another figure I recognized emerged from the light, the tight ring of guests surrounding the birthday girl. Oh, there's Mickey. Mickey lingered by the garland-decorated path leading to the lake and began looking around, clearly searching for someone. She finally spotted me. A shy smile touched her lips, and she raised her hand in a greeting. Was she looking for me? Oh, I was also going to show you guys, if you're still here, Star and Calvin, everybody, a cool little fun fact is I'm actually shouted out in this game. I played this game early on. The dev reached out to see people who were interested in playing indie games and everything, but I wanted to show you this real quick. I harped on it a couple once already this stream, but I wanted to show you a fun little, my online persona and my name is actually in one of the clues you can find in this game. So you can see right here, I was honored by based on me playing the demo for the dev a while back. They put my persona as like one of the students here at the school, and they said Jordan's trying to follow his biggest dream, which is to be a streamer and have fun and meet friends and play new games. So I thought that was very cool. So I felt very special to see that part in the game. Was she looking for me? I raised my hand in return. Mickey, after a brief hesitation, headed in my direction. I'm so glad you're here too. How are you enjoying the party? Amazing. An hour ago, she looked so worried. And now it's as if nothing happened. Some people switch gears remarkably fast. Impressive. Are you enjoying it? Oh, it's just incredible. I can't imagine how Vivian managed to put together such a lavish party so quickly. Every detail has been thought through. Well, there's more credit of the event planner and the dozen workers who spent all morning setting up the venue. This party is almost as grand as last year's prom. Remember, everyone was in such beautiful dresses. Everything was so festive. Today's just as good. Look how many girls came. Everyone is so dressed up. Everyone looks amazing. And Vivian herself is simply a model of elegance. It's like she was born for events like these. She talks to people so effortlessly, always knows what to say. On those last words, Mickey sighed softly, and her voice grew a little quieter, almost sad. Not everyone's born a public speaker, Mickey. Everyone has their own strengths. You, for example, are smart, kind, and attentive to people. And there's a warmth in you that many people here lack. Mickey blushed as usual. She lowered her gaze, smiling shyly. Thank you. We were silent for a few seconds. Mickey nervously touched the frame of her glasses, adjusting them needlessly, and finally said quietly, Mr. Croft and I. Mickey began nervously fidgeting with the fabric of her dress, unable to bring herself to continue. I wanted to say that you're... Mickey never got to finish her sentence. Suddenly, Sam's loud voice rang across the area. Everyone make way, clear the path, cake coming through. Turned around and saw Sam wheeling in a huge pink cake on a cart, decorated with numerous candles and elaborate frosting designs. The guests began to part, forming a corridor to the center of the area where Vivian stood. Well then, Devereaux, make a wish. Oh, look at this scene. Annie's feeling harumph. And we got Mickey real happy for her. Sam's having a good old time with the champagne there. Master of Ceremonies here, and Sophie is not feeling it. Vivian stepped to the center of the circle that had formed. The light from the candles, that many candles of the cake, reflected in her green eyes. She straightened up, folding her hands in front of her, and squeezed her eyes shut for a few seconds, making a wish. A deep breath in and out. The flames flickered from the stream of air. Candles trembled, but not a single one went out. Awkward silence hung in the air. The guests exchanged glances, unsure how to react. The smile on Vivian's face became slightly more strained, but she continued to maintain her mask of composure. Try again. Vivian nodded towards the cake, leaned toward the cake again, this time taking an even deeper breath, and blew it twice the force. The candles swayed more vigorously, but the result was the same. Every last one continued to burn with a bright, mocking flame. Someone whispered loudly enough for those around to hear. Maybe it's a sign? Nervously giggling followed. Oh no. I could see Vivian's face go pale, though she was desperately trying to maintain her composure. A woman in a black suit pushed through the crowd, the event organizer. She looked alarmed and hurriedly whispered something into Sam's ear. In response, Sam cursed silently. Something definitely didn't go according to plan. Tension in the air was becoming increasingly palpable. Guests were whispering, stealing glances at both Vivian and the cake. The festive atmosphere was rapidly evaporating, giving way to awkwardness and malicious curiosity. Oh, let me help out. Couldn't just stand there and watch the situation spiral out of control. Stepping forward, I raised my hand to get everyone's attention. You know, I've only known Vivian for a couple of days, but even that was enough to understand something important. The guest turned towards me, surprised by the unexpected intervention from an outsider. With Miss Devereaux's character, nothing and no one can stop her from getting what she wants. Certainly not someone stubborn candles. I grabbed the nearest glass of champagne from the table and raised it high in the air.
To Vivian, to her 18th birthday, and to never letting small setbacks ruin celebration. Several guests followed my lead, raising their glasses and repeating the toast. Gradually, others joined in, voices merged to a chorus of support. Vivian looked at me, and a flash of gratitude appeared in her gaze, quickly replaced by her usual mask of confidence. Did she like that? I think she did. Not sure. Let's not put off the cake. I'm sure everyone's ready for dessert. Taking a cue for her words as a cue, the organizer hurriedly approached the cake with a metal garden bucket in her hands. Her movements were messy, fussy, and nervous. She was clearly anxious and rushing to fix the situation as quickly as possible. Began pulling out candles one by one, leaving uneven holes in the frosting. Wax dripped into the pink designs, ruining the cake's flawless surface. Each clumsy movement left new marks of destruction on the confectionery masterpiece. Vivian watched the process in silence. Her face remained calm, but I could see her jaw tighten. Sam quickly assessed the situation and approached the woman in black. The woman had finished the candles and reached for a knife, but her hands were shaking from nerves. Sam intercepted the knife and with a single look made it clear that she would handle the rest herself. Surgical precision, Sam cut a slice, placed it in a patterned plastic plate, and handed it to Vivian. Birthday girl gets the first piece as tradition dictates. Vivian took the plate with a grateful nod. Sam continued cutting, and the guests immediately livened up, lining up for their portion. Everyone's attention shifted from the awkward candle situation to the long-awaited dessert. Atmosphere was gradually returning to festive, though with a faint trace of awkwardness still lingering in the air. So I had to gallantly let the ladies go first and stepped away from the crowd gathering around the cake table. Finding myself at some distance, I began to look around and soon noticed Vivian. She was standing with her back to me, leaning her hand against the trunk of a large tree. As always elegant, always holding herself with perfect posture, Vivian now looked strange. Her shoulders were tense, her back slightly hunched. That's not like Vivian. I headed toward her, trying to move unhurriedly so as not to attract the other guests' attention. As I drew closer, I heard quiet sobbing. Uh-oh. Vivian was pulling at the fabric of her dress on her chest with one hand, as she could not get enough air, while continuing to lean against the tree with the other. Oh no, her dress is too tight, she can't breathe. At the girl's feet on the grass lay an overturned plastic plate and beside it a slice of cake that had been handed to the birthday girl just a minute ago. Vivian, does she have a eating disorder? She flushed in surprise at the sound of my voice. Vivian straightened up, abruptly letting go of her dress. Quickly brushed the tears from her face with her fingertips. Everything is just wonderful, just a bit tired. A wonderful evening, and I think I'll go to my room and rest. Trying to speak confidently, but her voice betrayed her with occasional trembling. Please enjoy the party. Turned and walked away quickly without waiting for my response. Vivian, wait. She didn't hear or choose to ignore me. Her figure was rapidly receding, dissolving among the guests. I watched her skirt around groups of girls, keeping her distance, not wanting to talk to anyone. Something definitely wrong here. Vivian is not type to Vivian is clearly not the type who can easily be brought to tears. Sorry, I'm fumbling my words here. I waited a bit, giving the birthday girl enough time to get ahead, then cautiously moved in the same direction. Following too obviously would have aroused unhealthy curiosity among the students. I was about to follow her when she suddenly noticed something else. Sophie, she was walking unsteadily toward the garden maze. Her movements were uncoordinated, the alcohol clearly taking full effect. One is upset, the other is drunk. In this state, people are much more candid. Perfect time for a heart-to-heart. Only problem is there are two of them and one of me. Who do I follow? My phone vibrated in this trouser pocket, took it out and saw a message from Sam. Be waiting for you in my room in 5 minutes. Oh, goodness. Even better, now I have to choose one out of 3. Let's go with Sam. I put the phone in my pocket and headed towards the dormitory, leaving behind the lights of the celebration and the muffled hum of music. Having climbed to the 3rd floor, I stopped by the familiar door. Light seeping from beneath it told me Sam was in her room. I knocked, there was no answer. Waiting a few seconds, I knocked again, a little bit louder, silence. Strange, she was the one who asked me to come. I carefully grasped the handle and pressed it. The door gave way without resistance, it was unlocked. Opening the door slightly, I peered inside. Sam? There was no answer, but the distinct sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. She decided to take a shower now? I stepped inside and closed the door behind me. I sat on the edge of the bed, deciding to wait until Sam finished. My gaze instinctively slipped across the room. Lingering on details, I noticed the nightstand drawer was slightly ajar, just a couple of centimeters. I couldn't resist. I leaned closer, peering inside through a narrow gap. Inside the half-open drawer lay an old push-button phone, a simple black model without any frills. Information on our phone could answer many questions. The question really isn't about ethics, but whether I have time to find something before Sam gets out of the shower. Is it worth the risk? I have a couple minutes, maybe less. Sorry, Sam, it's for the investigation comes first. I'm willing to take the risk. Push-button phone, right? Oh yeah, it's an old-school phone. Kind of like the ones like flip out and stuff. Carefully slid the drawer open a bit wider and picked up the phone. The device was slight, almost weightless compared to the modern smartphones. Last time I held one of these was in middle school. I didn't even know think anyone still used them. Yeah, it's super old school, right? Like a kick almost. Screen lit up with a touch, no password, the phone was unlocked. Opened the main menu, a meager set of icons appeared before me. Standard applications. Opened the gallery, empty, not a single photo. Call log, just a few entries of the past month. A couple of incoming calls from V. Preston, and 3 outgoing calls in a row to a number starting with +44 with no contact name. Was that the numbers that Sam called 3 times on Monday? Opened the messaging app. The list was short. A few messages that were clearly spam. One from V. Preston with a reminder about some meeting. But one conversation caught my attention. Same number that calls were made to. No name, no signature. Opened the conversation. Sent on Monday afternoon from Sam. Can't get through. Where are you? It's urgent. Reply come almost immediately. In my room. Read Sam's next message slowly, syllable by syllable, as if that could change its meaning. Police are at the academy. We need to destroy the camera footage, otherwise they'll find out about us. I bet she's the one who gave Vivian the hickey. What the? Sam asked someone to destroy the camera footage. It did get louder. Yeah, you're right. It's going in and out for sure. Not sure if it's the audio file in me, but the sound of running water get louder. I think it's supposed to describe like there's the sink now, and then there's the toilet, and then there's the shower. Kind of like we've got so much time to mess with this phone. Oh. The phone loaded the next message sent 2 minutes later. Now Viv. Viv, could that really be Vivian? Start scrolling through the conversation looking for context. Message above are more fragmented, more personal. Miss you. When will we see each other? Babe, I can't promise right now. Veronica buried me in paperwork. Figures. Good lord, they're having an affair. Vivian and Sam are having an affair. Scroll further, the messages became increasingly intimate. Plans for meetings, innuendos, emoticons. They were having secret meetings at the academy. They must have been caught on camera. Is that why Sam asked Vivian to destroy the footage? Went back to the most recent messages. The one was sent at 1:20 p.m. on Monday. Just 5 minutes after that, the fire alarm went off. My thoughts were cut short by a sudden sound, or rather the absence of one. The water in the bathroom had stopped. Damn. Closed my eyes, put the phone back in the drawer. Closed the drawer all the way shut. The click of the latch sounded louder than I liked. Wait, it was left ajar. No time left. I straightened up and leaned back against the headboard, pretending I was just waiting. Heart was pounding, but I forced myself to breathe steadily. Oh my goodness. Hello there. Oh boy. The vapors are going. I'll have to hit it myself. Here you go. Whoa.
You what? Yes. Hello there.
Heard the sound of the bathroom door opening, and I turned my head toward the bathroom. Sam emerged, enveloped in a cloud of steam. She was nothing but a white terry cloth towel, tightly wrapped around her body. Something tells me she didn't invite me here for a conversation. Seeing me, Sam froze in the bathroom doorway for a second and slowly smiled, predatory, confident. She made no hurry to cover herself or retreat back to the bathroom. On the contrary, she slowly walked toward the bed, her hips swaying with her each step. I could see the towels threatening to slip with every movement. Oh no! Sam stopped beside me, turning halfway towards me. Her gaze darted to the side, quickly, almost imperceptibly toward the nightstand. For a second, something resembling wariness flickered in her eyes. She realized I opened the drawer. Oh no, negative what? No! Been waiting long, my whole life. Decided a bit of flirtation to ease the tension. You know, James, I'm glad you came. Took a step closer, the scent of mint shower gel filled the space between us. Thinking about you all evening, about how nice it would be to spend some time alone. And reached to the knot of the towel in her chest, her fingers barely touched the fabric. Moment of truth. Either I play along with the game or I put a stop to it right now. Let's play along. Rose from the bed, not taking my eyes off Sam. A few steps and the distance between us shrank. I stopped so close I could feel the warmth radiating from the skin. So I think this is where, like, if I was playing the non-streamer version, you would see something here. So this is more of the non-streamer version. You're playing with fire, Sam. Without waiting for my next move, types forward sharply, closing the distance to nothing. Well, I like taking risks. And now she likes me again. She pulled me toward her. Our lips met. My hand slid to her waist, drawing her closer. Sam pressed herself against me. Tonight you're mine. She pushed me on the bed and followed after me. Time lost all meaning. The world narrowed to this room, to our touches and breaths. We lay side by side, catching our breath. Sam nestled against me. So yeah, if you're playing, this version the game has two versions. A streamer version, which we're playing now, and a non-streamer version more. There's a little bit more, I would say, adult wording in some of the phrases, I imagine, and maybe some cutscenes we won't see here that we might see in the more lewd version, I guess. So, I know, right? I haven't tried it yet, so I'll have to let you know if I do on my own time, but yeah, this is just like a hot tamale right here. Yeah, I think you're right. Damn, that was... She got out of bed and headed to the table where the whiskey bottle stood. This calls for a celebration. Hello there. Sometimes one evening changes everything. Romance with Sam. Nice. She held out one of the glasses to me, but I shook my head. Thanks, but I need to keep my head clear. Gently pushed away the glass she was still holding in front of my face. And you might want to hold off, too. Oh, if you do have ads, we do have an ad break in about a minute, y'all. Never have to watch them, but I appreciate when you do. Sam frowned, lowering her hand with the glass. And why is that? Saddens me to see you drowning. Your sorrow's like this, but alcohol is a poor remedy for heartache. The bottom of the glass, you're looking for comfort, a way to forget about Evelyn's death. Stop playing psychologist. I was hoping to relax at least tonight, and you're ruining everything again. She turned away, taking a sip from her glass, sharp, almost aggressive. I want to help because I care about you. Sam spun around sharply, her eyes flashing. You care? Then drink with me. Pay me a few compliments and drag me back to bed so we can wake up together in the morning without a care in the world. That's how you help. Sex with drunk girls isn't my thing, Sam. She froze, staring at me. Her gaze held a mixture of hurt and fury. Maybe you're just a coward, afraid your precious Veronica will catch you? Is that why you sneak over to me when no one's looking? You're imagining things that aren't there. Leave, James. Turned towards the window, pointedly ignoring my presence. Sam raised the glass to her lips and took another long sip. Sam, I said leave. Throwing on my jacket, I headed for the door. Stopping at the threshold, I looked back one last time. She was already pouring herself a second glass. Take care of yourself. She didn't answer. I quietly left the room, pulling the door closed behind me. Aw, tried to help her. She has a lot going on there. Walked slowly down the corridor to my room. The events of the previous evening were still spinning in my head. The corridor was empty. Muffled voices came from behind me. Closed doors. Some of the students already returned from the celebration. Somewhere in the distance, the music was still playing. I entered my room and returned to my desk lamp. Before going to bed, I opened my laptop. An email from Nika was waiting in my inbox, subject surveillance camera restoration. List of cameras was attached to the separate document. 3 options to choose from. We know about Mickey already. Dormitory? Tomorrow I need to present results. I have clues, I have suspicions, but no convincing evidence yet. Maybe this recording will help. Made my choice. I sent a short reply to Nika, closed the laptop, and collapsed into bed. Exhaustion quickly took its toll. I drifted off to sleep. Morning at the academy began slowly. I was still dozing, balancing on the edge between sleep and wakefulness. BRB ads. Thank you. The sharp electronic signal, the alarm clock tore through that fragile drowsiness, roughly yanking me back to reality. Today's the last day. In a few hours, the board of trustees will gather to decide the fate of the academy. And Nika's fate, I need to make use of every minute. Took a shower, letting the hot water clear my thoughts. From the bathroom, I heard a faint rustling in the room. When I returned, a white envelope lay on the floor, but the threshold clearly had been slipped under the door while I was away. Opened the door and peered into the corridor, empty. Someone clearly did not want to meet in person. Picked up the envelope. There were no markings on it, no receipt, recipient's name, no sender's address. Just a white envelope made of thick paper. Inside were a small sheet covered in neat, almost calligraphic handwriting. There were just a few lines on the paper. Morning light reveals the heart's secret, but you won't see. Like dew on a rose, unspoken words tremble. Silence is louder than a scream. There's no signature, but the handwriting, the style, that shy poeticism, everything pointed to one person. Mickey is definitely her style. Exactly very well versed in poetry, but it seems this is a confession of feelings. I reread the lines once more, and the meaning became clear. Yes, this was definitely a love letter. The girl was in love, and I didn't even know how to react to something like this. She was a student. On top of that, a suspect in a murder case. I carefully folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and after a moment's hesitation, tucked it into my inner pocket or my jacket. I'll deal with this later. Taking the notebook from my notes from the desk, I left the room. The envelope in my pocket rustled slightly with each step, reminding me of its presence. Went down the familiar staircase, heading towards Nika's office. Corridors were later buzzing with morning activity. Several students were hurrying to breakfast, talking quietly among themselves. Thank you guys for coming back from ad break. Appreciate you watching. I knocked, and hearing an invitation to come in, opened the door. Oh. Nika looked up from her documents and nodded at me coldly in a businesslike manner. There's not a hint of warmth in her gaze. Good morning, have a seat. Her tone was pointedly formal. Bishop had definitely shifted to a purely professional level after what happened yesterday. Good morning. I went to my desk, I noticed a breakfast tray. Fresh croissants, fruit, 2 kinds of cheese, and a carafe of orange juice. So a coffee pot, giving off a tempting aroma. With her, yeah. Because I had relations with Sam, that's why. And she definitely knows about it. Thanks, I'll have the coffee. I'm not really hungry. Pour myself a cup of strong black coffee. The hot liquid burned my throat, helped me fully wake up and focus. Tech specialist recovered the footage from that camera you asked us to check yesterday that he worked overnight. I haven't watched it yet, decided to wait for you. We'll watch it together. Okay. Turn the computer on so we could see the screen. It's footage from the dormitory corridor on Sunday, daytime only. See if we can spot something interesting. She pressed play. A familiar corridor appeared on the screen. The recording started at 4:20. Or no, sorry. Yeah, that's 5:20. Sorry, 5:20 p.m. On the recording, I immediately recognized Evelyn. She was standing in the corridor, leaning against the wall near door number 63, apparently waiting for someone. A couple minutes later, Annie Harper appeared from around the corner, a sports bag slung over her shoulder. Seeing Evelyn, she stopped abruptly. Oh, Annie's crying. Annie tried to go around Evelyn, but she stepped to the side, blocking the way. There was no audio in the recording, but from the movements, it was obvious that Evelyn began speaking. Her hand rose in a conciliatory gesture. Annie stood tensely, the bag slipping off her shoulder. She adjusted the strap with a sharp movement. Evelyn continued to say something. Suddenly, Annie's shoulders began to tremble. She raised a hand to her face, quickly wiped her palm across her cheeks, clearly wiping away tears. She's crying. Evelyn moved forward, her hand reaching for Annie's shoulder. A gesture of comfort on an attempt to calm her down. Annie recoiled sharply, nearly dropping her bag. She grabbed the slipping strap, turned around, and probably ran down the corridor. Evelyn remained standing with her hand outstretched, frozen for several seconds. Then she lowered her hand and stared for a long time in the direction Annie had ran. Finally, she turned and slowly walked in the opposite direction. What was this about? What could they have been talking about? Evelyn said something that brought her to tears. It doesn't look like an ordinary argument, more like a painful conversation. This was a few hours after before Evelyn's death. Perhaps this conversation is somehow connected to the events that followed. Do you think Annie could have? It's too early to draw conclusions, but the tension between them was obvious. I think that's a red herring. I don't think she did it at all. Nicolette closed the video player and turned the monitor back towards herself. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. 3 short, delicate knocks. One moment. She got up and walked to the door, shitting. I was sitting in my back to the entrance and couldn't see who had come. I heard Nika quietly thank someone and close the door. Turning to me, holding a small cardboard box, she handed the box to me. This is for you. Well, for the investigation, rather. What is it? Evelyn's phone. My contact is in the police managed to get it for the evidence as he promised. Took the box inside, wrapped in bubble wrap, lay a smartphone. Next to the phone lay a small piece of paper, folded in half. I unfolded it. On it was written just 4 digits, 0904. Press the power button, screen came to life, requesting a password. For the password for the note, the phone unlocked with a quiet click, granting access. Nika walked around the desk and stood behind my chair. Her hand rested on my backrest, and I could feel the tension in every movement. The phone's home screen looked almost sterile. No chaotically scattered icons, all the apps were neatly sorted into folders. What should I check? Messages? Very fewer than 20 people. Parents, a few teachers, classmates. Top conversation was Sophie Williams. Last message was dated Sunday at what is that? 10:50 p.m. Where have you been? Where'd you disappear to? This message was sent. Evelyn was already dead. I scrolled up through the conversations. The girls have been actively chatting, especially during the summer. They talked meeting times, which train Sophie would take, ordinary friend talk. Next conversation with Sophie and opened the next chat. A single message appeared on the screen. You tell anyone, I'll kill you. Sent on Friday at 5:13 by Annie. Great. Annie Harper. Silence in the office became deafening. I looked up at Nika. Her face had gone white as chalk. She was staring at the phone screen, and shock was written in her eyes. Oh my god, this is direct death threat. 2 days before Evelyn's death. I don't think it's her. I think it's still a red herring. Something happened on Friday. Something Annie desperately wanted to keep hidden. Nika stopped at her desk and picked up the phone. Friday at 5:13. Turned to her desk and began pulling out drawers one after another. From the bottom one, she retrieved a thick folder with schedules. Wait, here it is, the girl's schedule. So on Friday from 1600 to 1645, Evelyn has swimming practice, and Annie's training ended at 1545. The conflict probably happened at the pool or in the locker room. When you talk to Annie about this, Nika sank heavily into her chair and rubbed her temples. Annie's with the psychologist right now. The board of trustees insisted on it, but if needed, I can ask them to take a break. No need, I'll talk to her later. Maybe the session with the psychologist would do her good and she'll be more talkative. I hope so. They'll finish in an hour, so we should have time. Nika's gaze guarded to the the wall clock. She nervously bit her lip, and her fingers began drumming on the edge of the desk. Maybe Sam saw something on Friday? She would have said something if she noticed anything strange, and I'm afraid she won't be much help today. Why? Nika winced as if recalling something extremely unpleasant. She clearly had too much to drink at the party yesterday. Maybe out of concern that the students would get drunk, she decided to take one for the team. This morning she sent a message saying everyone's feeling unwell. At least she doesn't have any classes scheduled today. Who was that? Not very professional for a teacher at an elite academy. It's putting it mildly. I have to give her a reprimand, an issue, a fine, maybe a financial penalty will work better than talking. What should I check? Photos. Tap the gallery icon. The phone had about 100 photos, most of them shots of lecture notes, textbook pages, and flowers from a school garden. Among study materials and botanical snapshots, I saw... Among the study materials and botanical snapshots, a small series of summer photographs stood out. I opened the first one. The photo showed Sophie. She was sitting on her white wicker furniture on some veranda. A light blue dress, a glass of juice with a straw in hand, a pensive gaze directed somewhere into the distance. The photo had been taken discreetly. Sophie clearly wasn't posing. The next few photos were selfies of Sophie and Evelyn together. Smiling broadly, pressing her cheek against her friend, Evelyn looked more reserved, but a barely noticeable smile played at the corners of her lips. Clearly wasn't one for taking photos. Almost all the pictures are study materials or nature. Nothing useful for the investigation here. Close the gallery. Notes. Note apps opened instantly. There were only 2 entries inside. First one was simply titled Books. I opened it and saw a reading list which finished works were marked with checkmark emojis. Evelyn clearly loved detective stories, several Agatha Christie novels, Conan Doyle, modern thrillers. Only thing diluted the crime fiction collection were a few plays by Chekhov and Orwell, either part of the school curriculum or personal interest. We got Agatha Christie, number 9, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, The Hound of the Baskervilles, Ulrich Albrecht Passengers, George Orwell, 1984, and Anton Chekhov, Three Sisters. Not the most typical reading list for a young girl. Second note was titled For the School Year, stating a list of things for boarding school to bring from home. Office supplies, spare school uniform, hygiene products, books, weekend wear, underwear. Books, study is nothing personal. Seems Evelyn was the kind of girl mothers hold up as an example for their daughters. Browser history. Hey, is that more, there's some more streamers, it looks like. With their Twitch and stuff, yeah. The browser loaded, showing the recently visited pages. Opened the full history and began scrolling through it. Most search queries were about streamers. Apparently, Evelyn watched them in the background while studying. He glanced at the wall clock and frowned. The board trustees will be here in 3 hours. I need to prepare a full report for them. And it may have to present my findings to them yourself. This isn't an official investigation. I can't show my face. Nika nodded understandingly. We meet here in 2 hours. They will give me time to check a few things so I can give you the most complete picture possible. I'll slip away before the board arrives. Yes, that'd be best. What's your plan? What are you going to do? Not much time left. I can't do everything. I'll have to prioritize. Let's talk to Sam, sure. Maybe she remembers something about Friday. I hope she comes to her senses by now. I'll see you in 2 hours. Roger that. Got from my chair and headed for the door. Already grasping the handle, I looked back. She sat at her desk, staring at Evelyn's phone, which still lay in front of her. Everything will be fine. I hope so. Left the office, pulling the door firmly shut behind me. Clock's ticking. To the second floor of the dormitory, trying to step quietly, my footsteps echoed loudly in the empty corridor. Most students were in class, and the wing was filled with an almost church-like silence. Walking to the door marked 91, I knocked. Silence. Knocked again a little louder. Who's there? Sam, it's James Crofton. Can we talk? Rustling behind the door, the sound of the chair being pushed back, shuffling steps, then a pause. Sam was gathering her strength before opening. The door opened a quarter of the way. Sam's pale face appeared in the gap. Her eyes were red and puffy, her hair tangled. She smelled noticeably of alcohol, not fresh, but yesterday's, a stale, lingering reek. Hey Sam, how are you feeling? Like someone was dropping bricks on my head all night. Tried to smirk, but the smile came out crooked and bitter. Sam looked over me appraisingly, as if weighing whether to let me in. Fine, come in, just don't mind the mess. Looks the same as before, don't worry. She stepped aside, opening the door fully. I walked in and immediately realized Sam hadn't been exaggerating. The room looked as if a small hurricane had passed through. On the table was an empty whiskey bottle. Clothes were scattered everywhere, and the sheets were crumpled. What caught my attention most were the shards of glass on the floor near the wall. Judging by the marks on the wallpaper, the glass had been hurled with force. Sam followed my gaze and hurried over to the shards. I'll clean that up. She dropped to her knees and began picking up the shards with her bare hands. Her movements were clumsy. Her hands trembled slightly. You didn't drink the whole bottle today, did you? Alcohol helps me stop thinking about all this crap, at least for a while. Nika must really value you. You could have been fired for this a long time ago. Sam froze with a shard in her hand. For a few seconds she sat motionless, then continued collecting the glass without looking up. Veronica Preston seems to be the only person who still believes in me, and maybe she shouldn't. Such hopelessness in her voice that it made me uneasy. So it wasn't just a hangover depression, it's something deeper, more serious. I know a specialist who could help with this problem. I know I have problems. I pretended for a long time that I had everything under control. I think it's time to deal with this seriously. I'm glad you understand that. I know it's hard, dealing with a loss, but drowning your grief in booze won't bring Evelyn back. Yeah, it won't. Tossed the shards into the trash can and sank heavily into the edge of her bed. The mattress creaked under her weight. Actually, I also came by it because I wanted to ask you something about Evelyn. Have you heard anything about conflicts between her and Annie? Sam rubbing her temples, wincing from the headache. I don't know about any specific fights, and what student would cause a scene in front of the teacher. They knew I'd put them in the place first, but you know I'm not surprised. Why? Harper's a girl with a rotten temper. She has no friends, sees everyone as a threat, and doesn't let anyone get close, and she can't stand losing. And how is that connected to Evelyn? Directly connected. Harper's good at swimming, isn't used to anyone being better than her. Oh. At the last competition, Frost beat her by 2 seconds. Harper got so angry she cursed right in front of me without holding back. I had to give her a smack on the head. I don't go around hitting my girls, but that one was well deserved. She obviously got offended and slammed the locker room door as hard as she could. A nutcase, in a word. I think Harper had a grudge against Frost for showing up. It's interesting information, of course, but how is it connected to the threat in the text message? I found a message from Annie to Evelyn sent on Sunday. If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. Sam gripped the edge of the mattress so hard her knuckles turned white. She stared at me without blinking. The silence stretched on. Sam? She exhaled deeply, got up from the bed, and started pacing the room. 3 steps to the window, a turn, 3 steps to the door. I think I know what that could have been about. She stopped by the window, gazing at the empty academy courtyard. I couldn't tell you before because of the confidentiality policy. Student information is sacred. Things are getting serious. I can't keep quiet about this any longer. What exactly? Thing is, Harper isn't from a wealthy family like the others. She's an orphan. Got in here through a program for gifted children from orphanages. Only 3 people know about it. Me, Principal Preston, and Annie herself. And you think Evelyn found out about this? That's what the text was about? I think so. Frost was a sharp-eyed girl. She must have known something, maybe saw some document or figured it out, and Harper went to great lengths to hide the truth. I once heard telling the other girls that her parents live in Switzerland. She lied so convincingly that she probably believed it herself, but what choice did she have? Everyone here comes from wealthy families, and if they found out she was from an orphanage, they would have bullied her mercilessly. No doubt about it, the local young ladies are capable of astonishing cruelty. The threat of exposure, the fear of losing an image she worked so hard to build, strong motive, but is it strong enough for murder? Took out my notebook and quickly jotted down the new information. Could Annie kill over this? What are you talking about? I told Evelyn Frost hanged herself. Reasons to believe that it wasn't that simple. Well, I'll be. Seriously, you think Harper? For now, I'm not trying to understand whether she's capable of a crime. She has a motive. She made threats against Evelyn. The question is how far she could have gone. If Frost didn't do it herself, only our own people could get into the pool. This is insane. I understand this is hard, but I need your opinion, Sam. You were their coach, after all. I spent a lot of time with these girls. Sam rubbed her face with her hands, trying to sober up completely. Isn't the time for emotions. If you think about it this way, the first person I suspect is Annie Harper. She clearly had reasons to kill. Sam exhaled loudly. What happens if it turns out to be it really was her prison? I'll piece together what happened for Nika. She'll pass the information which needs to go to the board of trustees, the police. After that, it's out of my jurisdiction. Sam nodded. Awkward silence hung in the room. Thanks for telling me. It's important information. I'm glad I stopped by. You probably know I'm leaving today. It'll be a bit boring here without you. Gotten used to you sneaking around with your questions. Normally she would have made some suggestive joke, but today was clearly not the day for that. Good luck, detective. Maybe we'll cross paths again, under less lousy circumstances. Take care of yourself, Sam, and think about that specialist. I'll send you his contact. In response, Sam just nodded silently. I left Sam's room, mulling over the information I had received. I don't think Annie did it, though. I really don't. I need to move forward. I didn't get a chance to talk to Sophia yesterday, but I need to answers. I accumulated too many questions. Stop in front of the room and knock. Who's there? It's James Crofton. Quick footsteps sounded from behind the door. The lock clicked almost immediately. Mr. Crofton, please come in. She stepped aside, gesturing to me to enter. I was hoping you'd be stopped by. Something happened? Yes or no? Not exactly. I want to talk about something important. How's the investigation going? It seemed to me that wasn't the question she really wanted to ask. Her voice was quiet, almost indifferent, but I detected hidden tension beneath it. Not without difficulties. Sometimes I get the feeling that no one has spoken to has been completely honest with me. Everyone's hiding something, leaving things unsaid, changing the subject. Sophie, can I count on an honest conversation today? Yes. Something has been troubling me, or rather someone. We've seen Milton. Colors ran from Sophie's face instantly, leaving her deathly pale. Is that your sister? Your twin sister. Sophie froze, never taking her eyes off me. She slowly nodded, not trying to deny it or change the subject. Yes, you're right. Of course, I knew the detective's job was to find the truth, but I didn't expect you to uncover it so quickly. My family had spent considerable money to hide information about Lucine, about our past. It took just a couple days to dig it all up. Impressive. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. The truth will come out sooner. Hey, you covered a truth better left buried. Nice. Better if you hear it from me. The night Avie died, I was in the garden. With Lucine, my sister was here at the academy that night. I was silent for several seconds, processing what I heard. The puzzle was starting to come together. There it is. That's why she was so nervous. That's why she had been hiding all this time. Sophie. I paused, carefully choosing my words. I need to convey the seriousness of the situation without scaring her too much as she clam up. You understand how this changes things, how this changes the investigation. On the night of the murder, there was a girl in the academy who, already involved in a terrible incident, who's already used violence in the past. That's why I'm telling you this. I trust you. I know you won't judge immediately, won't jump to conclusions. You'll listen and try to understand. You probably found newspaper clippings and articles, all that dirt about Lucine written in the media. They portrayed her as a deranged maniac, a dangerous psychopath. That's not true, and it's all lies, sordid facts. They didn't know her, didn't understand what really happened. Sophie spoke with increased energy and chaos. Her breathing quickened, her hands trembled. I stepped toward her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her. Sophie, listen, let's sit down and tell me everything in order. Call me without hurrying. I'm not going anywhere. Sophie nodded and let me lead her to the bed. Head down next to each other, Sophie took several deep breaths, gathering her thoughts and calming her breathing. She looked down at her intertwined fingers resting on her knees. Lucine was always different. She was always like that from childhood. Not like everyone else. She seemed to live halfway in her own world, which no one else could see or understand. Sophie turned to the window, gazing at the clouds slowly drifting across the sky. Her parents took her to psychologists, psychiatrists. They gave various diagnoses, but it all came down to the same thing. One thing. She was too different for those around her. Other children avoided her, feared her, teased her. Didn't simply understand why they acted that way. At one point, our parents even considered putting Lucine in a special facility, but we both opposed it. Her only friend was me. Is me. Only me. We're twins. There's always been a special bond between us. I understand her without words. I knew that Lucine wasn't used to living, to existing without me, and separating us would have been too cruel. Sophie wiped her face with her hand, brushing away tears. In the end, our parents gave in. Lucine stayed in a regular school with me. She did well with her studies. The problems were more social. Was she bullied? Sophie slowly, sadly nodded without raising her eyes. You okay, sweetie? Yes, constantly. We were moved up to high school and even got worse. She paused, gathering her strength to continue. There was one girl at school, Beatrice, the leader of the local bully group. First, they just snickered at Lucine. They whispered behind her back, pointed at her when she walked by. But over time, their pranks became increasingly cruel. They tripped Lucine in the cafeteria, threw rat tails in her locker, wrote obscenities in her desk with permanent marker. I tried talking to those girls, explaining that Lucine wasn't at fault for being the way she is, that things were already hard enough for her. I begged them to leave my sister alone. She gave a bitter laugh. Nothing changes. Absolutely nothing. They would just shrug with innocent faces and say, "It wasn't us, you're confused." And the bullying continued. It got worse and worse. How did Lucine react to all this? She just endured it. She suffered silently everything they did. She didn't resist, didn't complain to teachers, didn't try to fight back. She just hung her head and moved on, as if she believed she deserved to be treated this way. It doesn't quite match what I learned from Andy about Lucine. Apparently one day they realized bullying Lucine wasn't fun anymore. They switched their attention to me. One day Beatrice caught me when I was training in the pool after classes. The coach stepped away and I was alone. Her hands trembled harder. Her breathing became ragged. I always wore a silver pendant, a gift from Lucine for our shared birthday. I would take it off during training and leave it on the bench. Beatrice thought it'd be fun to steal it and throw it in the pool. Of course I dove to find it, and while I was down there, Beatrice activated the automatic pool cover system. What do you mean? Well, you know, a protective cover slides out automatically to prevent anyone from accidentally falling in when the pool isn't in use. When I surfaced and saw the cover above my head, I realized I was trapped. So Beatrice was trying to kill you. No, of course not. There's about 15 centimeters of air between the water and the cover. She probably just wanted to keep me trapped there for a while and let me out. I think she didn't know I had claustrophobia. I panicked. It was the scariest 10 minutes of my life. I was pounding on the cover, screaming, but no one could hear me. Lucine found me. When I didn't show up to class, she ran to the pool and pulled me out. Sophie's voice broke. I sobbed on her lap, from fear, from relief. I don't know. I just sobbed. And then it all happened. I was in the director's office trying to explain the situation when screams erupted in the hallway. Sophie looked at me, her eyes full of despair and a plea for understanding. Lucine did it only because she wanted to protect me. A girl with mental health issues seen someone tormenting her closest person. That's why she picked up the knife. Sophie, wait, I know that after the incident, Lucine was placed in a psychiatric facility. How did she end up there? Here at the academy? What was she doing here on a Sunday evening? Lucine spent a year in the facility. Our parents took her home. She got homeschooled. We spent the summer together, but in the fall I had to come here. Lucine missed me terribly and ran away from home a couple of days later. Somehow she found the academy on her own and got into the grounds. And no one realized it wasn't you? Avi figured it out. Did she know Lucine existed? Back then, no. We were best friends, but I was forbidden from even telling her. Avi said she immediately realized it was a different person, and without any questions brought Lucine to our room. And by the way, it was Avi who figured out how my sister got into the grounds. Facial recognition. Yes. We figured out that the system in the entrance gate recognizes us as the same person, so we decided to keep using that loophole. That's why when Nika checks the gate data at Sunday evening, she found inconsistencies. Didn't think anyone would check the recordings, but then you showed up. A heavy silence fell. Lucine waited for my reaction, her gaze mixing hope and fear. I believe she's innocent. It's a suspicious coincidence. That's a very suspicious coincidence. Christine has been violent before. She had a diagnosis that affects how she behaves. She happens to be the exact night someone kills your friend. You think she... that probably didn't help our relationship. Yep. I think you might be ignoring the obvious facts. Maybe because she's your sister, because you feel guilty about what happened to her in the past, but facts are facts. Police will see Lucine as a perfect suspect. A history of violence, an obsessive attachment to you, a jealous motive. She didn't kill Avi. Her face twitched for a second, so she's about to cry. Then prove it. Does she have an alibi? Something that could protect her? Okay, pacing the room nervously. Moves were sharp, betraying her resentment at my words. We were just together, just talking. She stopped abruptly. But I have video. What video? Randomly rummaged through her small purse. A few seconds later, she pulled out her phone and began scrolling through her gallery with trembling fingers. Here, look. Oh, look at them. They're dancing together. Video was playing on the screen. Two girls, practically indistinguishable from each other, goofing around in front of the camera, trying to learn some dance. Took the phone from her hands and looked at the timestamp of the recording. 11:25, that's... Can I see the entire gallery? Of course, there were more videos before that. We did many takes. We could remember the sequence of moves. I scrolled back and did a series of videos recorded one after another. The first one started at 22:07, the last one ended at 22:43. The time of death was between 22:10 and 22:30. These videos cover that entire window. Sophie, this is your sister's get out of jail card. Looked up at her. You're lucky you were decided to record your dances on camera, and the filming time coincided with the time of the crime. James, thank you. Thank you for listening. She made gratitude. Thank you for telling me. Sophie smiled weakly, though weariness still lingered in her eyes. Sophie marked out one subject. So it's either Annie or Mickey, it sounds like. You have no idea how much this means to me. My paws hung in the air, decided it was time to end my visit. I'm leaving today. The investigation's coming to an end. You're leaving already? Do you know who the killer is? I have some ideas. Everything will become clearer soon. Sophie approached, stopping a step away from me. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward decisively and embraced me, briefly but sincerely. Thank you again for everything, for helping me understand, not just about Evelyn, but everything else. She stepped back, slightly embarrassed by her impulse. Take care of yourself, Sophie. Sophie nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. I'll try. Good luck to you, Mr. Crofton. I headed toward the door. At the threshold, I turned around. Sophie stood in the middle of the room, hugging herself. Everything will be all right. Stepped in the corridor, carefully closing the door behind me. I glanced at my watch. Time was running out, and the questions kept piling up. So I checked on Annie Harper. The threatening text messages had been nagging at me. Perhaps session with the psychologist was already over. I could talk to her. Head to room 63. Knocked. Silence. I waited a few seconds. Knocked again. A little louder. Still no answer. If you're still here and you do have ads, there is an ad break here coming shortly. Sorry about that. Well, the handle locked. Apparently Annie hasn't come back yet. Well, I'll pay her a visit to her classmate. Walked down the corridor of the room. The lion and crown crest on the door. I raised my hand to lock when the door suddenly swung open. Vivian appeared in the doorway. She looked tired, nothing like she had yesterday's reception. Faint shadows settled under her eyes. Good morning, Vivian. Off somewhere in a hurry? Mr. Crofton, what an unexpected encounter. Actually, you're right. I'm in a hurry. Need to sign some documents. Workers taking away the decorations from yesterday's reception. The foreman is waiting for my signature on the waybills. Let's go down together. The signature won't take long. After we can take a little walk. I can spare a few minutes. Let's go. Calvin says, I may get cozy real fast, but this has me hooked. I stepped outside across the courtyard, and I saw a genuine anthill of activity. Uh-oh. You okay, sweetie? Need some water? Need some water? I think you're getting the same congestion I got from Michael. Might be a tough week for us. Workers were dismantling yesterday's decorations, rolling up garlands, folding tables, taking apart this temporary stage. The foreman, a stocky man with a clipboard, spotted Vivian and hurried over to us. The man explained something quickly, showing her the documents. Vivian carefully reviewed the papers, occasionally asking brief questions. Finally, Vivian took the pen and placed several signatures where needed. Well, that's done. You want to take a walk, Mr. Crofton? How about we go to the garden? It's quieter there. We can talk without prying ears. Fresh air wouldn't hurt. After last night, my head is still a bit heavy. Several students were still strolling around the garden, enjoying the break between classes. Sneaking a glance at my watch, I saw there were about 5 minutes left before the break ended. Better to wait until everyone heads to class. The conversation ahead is a serious one. How are you feeling today? Hard to organize a proper reception on such short notice, but I'm glad the guests enjoyed it. But Mr. Crofton, I haven't asked your opinion yet. How did you find last night? It was impressive. You did a great job. Attended social events before, but I noticed you touched attention to detail. I still can't imagine how you managed to organize all this in just a couple of hours. Flicker of satisfaction crossed Vivian's eyes. She straightened her shoulders slightly. Compliments were clearly the currency she valued. Thank you. It's nice to hear that effort wasn't in vain. My path was rapidly emptying. Students were hurrying off to their classes. Let's go into the garden. Mr. Crofton, I have a French lesson starting. Teacher is extremely particular about punctuality. Dedication to your studies is commendable, Vivian, but I'm afraid our conversation is more important than any lesson. I'll personally explain the reason for your absence to Miss Preston. I suppose I have no choice. To the garden, Vivian walked beside me, kept an arm's length. She headed toward the rotunda gazebo in the depths of the garden. Stopped by the columns, gazing at the dome. It was really beautiful here. Shame I really get a chance to come out here. Studies take up practically all my time. In the spare moments, there are always more important things to do. She spoke in measured tones, filling the pause with small talk, but I had no time for games. I didn't tell you something important. Evelyn didn't kill herself, she was murdered. For a second, Vivian stood motionless and slowly turned to face me. I'm sorry for being so blunt, without any preamble or preparation, but I simply have no time left for delicacy. I must name the killer. I need any information that will help establish the truth. Serious claim, Mr. Crofton. What's it based on? The forensic examiner's report. Stepped away from the gazebo and slowly walked along the path, clearly processing what she had heard. Heroes tapped steadily on the stone slabs. I can help you with something, or do you suspect me? She's no fool, went straight to the point. Now I need to decide what tack should I choose. Try to win her trust, appeal to her feelings, or press her with facts and suspicions. Crossed her arms over her chest. I could feel that I hadn't managed to get close enough to her. Distance remained between us. She keeping her guard up. I have to choose a tactic, either try to win her over or press her with facts. Please, I'm sure you haven't told me everything, but I'm asking, do you it now? I need the truth. Viv, seriously, Mr. Crofton? It's either a strange attempt at flirting, or a rather unquestionable interrogation tactic. Take a step back, resorting to distance. A minute ago you said there was no time, now you're trying to play an intimate card. Make up your mind. I understand why you think I can help you, or that I want to. If you have nothing concrete besides vague hints and appropriate gestures, allow me to return to my classes. Oh, let me go back then. Let's do the... Had my ace on my sleeve, a message I read yesterday. I know about your affair with Sam Rivers. I also know that on Monday she asked you to destroy the camera recordings. Otherwise, they find out about us. Her words. Vivian turned to stone. The color slowly drained from her face. She gripped the rotunda column, seeking support. How did you... I seen your messages, all of them. The cute nicknames, the meeting plans, the panic texts begging to destroy the recordings. Oh. Vivian clenched her fist, her jaw tightened, muscles working on her cheekbones. A student and a teacher, scandal of the century for the academy, dismissal for Sam, disgrace for you. Vivian looked up at me, a mixture of fury and fear blazing in her eyes, a cornered animal ready for either surrender or launch one final attack. Oh, let's get that spam out of here. What do you want, money to buy your silence? Nothing but the truth. I don't want to destroy you, I want to help, but without understanding the full picture I can't do that. Now, right now you have a chance to explain everything. It's better to tell me yourself than to wait until the truth surfaces without you. Besides, I'm a private detective, not a police officer. I have the freedom to decide what goes into the report and what doesn't. Vivian smiled bitterly. You don't need to convince me that your intentions are noble, Mr. Crofton. We both understand the situation. She sighed. Fine, I'll tell you the truth, but I expect that what you hear won't leave the academy. Walked to the bench in the rotunda and sat down. It was me, I started the fire. Only because I didn't want anyone to find out about my relationship with Sam. But why? Wasn't I supposed to see on those recordings? Kisses. Vivian stepped back a few paces, wrapping her arms around herself. When she spoke again, her voice sounded hollow, detached. There's a person at the academy with whom I had a close relationship. Vivian continued as if justifying herself before an invisible judge. She understood me. She's the only person I felt truly comfortable with within the walls of this damn academy. But if the principal or the police found out, and the worst part, my parents, my reputation, my life, everything would have been destroyed. She would definitely be fired, maybe even... She bit her lip sharply, realizing she had said too much. Am I understanding correctly? You set fire to the server room so no one would accidentally see your dates with Sam Rivers on the recordings? Vivian nodded, unable to say it out loud. I sank heavily into the stone bench, tilted my head back and exhaled. Do you realize how that fire threw everything off? I don't judge you or your choice of partner, but I do have some questions about Sam. I paused, thinking over what I heard. Suddenly it hit me. Wait. I still don't understand why you had to start the fire. I was only interested in the recordings from Sunday evening at the pool, not... Then it dawned on me. I sharply shifted my gaze to the pale-faced Vivian. So you were with Sam on that Sunday, on the evening Evelyn died. That's right. Evelyn caught you then, didn't she, at the pool? Vivian said nothing, but her silence was more eloquent than any words. Tell me how that happened. Vivian leaned against the rotunda column, seeking support. We usually met at Sam's coaching office. No one's ever at the pool in the evening, especially on weekends. Sometimes you meet Sam on Sunday. Around 9 in the evening. Evelyn walked in unexpectedly and caught us in rather a compromising state. What happened next? She stood there in silence, staring at us. I had a shock, started yelling at her, asked what the hell she was doing there, why she didn't knock, stupid I know. Sam called me down. She said she would talk to Evelyn herself and asked me to leave. And you left? Yes, I was in shock, in a panic. I ran out of there as fast as I could. And then I came up with a crazy theory. What if Sam was also having an affair with Evelyn, and she, seeing us together out of jealousy, decided to... The examination showed that Evelyn didn't do it herself, and the last person who was with her, according to your words, was Sam. Took a step back, a flash of fear in her eyes. No, I know Sam. On the outside, she seems rough and cynical, but deep down, she's very vulnerable. She never hurt anyone. If someone saw her leaving the pool and decided to frame her, have you thought about that? Vivian was on edge, decided to lower the tension a bit. It's also possible. Let's sit down and discuss everything calmly. I gestured towards the bench. Vivian reluctantly sat down and settled in beside her. To confirm your version and prove innocence, yours and Sam's, I needed an alibi, something concrete. After the pool, I left the academic wing and went straight to the dormitory, to my pool. Must have been caught on the cameras. But the problem is that you yourself destroyed nearly all the recordings. At that moment, among the recovered footage, there was nothing that could confirm your words. Vivian grabbed my arm, desperation written in her eyes. I told you the truth. You promised you'd help. She paused and added more quietly. My relationship with Sam is in the past. I understood it wouldn't lead anywhere. It was just a temporary consolation. You don't have to justify yourself to me. Right now, it's more important to focus on the case. Is that everything that happened that evening? That's everything. Look me in the eyes directly, openly. You know, Mr. Crofton, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a provincial detective susceptible to a woman's tears, but your teeth are sharper than a shark's. Take that as a compliment. Suit yourself. She fixed her hair and smoothed her skirt, regaining control. You got what you wanted, the truth. I'd like to believe you understood the importance of confidentiality in this matter. I understand the delicacy of the situation. You understand the delicacy? Of course you do. Hope this is the last time we meet, Mr. Crofton. Oh my god. I never want to see you again. There's a poorly concealed threat in her voice. She turned and headed toward the garden exit in the direction of the lake. I watched her go, then turned and walked in the opposite direction toward the residential building. It was time for Nika to talk to Annie Harper. I hope her session with the psychologist was over already, able to talk to her. I approached room 63. The door was slightly ajar. The muffled sounds of the music could be heard from inside. Knocked out a courtesy, no reaction. Knocked louder, same result. Pushed the door open, peeked inside. Sitting on her bed cross-legged, her head was tilted back, the back of her head touching the wall. Eyes closed, earphones wires trailed from her phone. I came closer, but Annie didn't stir, completely immersed in the music. Annie? I tried coughing loudly, no use. I had to touch her arm. What the hell? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Did anyone teach you to knock? You could give someone a heart attack, damn it. Threw the headphones onto the bed. And how long have you been spying here? I knocked. The door was ajar. I didn't want to scare you. Well, you failed at that. Grabbed a chair, placed it across the bed, and the back facing Annie sat straddling it, resting my arms on the backrest. What are you listening to? Different stuff. Slipknot, Rammstein, Metallica, System of the Down, sometimes good metal, basically. She's a very angry person. May I? Not the headphones. Annie shrugged, took one earphone, put it in my ear, and pressed play on her phone. A harsh German voice burst into my ear, counting to 10 against a backdrop of industrial guitars. Song, excellent choice. One of the best tracks and albums, though I'd still put Sehnsucht in the first place. I didn't say that right. I don't know how to say it. Wait. You know Rammstein? Know them. I've been listening to them since I was 7. No way, it can't be. I figured you were a type who listens to, I don't know, either Chopin or Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, that's insulting. I've been to Rammstein concerts 3 times, twice in Berlin and once in Moscow. You've seen their shows live with the flamethrowers and everything? You bet. Last concert, I was standing so close to the stage that I could feel the heat from the pyrotechnics. And he was looking at me with such admiration if I was talking about a trip to the moon. Glanced around the room, the walls were covered with horror movie posters. Clearly had the wrong image of me. Horror and thrillers, by the way, I'm a fan of those too. Really, what have you watched? Quite a lot, actually. Alright, then here's the trick question. Favorite horror movie? Probably Silence of the Lambs. I rewatch it every year, and every time I find new details. Boring, it's not even scary. There's barely any blood in it. But what psychological depth? What acting? I mimicked Lecter's famous hissing sound, and he snorted with laughter. And he squinted, but no longer hostile, more like intrigued. Maybe you like that movie so much because you also dream of catching a maniac, or maybe the opposite, befriending one? Befriending one, doubtful, but catching a real criminal, yes, I want to. I hope to do it soon. The watch my wrist vibrated. A reminder, half an hour left before meeting with Nika. I'd love to continue this discussion before movies and music. It's rare to meet someone with similar tastes, but unfortunately, there's no time at all. I have to return to less present topics, and he talked to you about Evelyn's murder. After it changed instantly, the lightness vanished, the musical interlude was over, and he tensed up, again hunching her shoulders. She really likes me. Talk about what? We met the first day. You said you hadn't been in contact with Evelyn, remember? So what? You lied to me. Tensed up, I said nothing. I got hold of Evelyn's phone to look through her messages to understand who'd been talking to him about what recently. And you came across a very interesting message. If you tell anyone, I'll kill you. Your words, Annie. Gripped the bedsheet, her jaw tightened, muscles tensing on her cheekbones. What happened between you two that evening? Why did you threaten her? Nobody threatened her. It's just, well, a figure of speech. Let's be frank. I'm leaving the academy today. If I don't provide clear answers, the police will be back here tomorrow morning. The investigation will be led by Inspector Hardman, who didn't exactly take a liking to you. Do you know what he'll do with your figures of speech? He'll present them in the court and direct death threat. It's easier to close the case that way. I leaned forward, trying to catch her gaze. Right now, you're talking to me. I'm a private detective. I can choose what to include in the report and what not to. But if the case goes to Hardman, he'll turn your entire life upside down. He'll drag every bit of dirty laundry he'll find into the public eye. Every argument, every harsh word, it'll all surface. The message with a death threat will become the main piece of evidence against you. And he stared at her knees. The silence dragged on. Don't have time to wait for her to start talking. I have to take a risk and voice my hypothesis. I have a feeling about why you and Evelyn had a falling out. You falling out with Evelyn because you found something really you didn't want getting out. Tensed up, seemed like not moving in the right direction. Found out about your past, about the orphanage. That's why you didn't want the other girls to find out. In an academy like this among rich girls, not the most pleasant topic for conversation, is it? What does orphanage even have to do with anything? Evelyn was observant. She could have known something, overheard something. Even if she did know, do you think Evelyn would have gone around blabbing to everyone? Annie was breathing heavily with indignation. But in the message you wrote... Oh, okay, so that wasn't it, sorry. It was the bruises, probably. You were falling her out because Evelyn saw something she wasn't supposed to. The bruises on your arm and back. Something you fell off the chair at the coach's office. Judging by the color, they're less than a week old. Maybe 5 or 6 days. I just fell. Enough bruises to tell whether they're from a fall or not. In your case, those marks on your arm were from fingers. Someone held you tightly, very tightly. Annie curled up, pulling her knees to her chest. Evelyn noticed them too, right? On Friday in the locker room, your training sessions overlapped. Hers was ending, yours was starting. How do you? Because it was posted in your locker room. Annie began rocking barely noticeably, back and forth. It became hot and cold. The more she tensed up, the closer I was getting to the truth. When you were changing, Evelyn, I saw the bruises. When I've been told about Miss Frost, she was far from foolish girl. Sure, she figured out the nature of those marks. Those bruises, but their placement. Someone grabbed you and pinned you against a wall, or held you down by force. And if you tremble, hit the mark. Saw a sob, then another, burst into tears desperately and inconsolably. I was taken aback. I didn't expect this reaction at all. Manny, I couldn't have expected anything. Shouting, cursing, maybe even a punch, but not tears. What have I done? I've driven the girl to hysterics. Some detective I am. She grew up into a ball in her bed, pulling her knees to her chest, shaking with sobs. That moment, she looked like a bold rebel, not like a bold rebel, like a small, defenseless child. Not knowing what to do, I moved to her bed beside her. I kept my distance. I didn't want to scare her even more. Annie, hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to. Oh, a hug. Turned and Lily fell against my chest, clutching my shirt with both hands. Pressed her whole body against me and cried even harder, soaking this fabric with tears. I froze, not knowing how to react. Hold her, push her away, just sit there with a statue? The last time someone cried like this on my chest. Never, probably. Carefully, as if afraid to startle her, I raised my hand and stroked her head. My fingers got tangled in her curls. Shh, it's okay, you're safe. She only gripped my shirt to get tighter, as afraid if I would leave. Several minutes passed. I just silently stroked her hair, letting everything that had built up pour out. Sobs became less frequent. Her breathing evened out. Annie pulled away. Hey, how you doing? Annie wiped her nose at the back of her hand and moved further away. Yeah, I'm fine. She was silent for a moment, staring at the floor, then added very quietly. Because of me that Evelyn died. Because of me she went to the pool that evening to talk to her. Well, I didn't even tell Evelyn. I begged her not to get involved. I said I'd handle it myself. Annie covered her face with her hands. Her shoulders trembled, seeming like she was about to burst into tears again. And I have to ask, do I understand correctly? Evelyn found out that someone had physically abusing you and decided to deal with it? Nodded affirmatively without removing her hands from her face. Was it one of your classmates? Shook her head no, continued to sob. One of the instructors? She froze. She didn't deny it. Was it Coach Sam Rivers? Did she lay a hand on you? Put her knees to her chest even tighter, as if trying to hide the whole world. The answers were obvious. I wish she'd just beaten me. Terrible suspicion formed my mind. Did Coach Sam do the bad thing with you? She shrank herself into more. Oh no! Oh, it's bad. One of the girls got essayed by the coach. Sam was the one we slept with earlier. She's the one that was having a relationship with one of the students, yeah, but apparently she essayed Annie too. And gave her bruises. What I was talking to was the girl who was dating her off and on, and then so it sounded like but does essay equal murder? I don't know. That's the hard part. It's the game. This game layers on layers, man. It's hard. I don't remember that, please. Annie raised her red, tear-stained eyes to me. Please don't tell anyone. God, what a disgrace. Listen to me carefully. You shouldn't hide this. You certainly shouldn't be ashamed. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. What Sam did to you is a crime, and staying silent about it in protection is complicity. Do you know what happens when victims stay silent? Criminals feel they can get away with it. They think since nobody's complaining, everything must be fine, so they can keep going. You know, the scariest part is if you stay silent, Sam will find her next victim. Maybe she already has. Some younger, weaker girl who will be too afraid to speak up. I can't. You can. You already did. You told me. That's the hardest step, and you've already taken it. I paused, thinking of the situation. Someone else that concerns me. Sam now has a serious motive for murder. If the truth came out, she wouldn't just be fired, she'd go to prison. Sam Rivers is a bad person. But murder? I don't know, really. She was good to Evelyn. She said she loved her, yeah. Thank you for your bravery. I understand how hard it is to tell me this. I promise no one will dare hurt you again. I'm leaving today, but I'll make sure you're safe here. Annie nodded, unable to say another word. Oh, we have a full, loving relationship with Annie, it looks like. How are we running out? It's time to go see Nika. You sure you're okay? I'm fine, just go already. Look more closely. Annie looked dejected, exhausted. At least she stopped crying. Look, you have my number. Don't hesitate to call or text if you need anything, or if you just want to talk, okay? She mumbled in agreement without raising her head. I stood up and headed to the door. At the threshold, I turned around. She was sitting there, curled up in a ball, small, lost, and broken. Quietly closing the door behind me. Sam Rivers is this. If this is true, God, what a mess I've got myself into. My phone vibrated in the pocket. A message sent over the information request to check your email. Yeah, I asked about Mickey because I didn't get a chance to talk to Mickey today. One, I read an email waiting for me to double-click the mouse and detailed message in the folder before information on Mickey Elderwood, or rather on her family. Do you know that Mickey's parents were at the center of a scandal just a month ago? Elderwood family had a family business that was successful for many years. A chain of private rehabilitation clinics, the kind athletes go to after injuries to get back in shape faster. They had clinics across the country, a solid reputation, steady income. Everything was running smoothly until recently. 6 months ago, they began actively using new painkiller injections. Drugs work like magic. Athletes were recovering in record time. The problem was that the drug formula was found to contain a substance on the banned doping list. Then came the classic collapse. After the scandal involving several high-profile athletes who lost their licenses over positive tests, clinics came under investigation and were hit with massive lawsuits. Can you imagine the scale? Dozens of athletes whose careers were destroyed, all demanding compensation. Plus fines from sports federations, plus criminal proceedings. Beginning to understand why Andy's story was heading, and the picture had taken shape was not a pleasant one. Business collapsed within a couple of months. Elderwood family didn't just go bankrupt, they lost absolutely everything. Their home, their savings, reputation. No one wants anything to do with them anymore. At first I thought they had it coming. Why use drugs with a questionable formula? Decided to dig deeper and stumble upon something interesting data. In reality, Mickey's parents are completely innocent, simply set up by the pharmaceutical company that supplied the painkillers. The pharmaceutical company forged the drug safety certificates and convinced the Elderwoods that the product was passed all necessary trials. All documents look official, stamp signatures, the full set. I saw copies myself. When problems arose and side effects emerged, the pharmaceutical company quickly slipped into the shadows. Certificates were forged, the drug is still in trials, we never told anyone to actually use it. Perfectly innocent faces, they declared they had no idea how the clinics were using it. Clearly someone in the pharma company's management paid the right people a tidy sum to cast themselves as innocent lambs, victims of circumstance. The Elderwood family were made the scapegoats, greedy entrepreneurs willing to dope people for profit, so the story went. Their home was put up for auction a month ago. They're officially a bankrupt with enormous debt obligations. Don't know where Mickey's parents found the money to let her finish the studies at the academy. What matters more, Mickey has no financial means to enroll in a good university. Even with excellent grades, there's tuition, housing, textbooks, food for pay for. Mickey gets the grant. She won't have to sacrifice her dream for a quality education. Is it a coincidence that the one person standing between Mickey and that coveted grant was Ava? I don't think Mickey did it. I think Sam is the bad person here. Murdering to save her family's future for someone who lost everything. I don't... Took time. It's time to go report to Nika. I really don't think it's Mickey. I'm going to go with Sam, I think. So before the office door, sticking the nameplate, Veronica Preston, director. 3 weeks ago, I crossed the threshold. For the first time, not yet knowing what I was getting myself into, I had to name the killer. A few seconds to collect my thoughts. Well, even if she's not the killer, she still needs to come forward for her crimes, for hurting these girls. Doors ajar, I knocked. Come in, James. Standing at the window with her back to me, she turned around at the sound of my footsteps. She managed to finish everything. Walked over the chair across the desk and sat down. Tried to make the most of the time I had. She said, go down to business. Short, nervous gesture. She sank to the director's chair and fixed me with a stare, trying to read their answers before I spoke. Feels like all I've been doing these past days waiting for your answer, but now the moment has come, James. I'm afraid to hear the truth. Can't put it off any longer. Please tell me you found the killer. Let's all be over. I like to say I'm not 100% certain about the killer, but I'm not. The fire destroyed the recordings that would have shown who entered the pool at Sunday evening. That seriously complicated things. But you do have other evidence, right? You searched the rooms, talked to the girls, dug up plenty of evidence and dirt. Took my notebook and flipped through the scribbled pages. Please don't drag it out, just tell me who did it. The next word would be my verdict. If I'm wrong, I destroyed an innocent person. So we got Vivian. Sophie was with her sister, so I don't think it's her. And Lucine, they were together. Annie, I don't think it was Annie at all. We really didn't talk to Vivian that much. All we know about Vivian is that she's a two-faced person and that she had a relationship with Sam. I'm going to go with Sam. I'm probably wrong, but that's what we're going to play this game a couple times probably, so it's okay. I'm going to go with Sam. Charlie raised her hand, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Sam, James, are you serious? More than serious. I have solid reasons to suspect her. Yeah, multiple endings. Open my notebook to the pages of Noah Sam Rivers. Let's start with the fact that the swimming coach has a drinking problem. You mean today's hangover? Not just that. Sam also got pretty drunk on Tuesday evening. Remember, she nearly caught me in her room? Well, you didn't exactly smell like roses yourself after getting a little get-together. A smirk flickered across Nika's face, but her eyes held a clear reproach. It's for the case. Fine, what's done is done. As for Sam, she never showed up drunk in front of the students before, at least no one reported to me. Have you considered that she's simply trying to, I don't know, drown her sorrows? Perhaps you're right. Alcohol isn't her own problem. Even if Sam wasn't drinking that night, there are other facts that point to her. The night of the murder, Evelyn was looking for Sam. She wanted to talk to her about something. Where'd you get that information? From Sophie Williams. She told me that Evelyn wanted to talk to Miss Rivers about something, but Sophie doesn't know exactly what. Did you ask Sam herself? Last time she saw Evelyn was on Friday when she canceled her training session, but who knows if she's telling the truth. I ran my eyes over the lines in the notebook next to Sam Rivers' photo. When I searched Sam's room, I found something interesting. An adult magazine was hidden under the mattress. I paused, choosing my next words carefully. The magazine had photos of young women. Color drained from Nika's face, leaving her deathly pale. Did you know that Sam is into girls? Stood up from the desk so abruptly that the pen holder tipped over, scattering pins across the floor with a clatter. Of course, I didn't know about that. She paced around the office, clearly trying to keep calm down. I have no problem with other people's preferences. Everyone has the right to their personal life. But I'll admit, if Sam has openly stated that this when she was hired, the academic administration would hardly have approved her candidacy. It's a school for girls, you understand. The parents wouldn't have accepted it. Nika returned to the desk and sank heavily in her chair. Even so, it doesn't mean that she behaved inappropriately towards the students. It's even relevant to investigation. On its own, no, but I've combined with what I'm about to tell you next, the picture changes. Sam was in a romantic relationship on the academy grounds. A relationship with another teacher? Shook my head. With a student, with Vivian Devereaux. Nika covered her face with her hands, and for a second she sat motionless, then quietly asked, "Are you sure? Absolutely sure." I saw their correspondence, months of communication, planning secret meetings, pet names. Vivian herself confessed to everything. Our last conversation turned out to be quite candid. My God, Sam, how could she? All this on academy grounds, right under my nose. What a nightmare. From the correspondence, I learned not only about Sam and Vivian's relationship, I also found who was behind the server room fire. Vivian Devereaux started the fire at Sam's request. Was she afraid we'd see those meeting at the recordings? Maybe there was something even more serious. For example, a recording of Evelyn walking to the pool the night of the murder, and Sam leaving. Vivian told me that Evelyn caught them together, that very evening. Evelyn saw them? What happened next? According to Vivian, she left, and Sam stayed to talk with Evelyn. No one saw Evelyn alive after that. That's not all. I requested information about Sam through my contact, asked them to dig deeper than a standard employee background check. She's not just a swimming coach with a sports college degree, she's a former military, a fighter with an elite special operations unit in the U.S. Army. What but her resume, her real biography, has been carefully scrubbed. Someone helped her create a new identity. Participated in combat operations. She was in the thick of it. Assault operations, target elimination. After that, Sam developed severe PTSD, nightmares, panic attacks, uncontrollable outbursts of aggression. She failed the psychological evaluation and was discharged from the Army. Good Lord. After the Army, she developed serious problems with alcohol and aggression. 3 years ago in a bar, she beat a man nearly to death simply because he was hitting on her friend. Why isn't she in prison? Case was hushed up. The victim withdrew his statement, clearly paid off or intimidated. The assault itself remained in police records. Nika, with your academy employs a woman with military killer training, psychological problems, alcohol dependency, and history of violence. She's around students every single day. What you told me, that's already enough to fire Sam, maybe even put her behind bars. Occasionally have killed her own student. I understand nothing I've said so far proves that Sam's capable of murder, but the last fact I discovered will show you we're capable of anything. Reached for a glass of water, changed her mind, and lowered her hand back across the desk. Remember the threatening message we found this morning at Evelyn's phone? The one Annie sent? If you tell anyone, I'll kill you? Today I found out what it was about. Evelyn really did discover that Annie didn't want anyone to know. What exactly are we talking about? Evelyn noticed bruises on Annie's body, started asking uncomfortable questions. She came to the conclusion that Sam Rivers doing. She was harassing Annie, sexual harassment, physical violence. Nika covered her face with her hands. My God. Despite Annie's threats, Evelyn decided to confront Miss Rivers. That's how she ended up at the pool on Sunday evening. I'm going to pause real quick because there's an ad break. So I'm going to pause so we can hit this thrilling conclusion here. I'll come back right after the ad break here so nobody misses anything. So let's pause for the ad break real quick. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, y'all. Let's see how this wraps up here. Then when she missed the thrilling conclusion. Can't believe all this happening under my academy, right under my nose. How could I not notice? She shook her head as if pushing those thoughts away. We'll grieve later. Right now we need to focus on the investigation. Is there anything else, or are we done with the surprises for today? It's everything I managed to find out. Try to understand the logic. Which of these factors is the decisive one? Why did Sam decide to kill Evelyn? Outburst controllable rage, threat of the affair being exposed. I don't know if she cared about... I don't know. Looking at the schedule, I noticed that Annie and Evelyn's training sessions were back to back. Annie came out of the shower and gently started getting ready. Evelyn arrived a bit early to change in pace. Hey! Thanks for the raid there, Greedy. Welcome in, welcome in. We're about to finish our first playthrough of this visual novel. But thank you so much, buddy. Hello, hello. Thank you, Greedy. Appreciate it. Let me see if I can get Maddie to rouse up real quick for one more treat. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much, Greedy. Appreciate the raid. We're lucky enough to have 2 raids tonight. What a very special time. Thank you so much. What are you guys playing, Greedy? You know, every time on this channel, if we ever have a raid, a sub, a follow, bits, donations, anything like that. Maddie, come here. Come on, baby. Maddie gets a treat, so come on up, baby. Come on, baby. You ready? Alright, so this is for you. Thank you for the raid there, Greedy. Appreciate you. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Mama, for getting Maddie. Oh yeah, hope your streaming going great. Thanks, buddy. You're playing sport. Nice. Well, thank you for... Oh, the puppers. The puppers appreciates the treat. Thank you very much for the raid there, Greedy. Thank you for sharing your community with me. You only get 1 raid per stream, so I appreciate you thinking of me and being so awesome about it. So let's see how this murder mystery, if we got it right or if we're way off. I start getting ready. Evelyn arrived a bit early to change in peace. Today everything was as usual. Well, almost everything. Evelyn's attention was drawn to the strange bruises on Annie's arms and back. Someone else might have not noticed, but Evelyn has always been an observant girl. Annie, where do those bruises come from? I just fell. What are you staring at? Look like marks from a fall. Is someone hurting you? Can beat up whoever I want. Why are you bugging me? Mind your own business. Sorry, I forgot my textbook. Having got no answers from Annie, Evelyn decided to talk to her coach. As I wanted to. Oh, Frost. Good thing you haven't changed yet. Something came up. I need to go into town. We'll schedule training it to Monday. Harper. I've been getting way too relaxed lately. Dude, schedule extra training sessions for you next week. Come see me on Sunday evening. We'll discuss the meeting schedule. As early as Friday, Evelyn started having suspicions about Sam and her involvement in those bruises. The only problem was that Sam had left the academy until Sunday. Get the truth out of Annie was quite a challenge. On Saturday, Evelyn decided to act. She needed to talk to Annie and find out the truth. Vivian mentioned that Evelyn was looking for Annie. Apparently, they'd never crossed paths on Saturday. Annie was deliberately avoiding her. She hoped that if she avoided Evelyn for a couple of days, she would stop asking uncomfortable questions. On Sunday, Evelyn just stopped trying to talk to her classmate. They had a training session scheduled with Sam. Evelyn knew the schedule and was waiting for her. Remember, we saw their argument on the recording? Back then, we didn't understand what exactly it was about. Now the picture's clear. Hi, Annie. How was training? Finally let me through. Sorry, but no, I was waiting for you. I want to talk. Why won't you leave me alone? Get your eyes checked. I'm not your friend Sophie. My eyesight's fine. I had checked before the school year. I know you're not Sophie. Anyone ever tell you you're incredibly weird? Yes, it's happened. Doesn't bother me. Still, I like to return to the subject of your bruises. Like I said, I like to help. You don't need to try to deal with this alone. Oh, I don't have Ultra Balls. Oh no, I'm sorry, buddy. Look, we've never been close, and let's keep it that way. Don't try to get into my head. I think you're afraid. That's normal, but silence won't solve the problem. Someone's hurting you, regularly. Get lost. You start after you begin having more individual sessions with Miss Rivers? It happens during training, doesn't it? When you're alone together. Stay out of it. I'll deal with it myself. Annie, is it Sam? Is she harassing you? Without meaning to, Annie's reaction confirmed Evelyn's suspicions, so Evelyn realized that she was right about Sam. But Annie panicked. She was afraid the truth would come out, afraid of investigations, of publicity. Perhaps she thought no one would believe her, a student's word against a respected coach, or that it would become grounds for bullying. Poor girl. It was in that state of panic that Annie sent Evelyn that message, "If you tell anyone, I'll kill you." She just wanted Evelyn to leave her alone. But Evelyn was ready to decide to act on her own, to go straight to the source of the problem. Sophie said that on Sunday evening, Evelyn was looking for Sam Rivers, wanting to talk to her about something. Now we know what. Evelyn was going to Sam with accusations of harassing Annie. She wanted to demand that she stop, or possibly threaten to expose her. Evelyn didn't find Sam in her room. It made sense to check the pool. Sunday evening, nobody around. Perfect time for private meetings. Goodness. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Ross, what the hell are you doing here? Same questions for you, Miss Rivers. Damn, Evelyn, you got it all wrong. I doubt it. Evelyn's much more complicated than you think. Vivian, leave. We need to talk. How much do you want for your silence? You're good at keeping quiet, so maybe you just do it for the money? Vivian, shut up and leave. Listen, Evelyn, I know how this looks, but let's talk calmly. Go ahead. What's there to explain? Women, men, people are people. Feelings, attraction, it's all natural. I know many people would understand, but you're a smart girl. Evelyn, we won't judge someone for their preferences, will you? Preferences for minors, you mean? What minors? She turns 18 in a week. What, in a week she'll suddenly get smarter? Become more grown up? Total nonsense. Look at her. She's more mature than many adults. When you think about Vivian, her family's something else. Rich, important. If they find out, they'll eat that girl alive. Is that what you want, to ruin someone's life? Why the hell am I even justifying myself? It was all consensual. Did Annie give you her consent? Harper, what was that hysterical girl been telling you? I know enough. She got it all wrong. I was trying to be normal with her, decent, but she's losing her mind, you know? She's from an orphanage. Nobody hugged her as a child, so she latches onto any attention. Listen, Frost, let's be straight. What do you want? Money? I can get you in the national team. I think you should go to Miss Preston and resign today. Why be so drastic? Competitions are just around the corner. He's going to train you. It'll take months to find a new coach. You'll go stale without training. You'll lose your scholarship. What will your parents say? I'm sure I'll manage. Yes, I messed up, I admit it, but damn, everyone makes mistakes. Am I not human? What now? Should I slit my wrists? Hang myself? Who would that help? Not necessary, just leave the academy. Is that so? Calvin says, oh. The layers keep on layering. That's so fine, to hell with it. I'll go to the principal tomorrow. No. Today, you must go to Miss Preston today. It's Sunday, she might be busy or already resting. The light was on in her office. And if I don't go, then what? Then I'll go to Miss Preston myself and tell her everything that led me to your office. Her office. So that's why you talk now. Go on then, run along, complain, let's see who they believe. Disappointing your decision, but I accept it. That moment, Evelyn made a fatal mistake. She turned her back on Sam Rivers. Gree's like, what's going on here? Oof. Sam said that if Evelyn talked, she could lose everything. She wouldn't be fired, just face a very serious criminal charge. Prison, the end of her career, a stigma for life. Sam was cornered. On one hand, the risk of losing everything she has and ever will have. On the other hand, the chance to keep things as they were by limiting the only witness, Evelyn. People have killed for far less. Nika slowly exhaled. Let's see if we were right. Let's see if I was correct or just thrown off by all the other evidence. God, James, that's monstrous. But logical. Fear and desperation are poor advisors. That's really a serious motive. She closed her eyes for a moment, as if accepting the difficult but inevitable decision. I'll pass everything to the Board of Trustees. If it all checks out, Sam will face the full force of the law. Phone buzzed on the desk. Nika picked up the receiver and Millie stood pacing the office. Good afternoon, Mr. Thornton. Yes, all right. I'll be expecting you. She hung up and exhaled loudly. The Board of Trustees members will arrive earlier than planned. They're already approaching the gates. Hoping we'd have more time to discuss things, I wanted to hear all about the details. I'm sure you've accumulated plenty of interesting stories about my charges. Yes, there are plenty of stories, but right now it's more important to focus on what matters, telling the board who killed Evelyn. Nika nodded silently, nervously biting her lip. Worried? Yes, I really hope your theory is confirmed. This information will be enough for the police to find and punish the guilty party. I rose from my chair. It was time to say goodbye. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay until the end of the investigation. My leave is ending. I need to get back to work. I understand. I would like, keep me informed. Alright, it's important to me to know how this all ends. Of course, I'll call you when everything becomes clear. Awkward pause hung in the air. We both stood in the middle of the office, not knowing how to properly end this conversation. 3 days of investigation. Intensive investigation. Here we are, 2 people who never figured out what we became to each other. Acquaintances, friends, something more. We should probably get going. Yes, thank you, James, for coming, for all the work you've done. She extended her hand for a handshake, formal, businesslike. It made things even more awkward. A handshake after everything we've been through these past days. But what could I do? Or hug her? I never figured out what was between us. I shook her hand, her cold, tense palm squeezed mine for a moment. Take care, Nika. You too. I walk out of the director's office. 10 minutes later, I was already standing in front of the academy with a bag on my shoulder. I packed quickly. There wasn't much. Never really packed during the 3 days. The front corridor was empty. Taxi waited at the gates. Before walking to the car, I turned back to the building. Dormitory windows stared down at me like dozens of eyes. Hope I didn't make the wrong choice. Turned, took several steps toward the taxi. Suddenly, the academy doors banged open behind me. I turned around, and the next moment, someone crashed into me, nearly knocking me to my feet. Chestnut hair tickled my chin. I made it. She like that for several seconds, then she pulled back and looked at me in the eyes. I don't want you to leave. You know I can't stay here. Annie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Although sometimes I think about changing careers, I'll make a decent gardener. Pokemon! Thank you for the redeem there, Anakin Skywalker Lego Batman. Appreciate it. Welcome in. It's beautiful here. I like to walk around in the sun hat, trimming bushes. Annie snorted, a smile appearing on her face. Oh, no way. I just picture you in a sun hat with dirt under your nails. Your whole cool detective image just evaporated. Saying goodbye suddenly isn't as sad anymore. We both laughed. Tension eased a little. Thank you for everything. Decided to tell the truth about everything to Miss Preston and the police. I won't stay silent anymore. That's the right decision. I'm proud of you. I wouldn't have had the courage without you. Take care of yourself, Annie. Don't let anyone hurt you ever again. I won't. I promise. She stepped back, crossing her arms. Aw, you became the light in someone's darkness. Annie trusts you. Nice. Get going already. The taxi meter's running. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, Mr. Detective. Turned and walked briskly back to the building without looking back. I watched her with the heavy doors closed behind her. I walked up the taxi. Driver was already waiting for the door open. To the station? Yes, it's time to head home. I was woken by the rumble of a garbage truck outside. I lay with my eyes closed, listening to the familiar sounds of the city, trying to shake off the last remnants of sleep. I got used to being away from the city bustle, and the air here is completely different. I reached my phone 9:30. They're probably having breakfast at the academy right now. To hear my thoughts, my phone vibrated and the screen lit up with the name Nika. Hello? Good morning, did I wake you? I was already up, how are you? Holding on. Yesterday was difficult. Promised to keep you updated, so I'm calling. Threw back the blanket and sat up, putting my feet on the cold floor. Tell me. I passed on the information onto the board, all the information you gathered. Everyone was shocked that someone like that had been allowed to work at the academy. 3 years ago, Sam passed every check. Her references were impeccable, which is now clear it means they were forged. Several people approved her candidacy, including the chairman of the board of trustees. Evidence and clear motive convinced them. We called the police immediately. But when we went up to Sam's room, it was empty. What do you mean? The room was empty. She clearly packed in a hurry. Drawers pulled out. Wardrobes flung open. Belongings gone. She fled, James. How do you know she was... Oh, man, Oh, no. Sam's very angry with me now. How did she know we were coming for her? I don't know. Somebody tipped her off. Probably Vivian. Or she simply felt the noose tightening. A lot between us during these days. She didn't trust me enough and sensed the danger. Nika's voice pulled me from my thoughts. On the bright side of things, though I'm not sure bright's quite the right word here. In any case, all the facts about her checked out. They issued a nationwide search warrant for her. For some reason, I'm certain they won't find her. How did the board react? What about your position? Strangely enough, I kept my position. The board decided that the blame lay not with me, but those who approved Sam's candidacy 3 years ago. And though they didn't say it outright, I think they're grateful that I brought you in. You didn't just gather the facts about Sam, you explained the motive. Thanks to that, we were able to resolve everything quietly. If we had gone straight to the police, the academy would have been torn at the center of the scandal. The media would have torn us apart. As it stands, we managed to handle it almost without a trace. At least the academy reputation wasn't damaged. It was exhaustion. You brought the case to the clean conclusion, but the killer, not. So we have to, I guess, do a way where, like, I guess we build enough trust up with Sam where she won't think she's a suspect, maybe, and get her caught. You know, the most terrible part is all these years she's around the students where someone else could have been hurt. This is over now. Yes, thank you, James. You found the killer. That's what matters most. Hey, maybe. And Lois came through the line. Miss Preston, the investigators are already here. Sorry I have to go. Mountains of reports. Documents for the police. Work without end. Thank you again for your work, James. Take care of yourself. You too. Good luck with the paperwork. Thanks, I'll need it. Goodbye, James. Checking up, I stayed sitting on the phone in my hand. So if the Evelyn Frost case is closed, I'm done what I came to do. On one hand, the truth has been found. The other, justice doesn't always bring relief. So they're saying the truth has been found, so maybe. Walk to the Holloway mirror. A tired man looking back at me. Maybe. That's the job. My therapist always said it's important to find the bright moments even in the darkest cases. Think about Annie. Brown eyes full of anger, she seemed caustic to me, then rougher on the edges. Later I saw she was a vulnerable, lonely girl who has been dealt far too much pain. Strangely enough, I didn't realize how much I even miss her sharp remarks. I liked her sarcasm, though there was honesty in it. Strangely calming effect. Now I need a coffee. Strong, black, no sugar. The kitchen leaned the phone, the rumpled sheets. Oh no, the phone rang. A familiar name lit up. Annie. The Evelyn Frost case is closed. One mystery solved. But how many more stories are hidden within the walls of the Rose Academy? Perhaps it's worth finding them all out? I solved a mystery. The story comes to an end. Look at me. I did pretty good. Not bad. Let's see. So I got... You brought the case to a clean conclusion, but the killer was not caught. So Sam is the killer, it's saying. But I'm assuming because we had a relationship status with Sam was so low that she was... And she probably noticed that we looked through her stuff. So I guess in the future, we'll have to, like, leave her room quicker and not let her catch us, or almost catch us. Not look at her phone, like, kind of just say it's her. But yeah. Oh, thank you very much. That was pretty good. Yeah, I look forward to seeing more. And I got... In my first playthrough, I got pretty much half of the achievements there in just one playthrough, so not bad. Story comes to an end. You brought the case to a conclusion, the killer not caught. You can delight in someone's darkness, and he trusts you completely. You uncover the truth better left buried. It's the secret of the twins. Sometimes one evening changes everything. Romance with Sam. An evening full of drinks and heartfelt conversations. You stay with Sam. So there's all kinds of stuff. The non-hidden ones are the truth slipped away. So you didn't get the person right and the killer got away. So guessing wrong and the killer runs away and then you caught the killer. So I think we have to definitely raise our relationship with Sam so that doesn't happen next time. But yeah, I was able to figure it out without any help or guides or anything. I was really, really proud of myself. But thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a very fun, a little bit longer than anticipated, but I knew we were close to the end there. So we'll do another playthrough of Rose Academy in the near future. But thank you guys so much for checking out KK Studios indie visual novel Rose Academy. Thank you very much to Calvin and Greedy for the raids. And thank you again, Calvin, for the follow and the bits as well. Thank you, Harlequin, for the sub as well. So thank you guys. It's a big win stream. Lots of kindness from a lot of people. And it's awesome, wonderful people. So thank you guys for being here. I'll be back tomorrow night around 9 p.m. Central for our continued playthrough. Oh yeah, I got you right here. It's their only game currently. But here you go. KK Studio right here for you. But yeah. I'll be back tomorrow night with our continued playthrough of Bloodstained Hands by Strack. See if we can get that game knocked out in another stream or two. But yeah, until next time tomorrow night, guys, I hope you guys have a great night. We're going to raid out. But please hang out with the new person if you want. I hope you guys have a great night. Thanks for being so kind to me and my family, especially my dog. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Let's see. Bye. Let's give Dango some love.